Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 96. Brother Xiao Yuan, that's all I know. I didn't look through the pile of files at that time. I just happened to see the photo, and then my dad said a few words to me. Or, I'll go to the bureau to find my dad and borrow the pile of files back. Li Zuiyuan flicked his fingertips on the desk, and he was quickly sorting out the rhythm in his mind. There is no doubt that Grandma Yu is the topic he chose. Zhang Shui, just as he thought, pushed her in front of him. In theory, his first priority now is to go all out to investigate, analyze, plan, and solve this evil spirit. But now, there are still two hidden lines that must be solved. Tang Chuying in high heels, the murderer of Chu Minmin. These two lines don't seem serious, but they have not been concluded, which means that they still have the possibility of digging out radishes and mud. The most terrible situation is that the two of them will explode together when he is dealing with the incident of Grandma Yu, and catch him off guard. So, he has to solve them quickly first. Brother Binbin, call Uncle Tan now and ask him to come to the school. Make up a reason or hint to Uncle Tan to bring the file about Grandma Yu. Brother Xiao Yuan, my father will definitely give you face. What hints are needed? Just say it directly. This is for your father's good. Let your father continue to maintain the position of solving the case and bringing the criminals to justice in both public and private matters. This way he will not be affected. Okay, I know, Brother Xiao Yuan. Tell Uncle Tan that we found Tang Chuying's bones. Brother Xiao Yuan, you figured it out now. How can you figure it out sitting in the house? We will start looking for it after you make the call. Anyway, it is near this dormitory building. Okay, then I will go to the store to make the call. Remember to bring back the incense burner that you left at Runchen's place when you come back. Understood. Tan Wenbin ran out of the dormitory. Li Zuiyuan took out the pair of high heels first and placed them on his desk. Then he opened the drawer, pulled out a piece of yellow paper, picked up a brush and wrote Tang Chuying's name and birthday on it. After doing this, Li Zuiyuan began to think about the latest findings on the Chu Minmin case provided to him by Tan Yunlong. Tan Yunlong is indeed an excellent policeman. He found out that Chu Minmin had been arranged in advance to a unit that seemed very good at the time before she was killed, but Chu Minmin's grades were not even in the middle at the time, and her family conditions were average, so she had no connections that could be used in this regard. In addition, by revisiting Chu Minmin's former roommate, it was learned that Chu Minmin seemed to have a partner at the time, but deliberately kept his identity secret. Li Zuiyuan read the letter that Ran Kaiuping wrote to her daughter Chu Minmin, in which she mentioned that after her daughter was resurrected, she would let her daughter and Mao Zetian try to date. Given the degree of madness that Ran Kaiuping had at the time, if she knew that her daughter had a partner before her death, she would definitely not have no reaction. At the very least, she would pester that partner or describe it in the letter. This means that Chu Minmin concealed this incident not only from her roommate but also from her mother. Combined with the premise that the murderer is most likely a member of the school, the possibility that the mysterious object is the murderer is very high. And the scope can be further narrowed down. Considering that the other party could intervene in the power allocated by the unit at that time, Chu Minmin was unwilling to make this identity public, and chose the weak violence mode of committing the crime in the toilet. The other party should have been an elderly and family-based leader in the school. 7 years have passed, and he should have retired by now. If he had worse luck, he might have died. If the real murderer had died of old age or illness, it would be good news for Li Zuiyuan, which is equivalent to breaking this hidden line. But if he is not dead, he must be found out, because even if he is an ordinary person, he can be involved in a big job under the impetus of the river water. This is like some math problems. Sometimes it also plays the situational conditions of elementary school math problems with you, starting with Xiaoming and Xiaojun as an introduction to the following question types. Li Zuiyuan stood up, scooped water from the bucket into the basin, wet the towel, and wiped his face with cold water. He began to reflect on some of his past behavior logic. The incident with Chu Minmin originated from Wu Miansidao's initiative to launch a sneak attack on Runsheng. The other party came to his house to cause trouble, and he had no choice but to avoid it. But the problem is that he should only take simple revenge and should not bring the evil book back. Because of this evil book, Chu Minmin's line has been tied to him. But considering the value of the evil book, it is not a loss to pick it up by himself. After all, it can help him deduce secrets and skills in the future. But Tang Chuying's high heels were his own inconsiderateness. When she entangled Lu Yi, he should have killed her directly. Facts have proved that keeping her as a dormitory security guard is really useless. Ordinary people don't need her to defend, and she can't defend against people like Lin Chuyu. Li Zuiyuan even suspected that Tang Chuying's high heels had brought him disaster. That night, Lin Chuyu sneaked into the dormitory because of the meeting between the two in the teaching building. He wanted to test her strength so that he could sleep peacefully, so he didn't bring any weapons. He was stopped by high heels when he climbed into the window. After he found out that he had a ghost, he decided to ask the white crane boy to come down. Li Zuiyuan hung up the towel again and sat back at the desk. In the past, I was bored and would take the initiative to search for the dead, but now, I have confirmed that I have gone to the river and got the roll from A Li. Then the next behavior should be based on self-selected questions to avoid possible causal involvement in reality as much as possible. Li Zuiyuan turned sideways and looked at Tan Wenbin's desk behind him. On Binbin's desk was records of strange things in the rivers and lakes. Wei Zhendao's book is full of private goods. If I think about it now, I feel that he made this dumpling specially for this dish of vinegar. Even if Tang Chuying was wronged and killed, I only need to put myself in the righteous position of seeing ghosts harming people, then I will kill them, and the cause and effect will have nothing to do with me. No wonder Wei Zhendao, whether introducing the deadfall in records of strange things in Jianghu or describing the methods of dealing with the deadfall in records of righteousness to subdue demons, the ending of each deadfall he listed is destroyed by the righteous way. It turns out that being destroyed by the righteous way is a disclaimer. Li Zuiyuan opened a notebook and picked up a pen. It is not enough for him to understand these principles and rules, but his entire team must know them. Therefore, Li Zuiyuan plans to write a code of conduct for walking on the river. Walking on the river is the main contradiction at present. The current focus of work is to connect with the actual situation and how to better carry out the work of walking on the river. In daily life, it is right to avoid being involved in cause and effect as much as possible, but this does not mean not living. It is also necessary to maintain a normal state of communication, activities, and life. Because walking on the river has been opened, whether you like it or not, the river water will push terrible things in front of you wave after wave. If you lock yourself in the house in all directions, or find a remote mountain to live in seclusion, then the deadfall will come knocking on the door directly. But if you have a social network, a circle of activities, combined with the roll call list from A Li, it is like having a cushion that can provide a buffering effect. This time, Binbin saw the photo of Grandma Yu in the police archives, which is the best example. In this way, it becomes that you see her first, and then go to find her while preparing, instead of Grandma Yu coming to the door of the dormitory with a lantern when you go to bed at night. Duo, child, Grandma is here. The pen kept turning in his hand, but he didn't write for a long time. Because Li Zuiyuan found that it was easy to understand, but if he wanted to write it down so that Binbin, Runsheng, Yin Meng and others could understand it, it would be a bit difficult. This is no less than the translation of the skills that Lu Yumei is busy with now. It is really not easy to implement the abstract feeling into a specific text description. After thinking about it, it seems that the most appropriate way to illustrate is to give examples. After the incident of Grandma Yu is dealt with, if I am still alive, I can record the previous incidents and Grandma Yu as cases, and then summarize and analyze them. But if this is the case, Li Zuiyuan once again turned sideways to look at the pile of ancient books on Binbin's desk. Wouldn't I have to write a book like Wei Zhendao? What would the title of the book be? At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open. Tan Wenbin came in with a bag. He first placed the turtle stove on Li Zuiyuan's desk, and then said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, I called and my dad said he will be here soon." "Well, let's go find the body first." "How do we find it?" "Brother Binbin, you have to work hard to put on these high heels." It's not appropriate to ask other people to wear it. Ordinary people without experience may have the opposite effect. The only experienced person is probably Lu Yi. Then I'll wear it. Don't ask Lu Yi. After all, I've eaten so many sausages from him. Yin Meng and Runzheng are both in special training. It's unknown whether they can catch up with the current thing. In Li Zuiyuan's plan, they must accept this special training completely so that they can play a greater role in the future walking on the river. This special training, interrupted and restarted, is equivalent to letting Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu suffer secondary causal damage and pay double the price. It's not worth it. Tang Chuying is afraid of herself. When she wrote on the sand table last time, she didn't dare to touch her own hands, so she couldn't wear it either. Lin Chiyu is even less suitable. Who knows if his pupils will open up when he puts them on? After all the calculations, only Tan Wenbin can do this among the people around him. "Brother Xiao Yuan, are you going to wear them now?" "Yes." "Then, can I wash my feet first?" "Sure." Tan Wenbin smiled at the pair of high heels on the desk and said, "Look, Aunt Tang Shui, I'm good to you." The high heels shook twice and responded. Tan Wenbin changed into slippers and took a piece of soap, then went to the sink. After washing, he sat down on the bed and picked up a dry towel to wipe. Li Zuiyuan brought the high heels in front of him. "Hey, Brother Xiao Yuan, how can you be so embarrassed?" After carefully drying them, Tan Wenbin put his feet into the high heels. "Hey, Brother Xiao Yuan, no, it's a little too small. I can't wear it. Hand me the carving knife on the desk. I want to cut my feet to fit the shoes." "Pa!" The carving knife was thrown onto Tan Wenbin's bed. Tan Wenbin picked up the carving knife and said in disbelief, "No, brother, do you really want to carve it? You asked for it yourself." "I'm just a joke, I'm not my sister brought by Cinderella's stepmother. Just step on the upper." "Oh, that line." Li Zhanyuan took the newspaper and handed it to Tan Wenbin. "Xiao Yuan, the newspaper is." "It's daytime, there are a lot of people in the bedroom. Do you want to wear high heels like this?" "Oh, yes, right." Tan Wenbin quickly bent down, wrapped his calf with high heels, wrapped it together, and tied a tape with a tape. Although it looks very different, it can at least not pervert. After Li Zhanyuan threw the yellow paper with Tang Chuying's name and birthday into the incense burner, he took a compass for a while, chose 3 incense, and inserted 3 corners of the incense burner. In the end, I found a paper box, opened a hole in the engraved knife, put the incense burner in and handed it to Tan Wenbin. "Xiao Yuan, you still think about it?" "Brother Binbin, I will unlock the seal of high-heeled shoes. Don't resist and let her attach it on you." "It's okay, brother, I think I don't resist the same. The full attachment to the evil spirits is not the same as the last time I grabbing your hand on the sand table, which will cause some damage to your fortune and body. But the former can help you disaster, the latter, you can make up for it after eating more meals. Another thing is that this is likely to cause you to be more sensitive to evil things, that is, increase your success rate." Tan Wenbin surprised, "Can you have such a good thing?" "Okay, start." "Okay, I'm ready." Li Zhanyuan unbuttoned the seal. The cigarettes that the incense stoves are rushing out of the box, and also transformed from white to black. Tan Wenbin only felt a coolness, rushing to his back of his head instantly from the bottom of the foot, and the whole person opened his mouth subconsciously. Pats. He was short. Because it was originally on the high heel, the high-heeled shoes that were not suitable now became larger and made them penetrate. Li Zhanyuan was not surprised by this. After all, the last time Liu Yi was dressed in a northeast man. The lines on Tan Wenbin's face became softened at this time. The details of the expression gradually showed another style. He twisted his neck first, and then said, "Smelly brother," called Shui sister, sister, sister. Tan Wenbin went to wash her feet. She was very happy, but she still remembered learning Ant's revenge. However, this can also be seen that it is not the same as that of Liu Yishi last time. This time Tang Chuying obviously had more consciousness of thinking, because Li Zhanyuan had put who she is in the incense burner. "Tang Chuying, go to your corpse." Hearing this reminder, Tan Wenbin was originally just a little annoying gaze, and was gradually covered by hatred, and his face expression was gradually twisted. Li Zhanyuan said calmly, "You send epilepsy, I just destroyed you and cut off the cause and effect." Tan Wenbin was stunned, his eyes disappeared, and he turned into grievances and fear. She was suppressed by the teenager himself, and she believed that the teenager had the ability to easily kill herself. "Do you remember who you were hurt?" "I only remember who I am, and where my corpse is, the rest, I don't remember, my brain is empty, but I think when I find my body, I can know who killed. I don't know why, but I am very determined." "Okay, go." Li Zhanyuan picked up a plastic bag, put Tan Wenbin's sneakers in, and then opened the bedroom door with it. Tan Wenbin's do not hugged the curtain and walked out. After Li Zhanyuan closed the bedroom door, he also followed. "When I got off the stairs, when I came to the door of the dormitory, I saw Liu Yi's left hand holding a book and holding a bag of meals just packed from the cafeteria. Binbin, I just got out of class, I gave him lunch to Iu, and then went to the store. I could escape in the afternoon class. I plan to take a look." Tan Wenbin looked at Liu Yi and smiled. Liu Yizu said, "Buddy, what are you, why are you wrapped on your feet?" "Tan Wenbin, your guitar plays so well, I like to listen." After Liu Yi heard this, the confused look appeared on his face at first, and then seemed to think of something, scared continuously, and finally fell to the ground. However, the book in his hand fell out, but the bag was lifted by his hand and did not sprinkle the meals inside. This tone made him think of a nightmare he had been doing a while ago. There seemed to be a girl in the dream, and he always told himself that he liked the guitar he played. Tan Wenbin turned his head and looked at Li Ziwen, begging, "I want to listen to him again, can I?" Li Zhanyuan said back without lift his head, "I want to die straight." Tan Wenbin was wronged, but did not dare to get angry at the teenager. He had to look at Liu Yi again, and then walked out of the dormitory with a carton. Liu Yi, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Li Zhanyuan, and opened his lips several times but didn't know what to say. He could only constantly simulate the pronunciation of ghost. "Liu Yi." Li Zhanyuan's voice made Liu Yi's heart a little bit calm. He and Li Zhanyuan had visited the temple of General Temple. "Prodigy, Binbin. It's okay, go up and send meals." After speaking, Li Zhanyuan also walked out of the dormitory building and followed. Liu Yi picked up the book and walked to the stairs, walking slower and slower. Yes, that familiar feeling just now, it was it, it was it. Liu Yi's eyes were wet. Tan Wenbin led the way in front, and Li Zuiyuan followed behind. The two of them walked out of the dormitory yard and came to the tree-lined path behind the dormitory building. There are not many people walking here. Only the students in this dormitory building will walk here when they go to the playground for physical education class. On both sides of the narrow road, there are sycamore trees planted, and they are not too old. Tan Wenbin stopped in front of the tallest and thickest one, then knelt down in front of it and stretched out his hand to start digging. "Stop, I will ask someone to dig." Tan Wenbin did not stop, and continued to dig, and he dug harder and harder. "I'm in it, I'm in it, I'm in it." Li Zuiyuan took out a king's talisman from his pocket and stuck it on Tan Wenbin's forehead. Tan Wenbin's body shook, and the newspaper under his feet made a rustling sound, and his high heels were squeezed out of his feet and fell to the ground. Brother Xiao Yuan. I'm a little cold. Do you have a cotton coat in our dormitory? Just sit there and get some sun, it'll be fine. Oh. Tan Wenbin sat under the tree, holding his arms and rubbing them up and down, his mouth still shivering and breathing in. Li Zuiyuan took off the talisman paper on Tan Wenbin's forehead, and the talisman paper had turned black. The talisman drawn by a Li really has an immediate effect, unlike the one drawn by himself, which can only change color. After a while, seeing that Tan Wenbin had recovered a little, Li Zuiyuan handed the plastic bag containing the shoes to Tan Wenbin. Brother Xiao Yuan, you are so considerate. Tan Wenbin happily put on his shoes, and after getting up, he jumped and twisted in the same position, and there was a crisp sound of joints in his body, which was stiffness. Brother Binbin, go see if your dad is here. Okay. Tan Wenbin ran out with his legs raised high. At the entrance of the tree-lined entrance, he kept raising his legs high and waved. Dad, here, here. Tan Yunlong, dressed in a police uniform, came over, followed by several colleagues. Looking at his jumping son, Tan Yunlong frowned and said, "What's wrong with you?" "I have a cold body, I'm exercising." "Where's Xiao Yuan?" "There." Tan Wenbin pointed in the direction, and then stared at the paper bag in his father's hand. "Dad, I'm going to the dormitory to change clothes. These are snacks I bought for you, take them back. There's only one good dad in the world." Tan Wenbin took the paper bag and ran all the way back to the dormitory. The paper bag was opened, and inside was the file of Grandma Yu. But in the gap of the bag, there were really 2 pieces of chocolate. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, 1 bar, 1 6, 1 9, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 look. This brand is very expensive. Tan Wenbin was a little surprised that his own father was willing to spend money on it. He immediately opened a bag of chocolate and put it into his mouth. He put the second piece next to the pen holder and left it for Xiao Yuan. Then, Tan Wenbin took out the cotton coat he brought for winter from his luggage bag. After wrapping himself in the cotton coat, he felt much more comfortable. At this time, the dormitory door was knocked. Tan Wenbin opened the door and saw Liu Yi standing at the door with a guitar on his back. "Let go of my brother, come to me." Tan Wenbin was stunned by the loud and fierce shout. "No, what are you doing?" Liu Yi looked at Tan Wenbin with some doubt. "Brother, are you okay? What can happen to me? By the way, didn't you change the circuit of your dormitory? Now go make some dumplings for me, don't scoop them out, I want to drink the soup, and cut some red sausage for me to cook together." "Oh, okay." Tan Wenbin came to Liu Yi's dormitory. Lin Chiyu was sitting on the bed eating, and when he saw this, he immediately put down his chopsticks. "Brother, are you possessed?" Hearing this, Liu Yi first wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and then silently cut another red sausage into the pot. At this time, shouting came from the corridor. A person from the dormitory pushed the door in, threw a book on the bed, and urged, "Why are you still here? The police behind the building are looking for someone to dig up the body, go and see. It takes time to call the excavator over, and the machine operation can easily cause damage to the site. Therefore, the best way is to dig manually like archaeology. This requires a large number of people. Fortunately, the university has no shortage of energetic people. These young people are very enthusiastic about everything as long as they are not allowed to go to class." Soon, a group of people who went to borrow shovels came back. Although they were sweating, they had to keep the last shovel for themselves. Tan Yunlong began to direct the excavation, and his colleagues were responsible for maintaining order on the periphery. Even college students from rural areas have not done farm work for a long time, and they are a little exhausted after using the shovel for a while, not to mention college students from the city. But it doesn't matter. Many people nearby are shouting or even begging, "Classmate, please dig for me, let me dig 2 shovels." The police did not tell them that they were going to dig up the body. They spread it themselves, although this time the rumor was correct. Under the endless fresh labor force, a big hole was dug before the school leaders got the news and rushed over. Tan Yunlong asked others to stop working in time, and he carefully dug the last bit. A rotten body gradually appeared. Logically speaking, in this environment, the body should have turned into bones long ago after being buried for so long. However, because the root stems of the big tree also passed through the corpse, or the influence of soil quality and feng shui, in short, Tang Kaobing is still in a state of rot. As soon as the corpse appeared, the surrounding college students were even more excited. The 3 police officers who maintained order could only scold them loudly and stop them. On the windows of the dormitory upstairs, it is full of people. Some people have almost half of their bodies. If they accidentally fall down, there may be another fresh body in place. Fortunately, the support police force of the call at this time also arrived, which completely maintained the order here. The school leaders of the school are constantly emerging like mice. Tan Yunlong wore new gloves, and he observed the right fist of the corpse, holding it tightly. "Bend down and go, but can't move." When he was about to give up, the right fist of the corpse opened it. It is a worked chest card, which records a person's name, Dynasties South. Tan Yunlong immediately left the potholes and walked towards those school leaders and asked who they were. South. "I just want to have 3 poles of jujube without jujube. After all, the case has been issued for many years. If you want to rely on a name, you can ask a result casually. That's really good luck. But this time, luck is really good. This is the living area. The first to gather is the leader of the logistics side." After chewing the name, someone really asked, "Is it the dynasty of Chaoyang, the south of the south?" "Yes, yes. It is an old employee of our logistics, and is usually responsible for the greening in the school." "Where is others now?" "He is on vacation today." "Where is his house?" I. At this time, another person said, "I know where his family is. When his family is building a new house, I went to drink, and his house was opposite to Xingqiao Town Grain Station." Tan Yunlong immediately arranged for some colleagues to continue to maintain the body and continue to dig out the body, and he took another part of his colleagues to catch people. If he was really a murderer, he would not catch it in time. When he heard what happened in school at home, he would likely choose to abscond. However, in this fast arrangement, Tan Yunlong still locks on Li Zhanyuan, who has been holding a plastic bag on the periphery. There are too many people, and they already know that the corpse is below, and Li Zhanyuan is too lazy to squeeze in. However, when he saw Tan Yunlong's eyes to his eyes, Li Zhanyuan nodded and kept his bag with Tan Yunlong. Whether in Qigong Town or in Jinling, Police Officer Tan has always said in this regard, he only cares about whether he can catch the murderer. As for whether you are a child, he doesn't matter, a person who is very regular and does not talk about rules. Tan Yunlong signaled his colleagues to drive the police car, and at the same time called the local police station comrades to dispatch. He himself found a motorcycle that stopped there. The owner originally wanted to see the lively, and then his motorcycle was requisitioned. Tan Yunlong's motorcycle technology has experienced it. After getting in the car, he put the bag with high heels between himself and Uncle Tan's back, and then grabbed Uncle Tan's waist with both hands and lowered his head. Next, there was a glory. In the ear of Li Zhanyuan, there was only the sound of wind, and the two could not communicate in the car. Xingqiao Town is not far from the school. The speed of the local police station is not as good as that Tan Yunlong drove a motorcycle directly. The police cars where they went together did not know where to go. The destination is here, Xingqiao Town, Grain Station, opposite. The village and towns built their own houses, and there was a 2-story building opposite the gate of the grain station. There were fields next to it. The houses were far away, so there was no possibility of misjudgment. As a newly transferred policeman, Tan Yunlong can be so clear about the geographical location here. There is no parking to ask the road at all, proving that he has worked hard in advance. This is a bit like Binbin. Binbin was a bit unsuccessful before, but when he really did things seriously, he really had his father's style. On the dynasty Nanjiaba, there was a middle-aged couple in her 40s, and a little boy about 3 years old. They were eating lunch. Tan Yunlong directly drove the motorcycle from a small trail and drove all the way to the other family's dam. "Dad, Mother, motorcycle, car!" The little boy shouted excitedly at the motorcycle. If grandparents are normal, they are a bit rare at the age of parents. Immediately afterwards, the man who was eating, seeing a man wearing a police uniform drove directly in front of himself, he directly fell the tableware to the ground, and turned around without hesitation. Experienced police often have the ability to quickly judge whether the other party is lying. At the moment, the young police officer who just entered can see at a glance that the other party has a problem. This reaction is equivalent to not being self-recruited. Li Zonyuan's legs kicked and jumped off the back seat of the motorcycle. Tan Yunlong also ran directly from the car without parking, letting the motorcycle fall, chasing the dynasty south. The dynasty was obviously panicked, and he was not logical to escape. When he jumped off his dam, he fell down. When he entered the farmland, he fell again. Before he got up, Tan Yunlong rushed directly to him, took off his waist and handcuffed him. Li Zhonyuan, who stayed in place, was a little vigilantly paid attention to the woman, but the woman just hugged the little boy in her arms, suppressed crying, and kept thinking in her mouth, "Yang Yang is our son, Yang Yang is our son." This made Li Zuyuan feel a little strange, because whether you know your husband's criminal behavior or not, you should not react like this. It seemed that in her opinion, the police came to take her son away. Li Zuyuan began to observe the boy and the woman's faces. If they were mother and son, there was no similarity in the details of their faces. Moreover, the woman's face was still a Tujuan fate, and people with this fate often have difficulty in having children. Of course, nothing is absolute, and fate cannot be regarded as a law. But when Tan Yunlong brought Wang Qianan back, Li Zuyuan also observed his face and found that Wang Qianan was also a Tujuan fate, and it was more serious and obvious than his wife. It can almost be taken to the explanation of yin and yang physiognomy as a standard example of this fate. Li Zuyuan may not blindly believe in the theory of fate, but he believes in probability. So this boy named Yang Yang should not be their own flesh and blood. At this moment, a police car drove over on the road. After his colleagues arrived, Tan Yunlong handed over the suspect. After Wang Qianan was taken into the police car, the plastic bag in Li Zuyuan's hand began to tremble slightly, and wisps of black smoke that ordinary people could not see began to overflow. The murderer who killed her was caught, and she was finally freed. In the black smoke, Tang Kaiuping expressed her gratitude to the teenager. "Thank you. It's really to get lost." Li Zuyuan had a terrible impression of this senior sister. As an evil spirit, if she forgot who she was because she had been dead for too long, it would be understandable, but even when she was a ghost, the behavior logic she showed was unbearable for Li Zuyuan. He was angry when Runzheng made a mistake last time, but he had to endure you all the time. I carried this pair of high heels all the way, and I didn't dare to lose it, for fear that I would lose it before the matter was over, and it would involve other causes and effects. The boy now had no joy and satisfaction of vindicating the ghost or doing a good deed in his heart, only a sense of relief that he could finally get rid of this idiot. In comparison, he liked the black cat and the cat-faced old lady more. The black cat was not only smart, but most importantly, obedient. So, that night, the boy was willing to hold it and accompany it to slowly dissipate. Tan Yunlong had just taken out a cigarette box, took out a cigarette from it and lit it, when he saw the boy walking towards him. Yu Shu had asked him if he believed in fate, and later changed to ask if he believed that his son would bring him good luck. At that time, he was not thinking about his own son, but Li Zuiyuan. And all this came from the fact that when a 10-year-old boy opened the door of his office and told him about the case that day, he did not put on airs or shirk responsibility, but listened carefully. Choice is mutual. If he really treated him as a child that day and showed distrust and impatience, then whether he could be transferred to the provincial capital would be secondary, and his son would also lose a college entrance examination champion to accompany him. Xiao Yuan, thank you again this time. Police and the public are close friends. Ahem. Tan Yunlong choked on the cigarette. Yes, that's right, that's the truth. The police and the public should work together to fight against crimes and create a harmonious society. Tan Yunlong didn't understand the reason, but he knew how to cooperate. Uncle Tan, can I borrow your lighter? Here, this is what your aunt bought for me before, it's not cheap, I'll give it to you. No, I don't smoke. You can use it in daily life, isn't that what I saw on TV? You can light candles, incense or some yellow paper. Kaka. Li Zuiyuan put the high heels under the flame, but they were just a little burnt black but couldn't burn. Uncle Tan, I'll give it back to you. Tan Yunlong took the lighter, and then the boy took out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, took it in his hand and threw it, and the talisman paper burned by itself. This is the evil-breaking talisman drawn by A Li. It's a bit of an overreaction to use it to ignite this, but Li Zuiyuan doesn't think it's a waste. At least it can be regarded as breaking a line. As soon as the talisman paper was stuffed into the high-heeled shoe, this high-heeled shoe immediately caught fire, and the other one, even if there was no talisman paper, also burned along with it. Pa! Li Zuiyuan threw the two high-heeled shoes into the field and watched them quickly burn to ashes. After finishing, Li Zuiyuan clapped his hands, turned around, and met Tan Yunlong's eyes. Uncle Tan, the magic trick used white phosphorus. Very exciting magic, can Binbin also do it? I haven't learned it yet. Then you have to bear with him. He is stupid and his mind is always not on studying. Brother Binbin has helped me a lot. Li Zuiyuan knew that Tan Wenbin was a little depressed these 2 days and felt that he was becoming more and more useless. But in fact, although you can't explain specifically what Zhuang is useful for, Zhuang's role is irreplaceable. The yelling on the bow that Lu Yumei mentioned may not only be about people, but also about things. Officer Tan, I want to report it. Tan Yunlong immediately put his police hat back on. Little comrade, tell me. I suspect the boy in this family was illegally adopted. But Uncle Tan, can you check first whether they have legal adoption procedures? I understand, I'll go investigate right away. Tan Yunlong went there and talked to his colleagues. Under normal circumstances, considering that the child was still young and needed someone to take care of him, he only needed to take the suspect Wang Qianan back for interrogation and investigation. However, since there was such a situation, a police officer went to question the woman. The woman immediately became like a frightened old hen, screaming at the surrounding police. This is my son, this is my biological son, the flesh that fell from my body, none of you can take him away, I would rather throw him to death than give him to you. As she said this, she lifted the child up, and the surrounding police officers rushed forward to protect the child and subdue him at the same time. Then, a police officer was arranged to question the nearby villagers and the village chief. In the past, according to the situation of hiding the family's relatives, even if they knew that the child of this family had a dirty background, no one would report it, and they were even unwilling to tell the truth in front of the police, even the village chief. But this time, after the police revealed a little bit of Wang Qianan's suspected murder and burial, the villagers no longer had any scruples and soon said that the child was sold by a kidnapper. This was no secret in the village. The couple was old and couldn't get pregnant, so they bought one from the kidnapper. The woman was also taken to the police car. Tan Yunlong drove a motorcycle when he came. He asked a colleague to drive back to school to help him return it and negotiate the fuel and wear and tear. He himself held Yan Jiang's hand and sent the child to the police car. Xiao Yuan, come, I will take you back to school. Uncle Tan, Brother Binbin said he missed his father and wanted to have a midnight snack with you in the evening. Then you come with me to the police station, and I will take you back to school to find Binbin for a midnight snack in the evening. Okay. Li Zuiyuan got on the police car and sat in the back seat with Yang Yang. Yang Yang was not afraid at all but seemed very excited. Police car, beep beep beep. Uncle Tan, is there paper and pen in the car? Yes, here you go. Tan Yunlong handed the paper and pen from the front. Li Zuiyuan picked up the pen and started drawing on the paper. Gradually, Yan Jiang's attention was also attracted, and he came over curiously. Brother, what are you drawing? You will know in a while. If you guess it, brother will buy you candy. Okay, okay. As Li Zuiyuan gradually drew the elements such as the water tank, stilts, tall hat, and 2 lanterns, Yan Jiang's original expectation and excitement gradually faded, replaced by a fear that seemed to have been forgotten but still hidden in his heart. Li Zuiyuan finished the painting and placed the whole painting in front of the boy. Ah! Yang Yang screamed and then burst into tears. Wee-view. Bai Bei is good. Bai Bei is good. Granny you, don't hit me. Li Zuiyuan put the pen cap back on and turned the painting over. What emerged in his mind at this time was in Ali's sight. Granny Yu stood outside the door, and the 2 lanterns were deliberately written with insults and curses for Ali. Kill your parents and become a prostitute. Okay. I'm here to find you. I will continue writing. There will be another chapter tomorrow morning. Don't wait, read it after you get up. We are still the first today. You are so awesome, please give me another monthly ticket. Chapter 97. When the little boy cried and said the name Grandma Yu, Tan Yunlong's ears immediately perked up. He had just mentioned this Grandma Yu to his son in the morning, and his son called in the morning to say that he had found the body of the missing Tang Chuying. At the same time, he asked him to bring the file about Grandma Yu by the way, saying that he had just visited the dormitory on the same floor and heard a classmate who was sleeping late shouting Grandma Yu in his sleep. So he suspected that his classmate might have been abducted to Fujian by human traffickers. This classmate was called Lin Chiyu. Tan Yunlong certainly didn't believe this nonsense, but he knew that his son dared to talk nonsense so confidently in front of him, and he must be pretending to be powerful. Since Xiao Yuan wanted this file, he would definitely give it to him. Sure enough, the clues were connected. Tan Yunlong was already somewhat accustomed to this. However, after hearing that the little boy named Yang Yang changed his name to Bai Bei in excitement, Tan Yunlong also breathed a sigh of relief. Under current conditions, it is not only difficult to search for abducted children, but also difficult to find biological parents for rescued abducted children. Human traffickers often like to abduct very young children and then immediately transfer them by long-distance bus or train. Experienced human traffickers often do not use cities or provinces as their scope of activities, but use east, south, west and north as the abduction and sale areas. Children are young and cannot remember things, and will soon forget their past. The records of their children's appearance, habits, and other characteristics on the parents' side may become outdated after half a year or a year. What's more hateful is that some human traffickers will deliberately conceal the facts of their crimes even after being caught. Tan Yunlong has seen many haggard parents who have been searching for their children for many years with their baby photos and toys. He is also a father and can understand the sadness and grief. If Bai Bei can recall some details and locate which province or city, it will be a great help in finding his biological parents. Tan Yunlong kept looking at the boy through the rear-view mirror, hoping that the boy could find a way. Uncle Tan, Bai Bei is hungry, let's stop in front and buy some snacks. Xiao Yuan, how long will it take? Wait for me to call you to get in the car. Tan Yunlong pulled over at the intersection in front. After getting off the car, a police car and motorcycle passed by. Tan Yunlong waved to them to let them go first, and then he pointed to the small store next to him. His colleagues went back to the bureau first. Tan Yunlong was a little further away from the police car, standing under the electric pole, and took out a cigarette and lit it. Although he looked around, his attention never left the scope of the police car. As the suspect arrestor, there were abducted children in the car. He should have returned to the bureau as soon as possible to go through the procedures and not delay too much time, but he did not urge Li Zuiyuan when he got off the car, and did not even remind him to hurry up. Because he knew that the environment in the police station was noisy, it was difficult to arrange a space for Xiao Yuan to be alone with Bai Bei without being disturbed. That's good. It seems Xiao Yuan has a solution. Tan Yunlong bit the cigarette and looked into the police car again. Through the car window, he saw Li Zuiyuan, who was sitting in the back seat, holding a talisman and sticking it on Bai Bei's forehead. The cigarette butt in his mouth shook, and the ash fell on his body. Tan Yunlong patted it quickly and then looked away. In the police car, Bai Bei, who was pasted with the King's In talisman, stopped crying. The King's In talisman was originally pasted on living people. Its function is to drive away the evil spirits on their bodies. Even if there are no evil spirits on their bodies, it can have a calming effect. Bai Bei really stopped crying. He wiped his tears and looked at his brother in front of him quietly. Li Zuiyuan put the pen in front of him, motioned him to stare at the pen in his hand, and then guided Bai Bei into his hypnotic rhythm step by step. Li Zuiyuan has not systematically studied psychological knowledge or hypnosis, but he has been studied on psychological problems and has been hypnotized many times. Although he failed to cure his illness, he did achieve the goal of long illness makes a doctor. Bai Bei's eyelids gradually closed, and he entered the You Ask Me Answer session led by Li Zuiyuan. Li Zuiyuan did not ask about Grandma Yu first, because this memory would have a strong stimulation on the little boy and cause hypnosis to fail, so Li Zuiyuan first asked the little boy about the life of young parents in the depths of his memory. The little boy is not mature in all aspects, including language and concepts. You have to disrupt your established thinking and cognition, accept the description he provides, and then integrate and translate these descriptions. Fortunately, these are not difficult for Li Zuiyuan, not because he is still young, but because the feng shui books he reads are often more abstract and obscure than the description of the children's world. Tan Yunlong ran out of cigarettes, so he walked into the canteen to buy some drinks, snacks, and 2 packs of cigarettes. The 2 children, one big and one small, were staying in the police car, and he really didn't worry about any safety issues. When he came out after buying things, he saw Bai Bei crying in the car. Li Zuiyuan met his gaze and waved to him. Tan Yunlong opened the car door and returned to the car. While handing snacks and drinks to the back, he asked, "How is it, Xiao Yuan?" Li Zuiyuan showed him the paper in his hand, which recorded many strange descriptions and some phonetic symbols. Based on his intuition, Tan Yunlong judged that it should be the remnant of Bai Bei's memory of his real hometown. "Xiao Yuan, can you?" "Uncle Tan, I'll sort it out for you." "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yuan." "Are those phonetic symbols dialect words?" "Yes, but I don't know where they are from." "It's okay, you can ask about this." "Haha, if this dialect is from Jiangsu or Nantung, it will be easier to determine the location. In many places, half of the province or even the entire province has one dialect. Even if there are some minor differences, they are not much different. There are 4 or 5 dialects in Nantung alone, and they can't understand each other." "Well, when I went to participate in the city's mathematical Olympiad, the teachers accompanying the exams from various schools used Mandarin when they chatted together. It's not that the teachers are talking about civilization and setting a new trend, but they are just chatting in their own dialects, which is like talking at cross purposes. Li Zuiyuan opened a can of drink and handed it to Bai Bei. Bai Bei held the drink while sobbing. After drinking 2 sips, he cried and laughed. Li Zuiyuan couldn't help but sigh. Children are still easy to coax. When he was a child, he would also do similar expressions and movements, and he paid more attention to details and rhythm. Other parents would think it was normal and cute, but only Li Lan would keep dragging herself to the mental hospital. Tan Yunlong drove seriously. Li Zuiyuan silently turned the page of the paper. On the back was Bai Bei's memory of Grandma Yu. There are people flying in the sky, many people flying. Firemen, firemen, firemen. Disappeared, gone. 7 dwarfs. Plasticine. These descriptions are a bit too incredible. Li Zuiyuan knew that he couldn't analyze it in a too complicated and meticulous way of solving puzzles, but should find a feeling. But this feeling is not easy to find. Let's put it aside for now. Li Zuiyuan turned the paper to the other side and sorted out Bai Bei's memories of his hometown first. After sorting it out, Li Zuiyuan copied the information onto another piece of paper and handed it to Tan Yunlong, who was driving. So soon? Yet. Tan Yunlong scanned the information above, hiss. It seems to be in which part of Shaanxi? I'm not sure, let's wait until the bureau and ask them to verify it. The car drove into the bureau, and a police officer came over to ask, Brother Tan, why did you come back just now? They are waiting for you over there. I got a flat on the road. Tan Yunlong led Li Zuiyuan and Bai Bei out of the car. Bai Bei was picked up by the female police officer. He followed the female police officer while holding a drink and kept looking back at his brother, but the brother turned around and didn't even look at him. Xiao Yuan, wait for me here first. After I finish my business, I will go back to school with you to find Binbin for a midnight snack. I will hurry up. Okay, Uncle Tan. Tan Yunlong was worried and waved to a young police officer in front of him, Xiao Zhou, this is my nephew, you take care of him. Okay, Brother Tan. Xiao Zhou walked in front of Li Zuiyuan, come, little brother, follow me to the lounge. Li Zuiyuan followed. He originally thought that the lounge would be a relatively quiet place, just right for him to think carefully. Who knew that after pushing the door open and being brought in, he found that there were more than a dozen children here. Some of the younger ones were sitting on the floor playing with toys, and some of the same age as Li Zuiyuan, and some of the older ones were all doing their homework at their desks and chairs. So, this is a temporary nursery in the police station waiting for parents to get home from get off work? He was actually arranged here. At this time, the older and younger children who were doing their homework and playing with toys all looked up curiously at this new face. Little brother, come here, I'll get you something to eat. No need, Officer Zhou, I'm not hungry. What grade are you in? I'll get you some books to read. Li Zuiyuan smiled and didn't answer. There was an empty seat on one side of the desk, and a 13 or 14-year-old girl was sitting inside. Li Zuiyuan sat down on the empty seat. Officer Zhou, I'm fine, you go and do your work. Oh, okay, Tian, you take care of the new brother. Yet. The girl responded perfunctorily, then gathered the hair by her ears with the hand holding the pen, and continued to concentrate on doing homework. Although there are many children here, they are generally very quiet. Even the few children playing with toys are playing with their own quietly, and they talk to each other in a very low voice. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Zuiyuan simply stayed here and continued to study the Bai Bei code. After a while, the girl named Tian next to her turned her head and looked at the boy next to her. After seeing this, she couldn't help but continue to look. Regardless of gender, there is an instinctive liking for beautiful things. Just like when Li Zuiyuan first met A Li, in fact, he is now also considered A Li in the eyes of others. After all, the clothes he wears are customized by Lu Yumei herself, and his hairstyle is also cut by Aunt Lu. Just as she was about to ask who the boy was from, she saw him turn his head and look at the children playing with toys on the ground. Then, the boy closed his eyes again, picked up a pen, and began to write quickly on the paper. There were people flying in the sky, tied to ropes or standing on a rack, spinning in circles at the top. Fireman, breathing fire. Disappeared, gone, magic, great transformation. 7 dwarfs, actors with dwarfism. Plasticine, cartilage performance. This is an acrobatic troupe. In other words, Bai Bei was kidnapped when he was watching acrobatics with his family. Moreover, such descriptions appeared repeatedly and frequently in Bai Bei's memory, which means that he had seen such performances more than once, and he should have been in the acrobatic troupe for a period of time. Therefore, there are reason to suspect that mother-in-law was hidden in a certain acrobatics group. The characteristics of the acrobatics group are tourism everywhere. 1 or 2 places performed in one place. If the audience has not made much income or not, they will immediately change a place. Mother-in-law Yu takes this identity as a cover, and it is very convenient to traffic into children. Bai Bei's memory was scolded and intimidated by mother-in-law, and recognized the standard appearance of mother-in-law, which means 2 possibilities. First, the mother-in-law worshipped in the acrobatics group is her ontology. Children are easy to see some special things. He was influenced by mother-in-law. The second is that one of the people in the acrobatics group is the worshippers of her mother-in-law. While worshipping, they are still imitating her. No, considering that this is Zhang Shui pushed to himself, there must be the influence of mother-in-law's body. The second may be changed. The worshippers may not be imitated, but they are attached or assimilated by them. However, the problem is now. Now the country does not know how many acrobatic groups are running around. How can it be sure which one is the one that mother-in-law is waiting? At this time, the door was pushed away. Tan Yunlong walked in and looked at so many children here, and his face was a little wrong. How do I arrange Xiao Yuan into the child's nest? In his opinion, his son Bin Bin is not more violated than Xiao Yuan. Li Zhanyuan left his seat and walked towards Tan Yunlong. The two left here and walked along the corridor. Xiao Yuan, I don't know, Xiao Zhou will arrange you here. Uncle Tan, here, help me think about something here. He also found that feeling from the perspective of his child, corresponding to the acrobatics group. The two came to the outdoor at the end of the corridor. Occasionally someone passed by. When they saw this big one, they never thought they were talking about the case. The dynasty South recognized the killing of Tang Chuying and buried the corpse, but he tralted in the child, did not admit his death, and insisted that bravery was his biological son. As for his wife, there should be some problems in spirit, and I suspect that buying a child was originally made by the dynasty. She did not know who the traffickers were and who contacted them. Li Zhanyuan, I knew it a long time ago. I shouldn't send the dynasty South to the police station so early. Cough. Tan Yunlong couldn't help but cough twice, and shifted the topic. Xiao Yuan, I have asked my colleagues to investigate and verify those information you gave me, and it may be comrades in those areas. We made a notice. Later, we will fax the names, photos, and some details of Bai Bei. Oh, by the way, our colleagues checked the child's child with a birthmark, which can better help him to find biological parents. At this time, a police officer ran over and said, Brother Tan, a dynasty, who took the initiative to come to the bureau to explain the situation, saying that the dynasty South asked him whether he wanted his son or if he wanted his son. Money, take him to Tong'an town to buy his son. Does that person say who is the wiring person? He didn't know. He only came into contact with the dynasty. He learned that the dynasty was arrested for killing. Did you notify the comrades of the police station over there? I am afraid that I dare not trade. Tan Yunlong gritted his teeth. You still have to pry open the mouth of the dynasty, this beast. Uncle Tan, then you continue to interrogate, I will go back to school first. Hey! Tan Yunlong looked at the boy, hesitated, and said, "Okay, let me take you to the door of the police station to get a taxi." "Good. Brother Tan, let me send a child. Which boarding elementary school is it? Do you have your own car?" I can ride a bicycle, haha. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. No need, let's make a transcript for that person first. Okay, Brother Tan. Tan Yunlong and Li Zhanyuan walked to the door of the police station. "Xiao Yuan, did you find something?" "Yes. The Dynasty South said yesterday that Dayan took the villagers to buy his son, which means that the day after tomorrow is the trading time. No matter how many population in Tongjin, I want to find an acrobatic troupe that needs to build a large shed on the open space. It is still very simple, if there is it. In calculating, Babe should have been trafficked for half a year. During this time, it is enough for a acrobatics group to go out and return to the Jinling realm to perform." "Xiao Yuan, do you have nothing to say next?" "Uncle Tan, I don't conceal you. I need to investigate and confirm myself. After confirming it, I will call the police." Tan Yunlong pursed his lips. "Uncle can accompany you to investigate." Li Zhanyuan shook his head with a smile. "At least let Binbin accompany you." "This is of course." Tan Yunlong stopped a taxi and said the school name was given in advance. After the car left, Tan Yunlong looked at the back of the car and sighed. Li Zhanyuan, who was sitting in the car, looked at the street scene outside the window. He did not directly tell the Tan Yunlong acrobatic troupe because he didn't want the police to fight the snake. It is true that he believes in the ability of the police uncle, but his mother-in-law is not alone. "My advantage now is that I took the initiative to choose the topic, and I also detected the existence of the other party in advance. In other words, I have the opportunity to take the initiative. This is a big advantage, and it is also the meaning of self-selected topics. If I scare Grandma Yu away and let her leave the acrobatic troupe, it means that I have lost the other party's vision. Since Zhang Shui pushed her to me, she will come to me anyway, and the two are destined to become each other's disaster. Therefore, if I lose the location of the other party's existence, it means that I will be ready to deal with the other party's sudden appearance at any time in the next period of time." Back to school, walking into the dormitory, Li Zuiyuan opened the door of Lu Yi's dormitory first. Lu Yi was in the store, and Tan Wenbin and Lin Zhiyu were in the dormitory. "Brother Xiao Yuan, where have you been?" "I went out with your dad." "Oh, no wonder you didn't take me with you." "Brother Binbin, have you recovered now?" "I was still very cold at noon, but now I'm fine. Red sausage is really good for replenishing blood." "That's good. Come out with me to discuss. Something unscrupulous is going to happen the day after tomorrow. We must stop it at all costs." Tan Wenbin was stunned at first. After all, when did Brother Xiao Yuan like to use so many adjectives when speaking? But then, Binbin understood and immediately changed to a compassionate tone and said, "That's what we should do. For the right path, we will do everything." Yet, Li Zuiyuan turned and left the dormitory. Lin Zhiyu reached out and grabbed Tan Wenbin's hand, anxiously asking, "What's going to happen?" "Ayu, this has nothing to do with you. It's our responsibility as corpse collectors." "Then isn't it the responsibility of the officers and generals?" "You're still injured." "My injuries are almost healed. If you didn't want me to continue asking for leave from the instructor, I would have gone back to participate in military training." "Ayu. Brother, wait until Xiao Yuan tells you, then tell me secretly." Tan Wenbin pretended to be embarrassed and nodded, "Okay, okay." Li Zuiyuan waited for Tan Wenbin to come out in the corridor. The two did not return to their dormitories, but went downstairs. "Brother Xiao Yuan, Ayu has been dealt with." "Well, I may have found Grandma Yu. The day after tomorrow, Tong'an Town, acrobatic troupe. Then Runzheng and Yinmeng may not be able to catch up. Phew, it's a good thing that Brother Xiao Yuan saved Ayu's life, which gave him the opportunity to defend the righteous path and infinite glory again. Then, Tan Wenbin's voice became softer. Otherwise, I would be the only one left by your side, and I would be useless. Li Zuiyuan suddenly stopped and frowned, with a painful expression. Tan Wenbin was startled and asked hurriedly, Brother Xiao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Binbin, don't say such things in front of me again in the future. Yes, I understand, I will never be negative in front of you again in the future. I was wrong, I was wrong. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, no. Ah. It is because comforting you from the bottom of my heart will make me feel very uncomfortable. Tan Wenbin was stunned when he heard this. I don't want to trick you into dying for me like I did to Lin Chuyu just now. Brother Xiao Yuan. I understand, I really understand. Li Zuiyuan continued to walk. Behind him, Tan Wenbin's whole face was full of smiles, then he leaned back, put his hands on his hips, and followed him with a swaying 8-character step. Li Zuiyuan originally wanted to see Runzheng and Yinmeng with a little hope. As a result, he saw Runzheng lying on the ground, breathing out more than breathing in, with red grooves all over his body, and his skin and flesh were all cracked. Uncle Qin was there clenching his fists. Runzheng, who still had 16 coffin nails on his body, was already inconvenient to move and painful to exert force. In this state, he was beaten by Uncle Qin. It seems that Uncle Qin's teaching intensity is far from reaching its peak. He also knew that this was the only chance to teach, so he seized the time and would not hesitate to use any means. Uncle Qin, Runzheng, eat one more bowl of dinner. Before going to bed tonight, I have to break your skin and flesh again. Runzheng, okay. Uncle Qin looked at the boy who came in, Xiao Yuan, I'm loosening Runzheng's skin and flesh. I saw it, Uncle Qin, you've worked hard. It is estimated that Runzheng will be in a state similar to dying during these days of special training, so even if the special training is stopped now and Runzheng is only given 1 day to recover, he will be carried on a stretcher to the circus the day after tomorrow. Xiao Yuan, you are here. Aunt Lu stood at the door, one hand supporting the door frame and the other hand covering her forehead. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. Aunt Lu not only had a hoarse voice, but also looked seriously ill and had a fever. There was no need to go back to the old building to see Yinmeng's condition. Even if she was still alive now, she might as well be dead. Aunt Lu, you don't have to cook. Go to the restaurant and pack up some food. The old lady doesn't like to eat food outside. It's okay. I'll go pack it up. The old lady won't blame me. Okay, you're right. Aunt Lu, go take a rest. Li Zuiyuan glanced at Tan Wenbin, then walked out with him. When they arrived at Lao Sichuan, business was booming because it was mealtime. Tan Wenbin went in and greeted the boss in the kitchen, indicating that he should cut in line and make their own food first, and take it away. The boss nodded and agreed, saying that the first floor was hot, so he asked them to find an empty private room upstairs to use the electric fan, and then call them down to take the dishes after they were ready and packed. It was hot in the summer, and the main dish here was grilled fish, all cooked over charcoal, so it was really hot. Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin went up to the second floor, found an empty private room, turned on the ceiling fan, and sat inside to enjoy the breeze. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you want to drink something? Soy milk. Okay. Wait, I'll get it for you. After Tan Wenbin got the drink, he walked in. When he opened the bottle cap, an old man's angry voice suddenly came from the private room next door. Shi Yuking, are you crazy? The 3 words Shi Yuking were growled out, but soon, the old man deliberately lowered his voice for the rest of the words. But the private room was not soundproof, and Li Zuiyuan's hearing was extremely sensitive, so he could still hear it clearly. I think Runshung needs to take more supplements. Should I ask the boss for more? Li Zuiyuan raised his hand. Tan Wenbin immediately shut up. Li Zuiyuan remembered the name Shi Yuqing. When he walked along the river that day, there was a strong thunderstorm, and the lightning broke all the electrical appliances in the family compound. After the rain, the old wife of the old professor next door pointed to the sky and cursed, saying that God had no eyes and broke her color TV but did not kill Shi Yuqing. From the mumbling of the neighbor opposite, I learned that Shi Yuqing was a student of the old professor when he was young and is now divorced. It seems that the old professor's wife's intuition is really right. Her husband does have a special relationship with this former female student, otherwise the two would not be alone in the hotel private room knowing that there was gossip. In the following conversation, both of them lowered their voices, and Li Zuiyuan had to lean against the wall to hear clearly. I'm not crazy. I divorced for you, but why haven't you divorced yet? I can't help it. You know how powerful my tigress is. You're lying. She's just a village woman. No matter how powerful she is, what can she do? I know you don't want your children to disown you, right? No, no way. Don't forget that I also gave birth to a son for you. Although he was awarded to my ex-husband after the divorce. But as long as you marry me, I will fight him for custody and get our son back. Yuqing. Tell me when you will divorce. I don't have the patience to wait any longer. If you continue to delay, I will make public the fact that you slept with me when I was in school, so that outsiders can see that you, a respected what kind of person is the old professor, the former vice president? Yuqing, don't be impulsive. Besides, this kind of thing is consensual, who can tell clearly? Do you want to deny it? No, how could it be? It's easy for you to deny it to me, but what about others? This matter was widely circulated in the school a while ago, and the police came one after another. I don't understand what you are talking about. You don't understand, it's okay, I can remind you. Yuqing, I warn you not to talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense, what are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. Are you afraid that your baby Chu Minmin will climb up from the underworld to find you and take your life? Please give me another monthly ticket. Dear friends, try your best to help our honest man stay on the monthly ticket list for another day. Chapter 98. Chu Minmin. Li Zhanyuan turned gently to the soy milk bottle in his hand. Climb up from the prefecture to find your life? This sentence is actually explicit. It seems difficult to understand from the perspective of a normal person, from a normal person's perspective. Why did Shi Yuqing still be with him on the premise that the old professor knew that the old professor had killed him and forced him to divorce to marry himself? But if the perspective is switched, give more examples. In ancient and modern Chinese and foreign, men's union mistresses killing wives and women's union husbands and husbands. Such examples are everywhere, and there are many novels, dramas, and movies. What was difficult to understand suddenly became normal at once. Li Zhanyuan lowered his head and faced the straw, and drank a sip of soy milk silently. At this moment, he felt more and more necessary to write a book. After every wave of waves, he had to record the example to summarize. The effect must be much better than that of his unilateral preaching. Next, the old professor showed to Li Zhanyuan the spiritual art of an old man. The way he used to retreat, first helped the woman to vent the dissatisfaction of his heart. Based on this, the beauty of the two people in the past, such as spiritual resonance. Then look forward to the future. In the end, I also mentioned the current dilemma in reality. I hope women can give him a little more time. Obviously it was just a circle, and from the initial problem to the initial problem, nothing was resolved, and no need is met, but the woman snuggled into the old man's arms and started to sobbing choking, and then a period of ears, Yunong I. The two are about to leave. In order not to attract attention, the old professor left first, and after a while, Shi Yuqing left. Because Li Zonyuan's private room door was open, when the two left, they passed the door. The old professor is really old. A retired elderly person has obvious elderly spots on his neck and face. Shi Yuqing is not old, and it looks like it is in his early 30s. He also reflects a kind of intellectual beauty. Li Zhonyuan noticed that when the old professor passed the door, there was a touch of fierce light flowing. Now that you have been killed, it is not impossible to kill again. At the time, Chu Minmin was so unsatisfactory. He asked himself to die, and he sent her to death. Shi Yuqing's eyes revealed a touch of emotional needs to be satisfied. She was quite happy. Xiao Yuan, do we want to keep up? Although Tan Wenbin didn't hear what he was talking about next door, he saw from his previous expression that the two were important. Li Zhonyuan shook his head. Said. Brother Binbin, call the police. Nympho. Tan Yunlong sat in front of his desk and smoked the cigarettes hard. The ashtray on the table had been stuffed by the cigarette butt. The dynasty Southern acknowledged the criminal facts of killing Tang Chuying. The reason was that when the dynasty was trimming the flower garden, the quilt accidentally exposed the quilt outside of the dynasty. Then the two quarreled. This should have been a very common corner in life, and the time is very short. Not to mention the police, not even the school's defense department, but only the auntie next to the cosmetic governor persuaded to say a few sentences and stop. It's right. Everyone did not take this seriously. Later, after Tang Chuying disappeared, when the police and the school investigated the interpersonal relationship network, no one thought that there was still this. This is like you walk on the road. When you are riding a bicycle next to you, you splash the mud water dirty your shoes. You scold you, neuropathy. But Tang Chuying scolded, I wish you a broken son. Afterwards, Tang Chuying and the dynasty had no intersection before, so Tang Chuying didn't know that there were no children in this campus artist in their 30s. When she was just scolding people, she just flashed this dirty word in her head, so she used it directly. If she changed her word at that time, even if she was more vicious, she scolded more. This sentence was remembered by the dynasty. He began to observe the trajectory of Tang Chuying's activities, and then 4th month after the quarrel, while planting trees in the tree-lined road, he picked Tang Chuying's order and planted the body into the tree pit. This kind of murderer is the most headache for the police. It belongs to the kind of jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. If you have a meticulous screening, you can't see him on his head, but it is the person he kills. The biggest problem now is that the dynasty South did not say about Babe's affairs. He was with a great obsession, and would rather be shot by killing himself, and he must insist on the convention of his son. Even, he may want to be shot quickly, and feels that as long as the child can't find his biological parents, he is still his son. The wife of the dynasty is the same attitude. If the problem of the dynasty is extremely paranoid, then his wife is a real and mental problem. Brother Tan, the comrades in the place there are back to the news, you see. So much. Parents who have been abducted will be filed with the local police station. After notifying the past, the parents will be checked, and then the parents who match the conditions will be notified. Despair is painful, but more painful than is, to give you hope again and again in despair, and then shatter it. After learning the news, many parents moved to check again and again, and then found that they were not their own children. At the same time, they might see other parents cry and wept. Rationally, we should be happy for the parents who found the child, but emotionally, this is actually another knife stabbed into their hearts. Xiaozhou, it's mainly boys of this age who are the main targets of human traffickers, and now there are many children named Baby and Baibai. Isn't there a birthmark? The birthmark is a little small. Tan Yunlong sighed. Brother Tan, you don't have to sigh. This time we have locked the scope and should be able to find the child's parents. Maybe his biological parents are on the way. Xiaozhou, you are not married yet. No. When you get married and have your own children, you will understand. Yes, yes, I understand what you mean, Brother Tan, but, Brother Tan, you should treat us, right? You solved the case so many years ago, and rescued a kidnapped child. You have made such a great contribution, so why don't you shed some blood? All of us are waiting to learn from you at the wine table, so, how did you know there was a body buried under that tree? My son is studying at that university. We all know that. One day I went to see him at school and took a walk with him behind the dormitory building. I found that the tree was the thickest and tallest, so I became suspicious. That's it. Otherwise, it's not like I can summon Tang Chuying's ghost to lead me to her body, right? Ha ha ha, Brother Tan, you always joke. But, really, it's amazing, I admire your insight. Tan Yunlong coughed twice, reached out to pick up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of tea. At this time, someone shouted, Brother Tan, your phone is coming. Tan Yunlong stood up from his seat and answered the phone. Hello, this is Tan Yunlong. Hello, this is Tan Wenbin. If you have anything to say, come on. How dare you? You bastard, I will go to your school to find you now. Come on, come and hit me, come on. Tan Yunlong took a deep breath. He had reflected on himself before. Every time he went to see his son after contacting Xiao Yuan, his nose was not a nose and his eyes were not eyes. He felt that it was because of his unbalanced mentality as a father. Now he understood that people don't need to keep looking for problems in themselves. Dad, the real murderer who killed Chu Minmin has been found. Late at night, the police car drove into the campus again, and the arrest operation went smoothly. Tan Yunlong leaned on the car door and watched his colleagues in front of him take the old Professor Chen Deliang into the police car. At the other end, Shi Yuqing had been arrested first, and the interrogation began at this time. From the intercom, we learned that the woman's psychological defense was very weak. She had already confessed and tried her best to distance herself from the case, saying that she was just an insider, not an accomplice. The case happened 7 years ago, and the collective disappearance of people related to the case a while ago greatly increased the difficulty of solving the case. Unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope at this time. On the way back, the eyes of several young police officers in the car changed when they looked at Tan Yunlong. It was an undisguised admiration. Xiao Zhou asked the question again. Brother Tan, where did you get the clue this time? Tan Yunlong didn't want to answer this question, but he couldn't not answer it because some things had to be written into the file. My son is studying in this school. The other police officers in the car were listening carefully, and only Xiao Zhou felt that the beginning sounded familiar. There is an old Sichuan restaurant at the north gate of the school. I took you guys there to eat. One night I came to the school to see my son and went to the private room on the second floor with him to eat. The two suspects were next door and I heard them yelling. Then I investigated for a while and found some additional clues to prove my point, and then I decided to close the net. In fact, there are loopholes in Tan Yunlong's narrative, because maybe Shi Yuqing and the old professor don't go to the old Sichuan restaurant often, or maybe it's the first time tonight. This loophole will be discovered after a careful investigation. But he didn't want to say directly that it was his son who heard it, because it would be a bit troublesome to follow the procedures, and Xiao Yuan doesn't like trouble. In addition, as long as the evidence is detailed and the other party is confirmed to be guilty, it is not so important as to how the clues were triggered. Sometimes, in order to protect the informant, the police will deliberately blur such reports and revelations. For example, in a criminal case, the victim's family dreamed that their relatives were buried at night. The police went to dig and really dug up the body. Finally, they followed the clues and found the real murderer in the same village. This is obviously someone who witnessed the murderer burying the body, and while reporting it, he also wanted to hide his identity as the reporter. The other police officers in the car were sighing at Tan Yunlong's luck, only Xiao Zhou said. Brother Tan, your son is really lucky for you. Ah, so comfortable. Tan Wenbin stretched out on the bed. He was possessed by a ghost yesterday. After eating and drinking, he had a good sleep and seemed to be completely alive again. No mistake, 1 post, 1 content, 1619, 1 book, 1 bar. Hey, brother Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Tan Wenbin rubbed his eyes. Usually, brother Yuanzi should be with Ali at Lu Yumei's place at this time. Brother Binbin, don't you check what time it is? Tan Wenbin turned his head to look at the clock. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, and their plan yesterday was to set off to Tongan town to find the acrobatic troupe at 12 o'clock today. Fuck. Tan Wenbin got up immediately and took a basin to wash up. When he came back and wanted to pack up, he found that the things had been packed up by the boy. Xiao Yuan, why didn't you call me? There's still time, it doesn't matter if you sleep a little longer. Tan Wenbin leaned towards the desk and saw a set of talisman needles on the table. The boy tied the evil-breaking talisman, the heart-clearing talisman and the banning talisman to the needles with red thread respectively. Xiao Yuan, is this used for firing? Tan Wenbin said and made a needle-dropping motion. Li Zuiyuan shook his head, this is prepared for Lin Chiyu. Based on the understanding of the spirit demon in the Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva Sutra, I thought of a simple and crude way to increase the power. You will be very touched. Tan Wenbin knew that this set of needles was just made by Xiao Yuan this morning. In fact, Xiao Yuan has designed a series of rich and fun things for Lin Chiyu. After this incident, Lin Chiyu's understanding of the official general will definitely be greatly improved. In this way, when he returns, he will have the confidence to challenge his master and grandfather to usurp the throne. Of course. The premise is that he has not been played to death or disabled by brother Yuanzi. It's almost time, let's go. The Dragon King is going. Tan Wenbin picked up his backpack and followed Li Zuiyuan out of the dormitory. When passing by Lu Yi's door, Tan Wenbin deliberately chanted. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. Then, the two stopped at the corner of the stairs. After a while, Lu Yi's dormitory door was pushed open, and Lin Chiyu, carrying a school bag, walked out carefully. After hearing the noise of him coming out, Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin continued to go down the stairs. The two walked in front, and Lin Chiyu thought he was following behind without anyone noticing. At the school gate, Li Zuiyuan and Tan Wenbin stood separately to take a taxi, which is a way to increase the success rate of taking a taxi nowadays. Then, Li Zuiyuan got a taxi first, but he didn't rush to get in the car, but negotiated the price with the driver. Li Zuiyuan got on the taxi only after Tan Wenbin stopped a taxi. Tan Wenbin immediately left the taxi he stopped and ran to the car in front to sit with Li Zuiyuan. The driver who was stood up was about to start cursing when the back door was opened and Lin Chiyu got in. Master, hurry up, catch up with the taxi in front. Tomorrow is the day for the human traffickers to trade, but considering that the acrobatic troupe needs to build the venue and do publicity in advance, they may have arrived today. During normal exams, it doesn't make sense to enter the examination room in advance. But what if the test paper is on the table? Li Zuiyuan has read the files about Grandma Yu, but it's the same as not reading it. Because what the police collected was only a branch of Grandma Yu, who might have learned from her or was once part of this gang and then went it alone. The clay statue is well placed, but it's really just a mascot. This kind of person is really strange. He believes in ghosts and gods, but does evil things that are hated by both humans and gods. Tan Wenbin turned his head and saw Xiao Yuan holding a hardcover book and drawing on it. He saw clearly that there were two lines drawn from one endpoint. The endpoint was marked with self. One line extended from the endpoint of self, and it was dormitory, high heel sound, Lu Yi possessed, suppressing female ghost, Ran Kai Upping's letter. Then it extended all the way to Bai Bei, and finally to Grandma Yu. The second line also extended from the endpoint of self, and it was affordable store, Sun Hungzia, runs hung attack, faceless death, ran Kai Upping's letter. Then it extended all the way to Chen Deliang and Shi Yuqing. Chen Deliang and Shi Yuqing are a parallel fork here. The two lines have a short intersection in the middle, which is Ran Kai Upping's letter. Tan Wenbin put himself in the shoes of Xiao Yuan when he was explaining the problem to him, and asked, "Brother Xiao Yuan, is this the event line, or the cause and effect line?" "Well, I'm trying to figure out the problem setter's idea." Since he confirmed that his journey along the river had begun, Li Zuiyuan has focused on these two lines, wanting to solve them as soon as possible. At present, both lines have been solved. The line of Tang Chuying in high heels eventually led to Grandma Yu. But the line of Chu Minmin ended here. Brother Xiao Yuan, are there any other connections between them besides the fact that they all involve Ran Kai Upping's letter? You can go in reverse instead of following the same line. Ah! I think the lines are mutually dependent. Oh! Brother Binbin, do you think everything is constant? That is, what has happened must have happened. Brother Xiao Yuan, what else? From the perspective of macroscopic omniscience, it is correct, but from our individual perspective, from our perspective, those unknown things that have happened in our eyes are really unchangeable. Change? Theoretically, until the second before the black cloth is unveiled, the sculptor can still modify his work. Brother Xiao Yuan, do you mean that we are actually being guided in the dark? We are pushed by the river water. When she is pushed towards me, I am pushed towards her. However, in the specific implementation process, whoever can grasp this line first can always take the initiative in this wave and the next wave. Just like us now. You see, if Tang Chuying's line is pushed in the opposite direction from Grandma Yu, can it also be pushed to us? The dynasty south, he should have taken his own village to buy a child tomorrow. So, if we didn't find mother-in-law along this line in advance, it was mother-in-law who found us along this line? We are the passive side. Well, just. Li Zonyuan's pen drew two circles here in the two small bits of Chen Deliang and Shi Yuqing. However, why can't Chu Minmin's line be connected? Nympho. Liang, come to chase Dad. As long as you chase your dad, Dad will buy you toy cars. I'm here, Dad, wait for me, I'm here. A pair of father and son are chasing and making trouble on the empty venue. During the chasing process, the two came to a shed they were being built. Several trucks are unloading, there are various performance props. Dad, I caught you, I want a toy car, hee hee. The man bowed his head, touched his son's head, and asked, Liang, how much money do you want to buy? I don't know, I like how much money Dad bought me, hee hee. We are so good, Dad can help you ask how much money is selling. Okay, Dad. The man raised his head and looked at the two women who were walking towards him. A woman is young and beautiful, with a graceful figure, and her supported wife, her body, has a long shape, her cheeks and the flesh on both sides of her mouth is obvious. The man asked them, how much can you sell? When asking this question, the man's eyes showed deep resentment. Haha, Shi Yuqing, you didn't expect it, I will sell you and his evil species. The continuous outbreak, a bit unbearable, my eyes began to blur my mind and started to make wood. I wrote less tonight. I need to rest slowly. The main reason is that everyone's monthly ticket is too powerful, and I am embarrassed without writing points. Don't panic, hold everyone. Chapter 99. The big performance shed is still being built, but the small sheds and small tents that are living in the acrobatics group have been set up. Su Dong held his son Liang's hand and followed to a white top shed in the middle. The shed was wrapped in thick plastic boards, and a blanket curtain was hung at the door. At this time, it is still summer. As Su Dong lifted his collar, he urged, "Can you be tingling, don't delay my time." The young woman glanced at him and said, "You have to touch it first, let alone get a cow, let alone the income." Su Dong stared at her and asked, "What do you mean?" "It means, we have to see if this child is sick and disabled on his body, otherwise it is not easy to find a home if it is collected. My son did not have very sick, and he was very healthy." He he. The young woman covered her mouth and smiled. "You said, don't count it, come in and sit, hot outside, cool inside." Speaking, the woman lifted the blanket curtain, and immediately a cool air revealed, not only dispelling the heat, but also making people shivering. Su Dong suspected that ice cubes could be placed inside. "Can't you get in?" the woman urged again. Su Dong took a deep breath and walked in with Liang's hand. The space inside the shed is not large, with a chair and a bed on both sides. In the middle area is a water tank, and there is a statue wearing a white robe head wearing a high hat with a high hat. At first glance, I thought it was a living person, and Su Dong was startled when he came in. Liang retreated back, hiding behind his father, holding Su Dong's trouser legs with both hands. "What is this?" Su Dong asked. The woman took it for granted. "How rare, what kind of thing, there is no one worshipped by her own." My wife sat down on the chair, and she didn't know when she was holding an old-fashioned porcelain bowl. There were several breaks on the porcelain bowl, and water was filled with water. A woman bent her waist and grabbed Liang. "No, I don't, I'm not." Liang looked at his dad. Su Dong's eyes were struggling, but he still didn't look down, and stood there without moving. The woman pulled the boy away from the man and pulled it to his wife. The old woman reached out and touched Liang's cheek. Being touched, the little boy was not making trouble immediately, his eyelids were low, but under the quiet appearance, his body kept trembling. The wife first pointed out the eyebrows of the little boy, and then extended the index finger into the clear water in the bowl. Then, the water in the bowl showed a faint black. Women looked at this color and frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with this color. However, she still took money from her pocket and sent it to Su Dong after counted, "There are so many, do you want to love?" Su Dong took the money over, and the number was not directly stuffed into the pocket, and turned to leave quickly. The trembling on Liang was even more intense. My wife continued to maintain the posture of the end bowl, motionless. At this time, the blanket curtain was opened. A man probe asked, "Sister Ro, the meal has been bought, everyone is waiting for you to open meals." The woman called Sister Ro turned her head sharply and scolded the man, "Eat and eat, the offerings are not ready, you know to eat." "I just received one, just one." Sister Ro pushed a good hand, and hummed coldly, "The color is too bad, a child who has no one wants." Su Dong walked all the way, walked to the small shop by the road, went in for a bag of cigarettes, stood at the door of the store, pulled out a point, and was stunned in the first bite, and then squatted down to start vomiting. The thrill of revenge did not appear in the imagination. Instead, my heart suddenly became empty, and my eyes were moist. "Pop! Pap!" He pumped his two mouths and flushed his face. Su Dong, why are you so cheap, not your species, what are you unwilling?" He originally had an enviable beautiful life. After graduation, he was assigned a very good unit, and the benefits were very good. He married a beautiful wife, and later the two also had a cute son. At that time, he really felt that God was not thin. But later, he found that he became a joke. First of all, his wife divorced himself on the grounds of emotional disagreement. Although he did not understand, he also kept his pain, and finally he could only accept it helplessly. Fortunately, he won the custody of his son. For this reason, he also grateful for his ex-wife. Until one day, the words about the ex-wife spread to his ears. He didn't believe it at first, but the result he heard later made him discover that his wife was with others when he was in school. In a strict sense, he was achieved. The third party. He had been to that school and saw Chen Deliang, a retired old professor, at a glance. He confirmed that Liang was the son of the other party. In the past, he didn't feel that his son was not like himself. Perhaps his son was more like a mother, but when the suspect appeared, he could not believe it. It turned out that in recent years, he has not only helped other people, but also helping others to raise sons. Every time I looked at my son, I felt a kind of mockery and trampling of my own self-esteem. Especially, his son's name has a Liang in it. His nickname is Liang, which was given by his wife. It is a character in the old man's name. His world collapsed. However, after selling the child, he felt very uncomfortable. He could still hear his son calling him dad in his ears. He squatted on the ground, turned his head and saw a red car among the toys on the table outside the store. At this moment, there were countless voices in his heart that despised and abused him, scolding him for not being ambitious, scolding him for being cowardly, scolding him for being deserved, scolding him for being a waste. But he still stood up, picked up the toy car, walked to the counter, asked the boss how much it was, took out his wallet and paid the bill. Then, he took the toy and started to walk back. He kept taking deep breaths, his expression was very painful, and he could only keep repeating, even if I raise a dog, I have feelings for it after raising it for so long. He could leave the child to his mother, to the old man, or even to the welfare home, but he should not sell it. With this thought, he started running, and he ran faster and faster. At the same time, inside the white shed, the bowl in the old woman's hand, which originally had only light black water, was gradually becoming thicker. Sister Ro noticed it and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that although the quality is only half of the normal one, it is acceptable. The old woman stood up with the bowl, walked to the water tank, and poured the black water in the bowl into it. The statue seemed to be a little more alive. A smile appeared on the old woman's face, and the drooping skin on both sides of her mouth was barely raised. Sister Ro put her hands together and bowed 3 times to the statue. Then, she walked out of the shed and saw the man running over with a toy in his hand. "I'll return the money to you, give me the child, count the money, I haven't touched it." Su Dong took out all the money that he had put in his pocket before. Sister Ro shook her head. "Give me the child, I'll give you some more money, I won't sell it, give me the child." Sister Ro continued to shake her head. "I'm not selling it anymore." Su Dong wanted to rush in. The next moment, Sister Ro grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted his knee. Bang! Su Dong covered his lower abdomen and knelt on the ground with his mouth wide open. He didn't expect that this young girl could be so heavy-handed. "Give me the child. I'll pay more." "You take the child. Isn't it to make money?" "Make money? Ha!" Sister Ro smiled, then chopped Su Dong's neck with a knife. Su Dong's eyes rolled back and he fainted. 2 people from the acrobatic troupe came over and pointed at Su Dong on the ground. "Sister Ro, there is a reservoir ahead, shall we take care of him tonight?" "What the hell, find a cage to lock him up, and when we leave Jinling and head north, sell him to the black coal mine. He must be alive, otherwise the child we just took in will be useless. In the future, we still have to take this child in ourselves, otherwise he will always come for no reason. During the performance tomorrow, you guys keep a close eye on him and find the kind of children who have their parents to watch the performance together. By the way, the publicity car has left." "No. Not yet, they are eating." "Let them eat in the car, and now go to promote it for me, go to the residential areas near the kindergarten, and turn up the horn. The Yu family acrobatic troupe will soon present you with wonderful performances, with cute dwarfs, beautiful mermaids. Children, quickly ask your parents to bring you to Zijiao Square to watch tomorrow." Tan Wenbin rolled down the taxi window and looked at the oncoming van. There was a big speaker on the top of the van, and various performance posters were posted on both sides. "Brother Xiao Yuan, is this the one?" It's also called Yujia acrobatic troupe. Li Zuiyuan nodded, it should be. Tan Wenbin asked the taxi driver in front, Master, do you know Zijiao Square? Yes, I live nearby. Are you here to see the acrobatics? It starts tomorrow. When I drove out this morning, I saw they were still setting up the tent. Are there many people in that acrobatic troupe? It looks like a lot. There are several trucks alone. Haha. Tomorrow is the weekend and the kindergarten is closed. I plan to take my children to see the performance. Master, it's better not to go there. There are too many people there and accidents are easy to happen. After a pause, Tan Wenbin added, it's not safe for children. My child is smart and clever. It's okay. He doesn't talk to strangers. He can't be deceived. Li Zuiyuan said lightly, there is no child who can't be deceived. The driver immediately retorted, my child is really different. We taught him since he was a child not to talk to strangers and not to take things given by strangers. He is not like other children who are stupid. Li Zuiyuan didn't respond. He thought the driver was stupid. Li Zuiyuan had studied and understood many children and concluded that there is basically no child in this world who can't be deceived. And those parents who like to be complacent and praise their children for being smart and not being deceived by strangers are often really ridiculous and stupid. The most important thing is that many times human traffickers don't need to deceive at all. It is very easy for an adult to control a child. Just hold the child's body with one arm, cover the child's mouth with the other hand, pick up the child and walk away. The child cannot resist or make any sound, and the posture looks almost the same as holding a child normally. Even if some children struggled and cried, the traffickers would say a few words like be good and don't make trouble. I will buy you toys next time, and passers-by would not think that they were kidnapping children. We arrived at the destination. The so-called Zijiao Square is actually a small piece of hardened land with a large piece of wasteland nearby. There should have been a plan here, but for some reason it was stagnant. Therefore, any big activities, such as temple fairs and performance groups, will be held here. Brother Xiao Yuan, it's right there. There is a place in front where a shed is being set up, and a door plate made of large newspaper has been erected. Brother Binbin, let's go eat. Okay, let's eat first, and by the way. Before Tan Wenbin finished speaking, he heard a quarrel in the taxi behind him. Hey, why hasn't you gotten off the car yet? Li Zuiyuan has good hearing and replied, he didn't bring enough money when he went out. Tong'an Town is located in the suburbs of Jinling. It is quite a long distance to get here by taxi from school, so the fare is naturally not low. When Lin Chuyu went out, he was only careful to bring his own face paint and costumes, but he forgot to put more money in his pocket. He didn't expect to sit in the car for so long. Brother Xiao Yuan. You go. Tan Wenbin walked to the taxi and interrupted the driver's angry voice. How much money is still missing? Are these enough? Enough, I'll change it for you. Don't change it, calm down. Thank you, young man, is he your friend? Yes, we came out together. The driver looked back at Lin Chuyu and his tone softened. If you had asked your friend to come earlier, it would have been settled. Tan Wenbin said, my friend is thin-skinned. Lin Chuyu got off the car and faced Tan Wenbin with both relief and embarrassment on his face. Brother, thank you. Okay, it's no big deal. Tan Wenbin was very satisfied with Lin Chuyu's expression. He didn't ask the driver to change the money before, not because he deliberately pretended to be rich and generous. In fact, the tip was for Lin Chuyu. Brother, you guys are. Let's go eat now, let's go, together. Together. Why are you hiding? My brother Xiao Yuan has seen you. Then he won't let me go, right? Do you have money to take a taxi back? No, no. The taxi fare is quite expensive. It's not cost-effective to take a separate car. Then you can wait and go back with us. Really, Brother. Let me correct you. It's okay to call me brother in private in the future. Just call me Binbin in front of my brother Xiao Yuan. As for Xiao Yuan brother, just call me the same as me. Okay, brother Binbin. Tan Wenbin put his arm around Lin Shiyu's shoulders and led him to Li Zui Yuan. Brother Xiao Yuan. When they were still some distance apart, Lin Shiyu raised his hand to greet him. Li Zui Yuan glanced at him, did not respond, and turned to a noodle shop on the side of the road. Sat down and ordered 3 bowls of noodles. Tan Wenbin and Lin Shiyu also walked into the store and sat in front of Li Zui Yuan. Lin Shiyu said awkwardly, Brother Xiao Yuan, it is also my responsibility to eliminate evil and defend the way. Li Zui Yuan took out 3 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick holder and found that they were a little dirty, so he handed them to Lin Shiyu, go wash them. Okay. Lin Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the chopsticks and walked to the sink. When he came back, a smile appeared on his face. 3 bowls of noodles were served. Li Zui Yuan said, this time the evil spirit is a bit big, and the 3 of us need to unite and cooperate to return to school alive. Understood. Lin Shiyu nodded vigorously, with excitement in his eyes. We, the chief officers, will not be afraid of the evil spirits. The white crane boy that Lin Shiyu had invited down before should be the disciple of Nanji Xianwang in the mythological narrative. As for the 2 generals Zheng Shen, they were the 2 ghost kings subdued by Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. Theoretically speaking, no matter how powerful something like Yu Po Po is, it is not good enough in front of them, and it is not even qualified to be on the table. But the problem is that gods are gods and people are people. How powerful the gods you invite down can be depends on you. Li Zui Yuan, you must learn to cherish yourself in order to sustainably eliminate demons and defend the way. Lin Shiyu, what Xiao Yuan said is right. Tan Wenbin poked Lin Shiyu's arm and said to Li Zui Yuan, don't worry, Xiao Yuan, you understands. We will both listen to your orders. Yes, yes, I will listen to your instructions. Li Zui Yuan, let's eat noodles. After eating noodles, the 3 returned to the West Suburb Square. More than half of the performance shed has been built, and it should be completed in the evening. At this moment, there is a row of small tents outside the performance shed, and some small performances that can be listed separately have begun. For example, smashing jars, hooping, hitting balloons, vase girl, beauty, and python love. These projects are all brought by the acrobatic troupe. Each shed needs to collect a separate ticket, but it is not expensive. Ordinary children can afford it with pocket money. Some local vendors also came over at this time and set up tents along the circus. It felt like a small temple fair. Have fun, blend in, and pay attention. After saying that, Li Zui Yuan's face showed the innocence and liveliness that a child of his age should have. The 3 of them first came to the can-smashing stall, where a row of beverage cans were piled up. They smashed them with basketballs. There was a poster with the rules next to it, which indicated which prizes would be awarded based on how many cans were smashed. Generally speaking, the bottom jar should be sand, which may also be poured into the cement. Tan Wenbin spent money and bought 3 opportunities. For the first time, Li Zhanyuan came, and Li Zhanyuan threw out the basketball at will, and only smashed 2 jars. When it was Tan Wenbin's turn, he was very powerful, but there were several jars in the lower bottom. Finally, Lin Shiyu, when his basketball was thrown out, he was rotated, and he fell before the can, turned all the jars. He won a large rabbit doll, and he handed the rabbit doll to Li Zhanyuan like Xianbao. Li Zhanyuan took the rabbit dolls with a happy face and hugged. At the same time, he said, if you are conspicuous, you will get me back to school. Lin Shiyu froze for a moment, and then came to the consciousness, and the chicken nodded like the rice. The next step is the set. Li Zhanyuan is still thrown casually, no one. Tan Wenbin played well, and used 5 bottles of drink money to put a bottle of drink. As for Lin Shiyu, this time he also learned Li Zhanyuan and deliberately lost. This is the stall of the people of the acrobatic troupe. It is easy to attract attention when encountering real masters. At this time, the most unnecessary thing is to be a conspicuous package. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Li Zhanyuan also noticed that these stall owners have a characteristic. When they encounter bring their children to play, they will be very enthusiastic. Of course, the child is the main consumer, and the enthusiasm is normal, but their attention is not on the child. The adults around the child are being patrolling the child, and it seems to be judging something. Especially for those parents to bring children together, they are more diligent. This is by no means Li Zhanyuan thinks too much, but that their layered performance is too obvious. This makes Li Qiangyuan a little curious. Even if your entire acrobatics group is an organization of human traffickers, shouldn't you pay attention to the appearance of children? Moreover, the more the children who run alone, and the child brought by only a grandfather, grandma, or mother, the more you should be your best goal. Here, there are obvious disagreements. Li Zhanyuan felt that he should re-examine their purpose of trafficking. The ones outside played a circle. The three bought tickets and walked into the vase girl tent. On a table, there is a square wooden board, a vase ends in the middle of the wooden board, there is a woman on the vase, and a microphone is placed in front of the woman. It seems that this woman has only one head, placing it on the vase. There are also a lot of people who buy tickets. The vase girl concerts children's songs and talks about it for a while. As long as you buy a ticket, you can leave if you look tired when you are not limited. Tan Wenbin and Lin Shiyu probed their brains very vigorously. Although they knew that there were tasks, and this was an enemy field, they still couldn't stop their curiosity. After coming out, Tan Wenbin coughed twice, and Lin Shiyu rubbed his face. Both of them pretended to be in appreciation in order to better perform. However, after a brief eye exchange, the two were finally driven by curiosity. Xiao Yuan, how did this do? It's good, you didn't ask me if it was true. Oh, I'm not stupid. Tan Wenbin smiled, most of the deaths had to die, let alone people. There are 2 angle mirrors under the wood grid. In fact, people are standing underneath, and just put the neck above the neck. In order not to wear a gang, you have to set a fence rope to not let people look at it too close. Height, let her stand high as possible. Oh. Oh. The two showed their feelings. This made Li Qiangyuan a little doubtful. These two are also universities that are admitted to the 8 men. Why can't you even see this? However, at this moment, Li Zhanyuan stopped, and he felt some strangeness. In his eyes, he seemed to have a little more black. Looking back, looking at Lin Shiyu, sure enough, Lin Shiyu also stopped at this time, his eyes closed. If you open it again, it will probably become a pupil. Li Zhanyuan is not sure whether this is the characteristic of the official general, or the reason why Lin Shiyu himself cannot control his ability. Brother Binbin. Clear. Tan Wenbin was hidden in his hand with a clear heart, put his hand into Lin Shiyu's clothes, and put the rune on Lin Shiyu's back. King Xingkeng can remove the effects of evil spirits. Although the official generals have changed the evil to correct, their predecessor is still the Ghost King, and naturally it can also work. Lin Shiyu trembled lightly, and when he opened his eyes, he recovered. Yes. I'm sorry. Lin Shiyu knew that he had almost caused trouble. Your master or your grandpa, is it like you? If this is their traditional characteristics, it is really walking on the road and encountering evil spirits. But it is unlikely to think about it. The absolutely radical martial arts are difficult to survive, especially in the period of inheritance. My master and my grandfather are not like this, only I am. Do they say what is the reason? They said, my talent is too good, it is too easy to get rid of. Good talent? Then you can only invite Behi boy now. It is very rare to ask the Behi boy alone at this age without the help of temples and support. Of course, Xiao Yuan, I can't compare with you, you can invite you even if you damage the general. I didn't tell you last time, was that lied to you? That's being humble. Who said that to you? Tan Wenbin heard the words, moved away, and carefully set the poster of Beauty and Python in front of him. Lin Shiyu, no one told me, I heard it alone. Brother Binbin. It's not what I said. Buy a ticket. Ah, oh, okay, hee hee. Tan Wenbin went to buy a ticket. The three walked into this tent. On the outside poster, the beautiful woman was hot, wearing a swimsuit, and a python wrapped around her. This advertisement is really not mixed with leave at all, and even humble. Because in the mosquito net bed, a beautiful woman is really young and exposed. There is a thick python beside her, and there are many fine snakes under her. The audience in this tent is doubled than the previous vase girl. Children's eyes are on snakes, and adults' eyes are on women. Li Zhanyuan held a big rabbit doll and stared at a woman. There is a strand of black chi that ordinary people can't see, not like being possessed by evil spirits, but more like an infiltration. It's optimistic. Sister Ro, who was lying on the mosquito net, reminded, and then reached out and grabbed a little snake around him to let him enter from his nostrils. After a while, the snake drilled out of her mouth again. The onlookers immediately exclaimed, but felt frightened. Immediately afterwards, the python, which was lazily lying there, began to creep on the woman. After the snake head swam to the top of the woman's head, she stood slowly and spit out the letter. Women's eyes and snake eyes rolled almost at the same time, scanning everyone present. Li Zhanyuan noticed that when they swept to the children, they paused slightly. But what Li Zhanyuan didn't expect was that in the end, women and pythons actually faced themselves. Li Zhanyuan pretended to raise the rabbit doll in his arms to raise his eyes. In fact, women did not notice Li Zhanyuan's abnormalities. She just felt that the child was so beautiful. This child should be in his early 10, not a good trafficking object. For traffickers, boys under the age of 5 are good goals, high prices, tight markets, and easy to shoot. Before they remember, they will forget the previous things and treat the buyer as their biological parents. Brother, don't be afraid, hey. Sister Rose said. The rest also set their sights on him. Li Zhanyuan quietly leaned his eyes out of the rabbit doll. After confirming that the other party did not notice his special, he raised the rabbit doll, then shook his head back, and finally exited the performance tent. Before he touched her mother-in-law's position, he didn't want to contact his periphery directly. Because his goal is use mother-in-law, even if she kills her, she will continue to die with her. Tan Wenbin, ha ha ha, Xiao Yuan, why are you so scared? Tan Wenbin chased out with a smile. Lin Shiyu did not have such a talent, and could only pretend to shake his head helplessly and followed him. There was a laughter in the tent, and everyone felt normal, let alone children. Many adults were afraid of this scene full of snakes. Sister Ro didn't care about it, and picked up a fine snake and continued to perform. After Tan Wenbin and Lin Shiyu came out from it, the three began to walk towards the performance sheds in which they were being built. Li Zhanyuan, there is a problem with this woman. At present, it is obvious that she can see it. Other employees in the acrobatics group seem to be ordinary people. When they really move, they should pay attention to her action. Lin Shiyu said seriously, I remember. No, don't remember her. Brother Binbin, you focus on the woman. If she appears when she starts, you will be dragged by you. Because Runzheng and Yinmeng were not here this time, Tan Wenbin, who was so independent for the first time, was very excited. Loyalty. At this time, many people stopped here to watch the construction of the performance shed. As soon as Li Zhanyuan came, the problem was found. The temporary foundation of this performance shed was a bit solid. The pile wrapped in oil paper obviously has its particularity and the specific location of the swing, which is clearly a preliminary layout of the fantasy formation. However, the builders of these acrobatics groups obviously do not understand the formation, and they are more like drawing scoops in Yisu. In the middle, some people hold a drawing in their hands and constantly direct the position of other people to correct the wooden piles. When they were arranged, Li Zhanyuan was thinking about how to modify the layout. No one understands the array method is a good thing, so you don't need to consider covering the problem. You can directly arrange a miniature and small array in this large array center for control. If you meet a person who knows, the move is as obvious as a shiny light bulb at night, but in the eyes of people who do not understand, it is just an ordinary light bulb in the garbage dump during the day. When observing a small tent behind the performance shed, the white top shed located in the central area and made insulation measures attracted the attention of Li Zhanyuan. It almost posted a banner on the shed and marked, "I have a problem." It is not suitable for doing it during the day, and it is not suitable for layout, so it has to wait until the night is quiet at night. In the following time, the three of them had to choose a place where they could rest and discuss. Unfortunately, there was no hotel nearby where they could get a room. However, there was a building across the street with a massage sign on the second-floor balcony, where they could observe the entire acrobatic troupe from a high altitude. Crossing the street, they came to the door of the store. There was a massage bed alone inside, and 5 heavily made-up women were sitting on the sofa next to it. Tan Wenbin slapped his forehead. "Oh, it's dirty." The implication was that he was hinting that Brother Xiao Yuan could change places. But there were bungalow shops near this building, and the observation angle was very poor. Seeing that Li Zhuiyuan didn't say anything, Tan Wenbin had to go in. After some negotiations, he motioned Li Zhuiyuan and Lin Qiyu to come in. The three of them went upstairs, followed by 2 technicians. The second floor was a series of small compartments. "Tan Wenbin, brother, sit here and wait for the brothers to finish." Li Zhuiyuan sat down on a chair outside. After Tan Wenbin whispered to Lin Qiyu twice, he went into a separate room. The 2 technicians also entered with small plastic baskets. At first, it was a fairly regular massage, although a little careless and sloppy. When the technician was about to gradually tease the key parts, Tan Wenbin said helplessly, "Forget it, I'm too tired and not interested. Here's the money. I'll sleep for a while." Next door, Lin Qiyu, who encountered the same situation, shook his head and said, "I can't do it. I don't believe it. I really can't do it. You believe me? No, no. Give yourself some confidence. Boys of your age usually have only psychological problems. It's okay. No, really don't need it. It's okay. I'll help you. No, really don't need it. Don't be afraid. Sister understands you. You don't understand. Are you still a virgin? Sister will give you a discount. Just think of it as a red envelope for you." The technicians in Tan Wenbin's room had already left, and Li Zhuiyuan entered this compartment. There is a window inside, facing the acrobatic troupe. Li Zhuiyuan took out the formation drawings he had drawn in advance from Tan Wenbin's backpack, and looked down at the ground, instructing Tan Wenbin on the specific layout positions and precautions after dark. Tan Wenbin kept nodding. These formations were arranged on the periphery to attract opponents to come in and deal with them. If the situation changed and got out of control, they could also be used to delay and evacuate. There were a lot of formations, so Tan Wenbin began to plan the time he needed, and Li Zhuiyuan began to draw a miniature formation map for the performance shed on the spot. After everything was planned, Lin Qiyu pushed the door and walked in. Tan Wenbin smiled and said, "Oh, it took a long time." Lin Qiyu blushed and said, "I didn't do anything. It was just that the aunt was too enthusiastic. It was hard to persuade her to leave." Tan Wenbin, aunt has professional ethics. Just next door, separated by wooden boards, the conversation was heard clearly. That is to say, they were busy with the work. If it were any other time, Tan Wenbin would really make a scene. "Ayu, just obey your sister." Li Zuiyuan handed another set of formation diagrams to Lin Qiyu and asked, "Can you understand it?" Lin Qiyu nodded, then shook his head, "I know it, but I can't use it. There is a foundation, but only a foundation. It's enough to know it. According to the requirements above, go to plant the flag after nightfall." "Okay, I understand." Li Zuiyuan arranged Tan Wenbin to arrange the periphery, while Lin Qiyu needed to arrange the inner circle. After all, Lin Qiyu's skills were good and it was not easy to alarm others. As the sky gradually darkened, the performance tent had been built, and the number of people on the road gradually shrunk. Tan Wenbin couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the business of this store is not good. No one has asked us to vacate the room for so long. It was not until late at night that it was basically quiet outside, and the people in the acrobatic troupe also returned to their tents or cars to rest. The time is ripe, and we can start the action. The three of them left the compartment and went downstairs, only to find that it was pitch black downstairs, the glass door was locked, and the roller shutter was down. It turned out that they had already left work. They had completely forgotten or had never expected that there would be a guest in the compartment on the second floor who would not leave so late, and they did not check. Breaking the door would make a noise, so the three of them had to go back to the second floor and climb out through the window. Tan Wenbin needed to use both hands and feet to be careful. Lin Qiyu first jumped up and put his school bag and Tan Wenbin's mountaineering bag down, then jumped up to the second floor and took Li Zuiyuan down. They had already gone up and down twice, and Tan Wenbin was still using his feet to test whether the rack on the electric pole was solid. After he came down, the three of them separated. Li Zuiyuan hid under a slope close to the circus, responsible for observing the movements inside, but he did not need to look up, just listen with his ears. Tan Wenbin and Lin Qiyu each brought a bag of formation flags of different sizes and styles and began to set them up. Lin Qiyu and Tan Wenbin, who were setting up the inner circle and had a more difficult task, completed their tasks almost at the same time and returned to the slope. Both of them were slightly out of breath, and Li Zuiyuan gave them some time to rest. Just when he thought it was almost time to start, Li Zuiyuan heard a rustling sound in his ears. The boy slowly raised his head and looked forward. In the distance, an old woman, holding two white lanterns in her hands, was walking towards here step by step. Her shoes were a bit like clogs, her steps were very hard, and the noise she made when walking was also relatively loud. Moreover, as the distance gradually approached, the height of her legs seemed to be gradually lengthening. Although she was not standing on stilts, she showed a strange height increasing effect. The light of the white lantern made the old woman's face pale. He 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 he. A sinister smile came from her, and then she began to call. "You are so naughty. You don't go to sleep peacefully at night, and you have to let me come to find you." Chapter 100. At this moment, it seemed as if all the previous preparations had become a joke, and the stomping and arrangement had become useless. Lin Qiyu was about to tear off the king's talisman on his body and descend. Tan Wenbin, holding an umbrella in his left hand and a shovel in his right hand, was also about to stand up and protect Xiao Yuan. A strong sense of frustration will make some people fall into negativity and decadence, but it will also inspire others to fight to the death. Since they have been discovered, just do it. At this time, Li Zuiyuan's hands fell on the shoulders of the two and gently pressed down. The two of them who were about to jump out immediately stopped. An excellent team can have full democratic speeches and discussions beforehand, but when the incident happens, there can only be one will. The boy was not unable to accept the fact that he was fooled, but he could not understand the old woman's intention of doing so. Grandma Yu, who had long discovered the behavior of the three of them, deliberately watched them set up so many formations under her nose, just to stand up and sneer at the critical moment. Even if they wanted to deliberately tire them, it didn't make sense, because they were given enough rest time. If the other party was really strong and terrible enough to do such meaningless things at will, then there seemed to be no difference between them taking the initiative to attack and passively waiting for the other party to attack first. The most important thing was that Li Zhuiyuan discovered that the other party was not dead but alive, that is, although she looked almost exactly like that Grandma Yu, she was not the real Grandma Yu. In any case, Li Zhuiyuan's first attack must fall on Grandma Yu, and no one else was worthy. It was the brief calm at this critical moment that brought a new turn to the development of the situation. In front, the laughter of children suddenly came. Hee hee. Ha ha. Hee hee. It was the voices of many, many children, all laughing, but laughing very mechanically and formally. You can even imagine the picture of them smiling with their skin but not their flesh in your mind, like a kind of discipline that was forced to be issued. There was no child in sight. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Li Zhuiyuan knew that if he went to the underworld now, he should be able to see a large group of children gathering towards the old woman. In other words, the person the old woman had just called was not the three of them. Lin Chuya was able to sense dirty things, and he understood it. Tan Wenbin could go to the underworld, although he could not have the keen perception of non-underworld like Xiao Yuan, but in the same way, he also had some hallucinations in his ears, and with Xiaowen's attitude, he could understand a little. Lin Chuyu and Tan Wenbin each lowered their heads and put their foreheads on the ground, quickly digesting their nervousness and calming their rapid heartbeats. This was not fear, but the rapid change of scene and identity from a night raider to a white light and then back to the night, which normal people could not stand. Only Li Zhuiyuan continued to observe the changes in front. The old woman's legs were very long now. She kept looking around with a lantern, not looking far away to search, but more like a kindergarten teacher taking care of a group of children around her. Do you miss your parents? It was still the mechanical laughter of children, and no one answered this question. Or perhaps, these children no longer remember their biological parents. I tell you, your parents miss you very much. The old woman began to wave the lantern in her hand, as if waving two whips. Indistinctly, Li Zhuiyuan could feel a slight pain in his eardrums. This was still in the state of not going to the underworld. If she really went to the underworld, you can see how cruel the old woman's methods were. No wonder Bai Bei was scared to tears when he drew the image of Grandma Yu for Bai Bei to see. Even when he recalled the things about Grandma Yu in his hypnosis, Bai Bei could be shocked to wake up. The wounds left on the body can be gradually healed by time, but the mental whipping is likely to leave permanent trauma. Bai Bei has been sold to Wang Qianan and his wife for half a year. This couple is definitely not a good person, but they did not have any illness when treating this son. This means that even if the children have been sold, the old woman can still use some means to imprison part of them. It is not obvious on weekdays, and they can still live a normal life. The fear only exists in the dusty heart. But there will be an impact in the future, similar to a curse. When these children gradually grow up and mature, this fear experience that they cannot even explain will slowly affect their character, and even make their personality begin to distort. Under the whip, the laughter of the children stopped, and was replaced by one after another of adults sobbing. This is the grief from the children's parents. She stimulated the sadness and tears in the parents' hearts by torturing the children. For those parents who have lost their flesh and blood, this may be just another ordinary night that can't be more ordinary, and they wash their faces in tears in their sleep because of missing their children. Water stains appeared in the two white lanterns in the old woman's hands, and they accumulated more and more, gradually swaying with the lanterns. But suddenly, she paused. She reached out and dug a hole in a lantern, letting out a stream of half-black, half-white liquid. Then, she reached out again and smoothed the hole. She seemed very angry, and her eyes were dissatisfied and angry, as if she had received unqualified dirty products, and she almost stained other good products. The wife turned around, took her harvest tonight, and went back. The movement of children and the crying of adults gradually dissipated. After his figure returned to the white shed, everything returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. Li Zhanyuan knew that he had just witnessed a ritual. To be precise, it was a harvest. He suddenly understood why the people of the acrobatic troupe would be so concerned about those parents who brought their children to play with them. Because harvesting, it needs to pay attention to efficiency. Due to objective reality, many parents have less love for their children than others, but they cannot always accompany their children to grow up with them. But from the perspective of the acrobatics group, their harvest is also costly, so choose the raw material with the highest oil output. Furthermore, although the proportion is very low, there are indeed parents who do not love or simply do not love their children in this world. After the parents divorced their respective families, they regarded their original children as burdens, and it was not uncommon in reality. There are still like yourself. When he involved himself, Li Zhanyuan found that he really did not belong to this category. Although his father left his life, Li Zhanyuan could understand him. As for Li Lan, even Li Zhanyuan couldn't say that Li Lan didn't care about himself. She excluded the phone with her biological parents and replaced her secretary, but when her son took the microphone, she came back to pick up the microphone again, although the words were not good. She would rather participate in projects with a very high risk factor. She would rather show a hysterical attitude. She also had to cut her son from her own life and change from an angle. The way to wipe the sun from your own consciousness, you just don't care. After falling back to the slope, Li Zhanyuan said to Lin Qiyu, "Open your face." "Hey, okay." Lin Qiyu opened the makeup box and started to face himself. In fact, you can also get up without opening your face or clothing. If it wasn't for his special reason for Li Zhanyuan, he was difficult to ask God. On the night of the school playground, his fingers were red and printed on his face. This is not a necessity, but a sense of ritual to enhance your confidence and substitution. Just like the law of Tai Yat, there is no use in rationality, but he can give him a great emotional value to him and his family. Lin Qiyu has the same reason that he needs to switch his personality by opening his face. The more dependent on this way, the easier it is to exacerbate the differentiation of personality. It can be said that if he has a mental problem in the future, it is almost an inevitable. The old woman was not mother-in-law, and her mother-in-law should still be in that white top shed, and our first goal was still there. When the launch is launched, collectively rush to the white shed. You are responsible for helping me open the way and block the interference. I will destroy her deity. Okay. While Tan Wenbin nodded hard, he touched his pocket and waist. Lin Qiyu, who was half-painted, just asked, "Which evil spirits are? It sounds strange." Tan Wenbin's eyebrows were picked. If it wasn't for the environmental inappropriate environment, he would probably give Lin Qiyu a Mao chestnut directly and scolded, "Are you fucking?" Lin Qiyu froze and smashed his mouth lightly. It turned out to be sewing himself. Previously, Li Zhanyuan was just a vague judgment, and now he can see it after the previous one. Wei Zhendao records the felling mud tires, which is not the type of death, but a method of self-repair of death. The death was born due to grievances. After some powerful deaths were born, they would find ways to treat themselves like a person. The felling mud tire is the emotional bondage of the human nature as the raw material, and it is repaired by the damage. It is recorded on the Yin family spectrum. When a Yin family traveled in the middle of the Ming dynasty, she encountered two fishermen who encountered two fishing people in the Lake Zi. After learning that they were the descendants of Yin Chongsheng, the two masters invited them to invite them. Sit down and chat together. Of course, in essence, he just relied on his ancestors' reputation and obtained a qualification to listen. Two experts talked about Ling Xiao's Chang Qing Liwen Miao Yuan Jun. A high man said that Zhenjun was deceived by the evil Taoist around him, and believed that the two dragons could not meet each other. Another high man laughed and said, I am afraid that the evil Taoist is shaping the emotional mud tires for the evil Taoist. After the Yin family's ancestors traveled at the end, after Hui Feng was scattered, he wrote his experience into the genealogy. In his tone, this description was described as a matter of hearing the two high men talked about the gods in heaven. Li Zhanyuan didn't know whether the other party was deliberately avoiding taboos, or really didn't know that the emperor with such a long prefix was the Emperor Jiajing at the time. However, from this record, we can see that the means of falling in love with mud tires has been inherited for a long time. Some people even hit the minds of the Tianjia father and son, and I do not know which terrible death of the restoration. However, it is obvious that mother-in-law has no treatment. She can only rely on childhood children and intercept her parents' emotional bondage of the flesh to heal the injury. She follows the way to win. She was like a seriously injured beast, dormant in the dark corner, silently licking her wound. The candidate of the acrobatics troupe was introduced by the Yamage troupe, and its group was established in 50 years. In a very delicate year, the two kings Lu and Dragon King Qin had just interrupted and inherited for some reason. In the final analysis, there was no Dragon King in the middle of the river, and the various pickled stuff underneath gradually climbed ashore. His deity should be suppressed by a certain Dragon King of Qin Lu at that time. At this moment, he felt that he had done it again, and began to come to Ali's premise to send a curse. Especially after sending a war warning by herself, the next day, the other dirty evil spirits retreated for a long time, but she dared to stand at the forefront, against the threshold, and Yao Wu Yang Gui. It really conforms to her style of acting. She is doing the underworld that is unable to see people, and she also wants to be the head of this head. Li Zhanyuan chose her first self-selection after choosing her first self-selection, nor was it a matter of mind. It was really terrible and powerful, and she was afraid that she would disdain the orphan daughter when they declined. This batch entangled in the door is like bullying and fear of crushing in the mouth of Lu Yumei. And this one is still the most brainless in this group. Isn't it just for you to choose? Lin Zhiyu's face was painted. At this time, he couldn't see the pureness of the beginning, and the eyebrows were filled with a sense of confidence. When the officials were the first to help, they could only kill the evil spirits. You too, especially you, farther away from me. I was afraid that the boy would remember the last time you cheated him and revenge to you. Tan Wenbin was about to open, but was stopped by Li Zhanyuan. The teenager smiled and said calmly, "Okay. Lin Zhiyu, I respect your identity, but after you go to the river in adulthood, you can really help you." Boy, yes, you are right. The personality of this product is contradictory. It is more serious than the last time. Maybe after opening his face again, he recalled the humiliation of the last time. However, although he knew that he was the heir of the Dragon King's family, he did not know that he had left the river. This is the first robbery after he officially walked the river. Nothing from mother-in-law was stupid, and now the injury has not been recovered. Anyway, he had to rely on the death of the Dragon King to suppress it. You go, you can come on, you can't get the head of the official, you can help me directly solve this question. Don't say that you have not officially started yet. Even if Bai Boy attached, when he was beaten, he had to seek cooperation and help with himself. Li Zhanyuan is too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He knows that Lin Zhiyu is divided into 3 stages, Lin Zhiyu, his face, and Bai Boy. This open-minded him has not been improved because of his personality, but he has not been improved because he did not get up. There is nothing to talk about with such people. Squeak! The door of the white-top shed in the distance was opened again. Previously, the old woman seemed to unload her makeup and put on ordinary clothes. In addition to her appearance and posture, she was a little old-fashioned old man. The wife came out, and she screamed lightly, like a cicada sound. Soon, in the tent next door, she walked out of the tent who was still performing falling in love with Python during the day. The young woman supported the old mother-in-law, and the two went to the end together. There was a larger tent where the materials and equipment in the group should be placed. Li Zhanyuan said with a deep voice, "The opportunity is here, do it." Lin Qiyu torn off his body, took out a half-armed trident from his school bag, and then twisted his neck. "The demons are crooked, only kill or do not cross." As soon as the words fell, the eyes turned into a pupil, and the white crane boy was upper body. Beihe boy bowed his head and looked at Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan looked at him. "Su is because there is a positive evil spirits in the front." The Beihe boy did not count the last deceived account. Instead, he liked 3 steps. The position where young women are located. Tan Wenbin was surprised, "Not there, yes. Brother Binbin, the same, let's go." Li Zhanyuan ran to the white top shed, and Tan Wenbin followed closely. In the original plan, the 3 should be rushed to the white top shed together, but when doing this plan, Li Zhanyuan had a plan. Anyway, Beihe boy will find the most powerful evil spirits on the spot by himself, so let him go, whether it is active or passive defense, anyway, he can drag the other party. Tools can play a role. Running to the white top shed, Li Zhanyuan opened the blanket curtain in and faced the mother-in-law of Yu's mother-in-law on the water tank. Suddenly, her mother-in-law's mud tires began to tremble. "Did you recognize me?" The tremor of the mud tire is even more severe, as if asking for help. "Binbin, smash her tank." "Come." Tan Wenbin dropped Luo Sheng's umbrella and changed his hands to grab the yellow river shovel. "Umbrella." Li Zhanyuan didn't expect Binbin to drop his umbrella, but at this time he reminded that he was too late, and he could only move his position behind Binbin. Bang! The water tank was smashed, and a part of the black water inside could not help splashing out, and a little fell on Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin came from his heart for a while. He was still in his first love, as if he had a lot of many children, and all these children were abducted away from him. "In my heart, it hurts, so bitter, and uncomfortable." Tears flowed out unconsciously. "Xiao Yuan. I'm so sad, oh. Keep the door." The water tank was smashed, but the clay statue had stilts under its feet, and it still stood upright without wavering. Li Zuiyuan came to her, glared, and started to walk in the underworld. In the new vision, the clay statue in front of him was surrounded by black mist and cracks all over its body, like a porcelain that was shattered and then carefully pieced together piece by piece. She had almost patched it up, but the only thing missing was the eyes, which were still dark and empty. Give her a little more time, and her eyes will be patched up. By then, even if they are broken, at least they will be complete. No wonder she dared to stand in the first provocation. She felt that she would be able to stand up again soon. Li Zuiyuan deeply realized how correct it was to choose the questions and follow the cause and effect. This not only gave him the upper hand, but also caught him before he could fully recover. Both hands fell into his pockets, pressed the ink, and then each drew a spell on his arm. Afterwards, the thumbnails were drawn across the ring fingers, the blood was drawn from the fingertips, and then a layer of curse was drawn on both arms. Then, the evil-breaking talismans drawn by Ali were arranged and pasted all over his arms. Finally, Li Zuiyuan bit his tongue with his teeth, and a mouthful of fresh blood from the tip of his tongue spurted out and sprinkled on the talisman paper. Since it was a sneak attack and there was a chance to attack, he had to use all his strength. Even if ordinary people knew these methods, they could not stack them together like this. Only the young man would take the time to study this in his mind when he was lying in bed at night. After finishing, Li Zuiyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and he pinched the seals with both hands, first sliding the right thumb down to the left fingertips, and then sliding the left thumb down to the right fingertips. Then, the 2 thumbs pressed against the empty eyes of Grandma Yu. This is her gap, her biggest flaw now. Boom! A strong wind swept out, and a piercing scream came from the clay statue. Blood oozed from the body of the clay statue. All the years of repairs and forbearance she had accumulated step by step were forcibly ignited by the young man at this moment. Pa, pa, pa. The clay statue began to fall off, gradually revealing the black, rotten, and wriggling flesh inside, like a humanoid monster. She opened her arms and grabbed forward. Li Zuiyuan dodged sideways, and the moment her hands touched the ground, a pit was scratched out on the ground, and gravel in the shed splashed. When her arms swept across again, Li Zuiyuan predicted her movements in advance and went around behind her. Her hands touched the wall of the shed, and with a whoosh, the whole shed was overturned and pulled out. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619, one book, one forum, one look. She was blind and was seriously injured, but even now, she still had terrible destructive power. She was searching for Li Zuiyuan, looking for the boy who caused her to fail. The moment she wanted to turn around again, Li Zuiyuan grabbed her with both hands and kicked his legs, and climbed directly onto her towering back. Thanks to his frequent use of Runchen's back, Li Zuiyuan was very familiar with this set of movements. For this blind beast, the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. More importantly, he had to continue bleeding her. Li Zuiyuan made seals with both hands, and used the 12 laws of Fengde to burn the dead souls with karmic fire. The last time he dealt with the corpse demon on the construction site, Li Zuiyuan used this trick in the end to send the snake to its death. At this moment, in reality, the boy's vision at the position of his hands was bent and twisted, and then the boy reached down with both hands and dug his fingertips into the other's eye sockets. Ah! The screams came out again, and this time it was more tragic than before. Because what Li Zuiyuan destroyed before was her healing accumulation, now, Li Zuiyuan is trying to kill her from the root. In the past, the reason why the Qin and Lu Dragon Kings failed to deal with her completely when they suppressed her was that even if her body was broken, her resentment would still not dissipate, which gave her the opportunity to make a comeback. But this time, she has already consumed a lot of resentment to reunite, and if she is broken up again this time, it will be completely wiped out. Probably, the Dragon King at that time thought that he or his descendants would take care of it in the future, but he did not expect that the family would suffer such a change, but instead let these bastards take the opportunity to revive. Under the burning of the karmic fire, Grandma Yu was already crazy, and she didn't even bother to look for the boy on her back, but turned around and howled like crazy. This big noise naturally woke up the entire acrobatic troupe. Many people came out from the trucks and the sheds and tents. But after they got off, some of them began to circle in place, some began to wrestle with each other, and some knelt on the ground and cried. The inner circle array that was arranged earlier played a role at this time. For ordinary people who don't understand the array, it is equivalent to encountering a high-level ghost wall as soon as they get out of bed. Inside the supply tent, the old woman stood in front of the cages where Su Dong and Liang Liang were imprisoned. There were 2 cages, one large and one small, imprisoning the father and son. Their hands and feet were tied up, and cotton was stuffed in their mouths, so they could only make some sounds through their noses. Sister Ro reached out to remove Su Dong's gag and shouted, "Isn't he your son?" Su Dong turned his head to look at Liang Liang in the cage next door, with heartache in his eyes, and then said to Sister Ro viciously, "He is." Bang! Sister Ro kicked Su Dong over. She gritted her teeth and was very angry. When collecting today, one of the strands had a problem. Although it can change color, the quality is not pure. This means that although there is parental love, it is not a biological blood. In short, this strand is not only unusable, but also pollutes the same batch of collection. It was fine yesterday, but it had a problem today. Today, I collected this new one. For Sister Ro, you can be abducted, your parents cannot love you, at most you can sell it as a defective product, but this kind of thing that can obviously change the color of water but is not actually related by blood is the most annoying. You are not the biological father of this child. His biological parents have no concern for him. What are you worrying about here? Sister Ro kept kicking Su Dong in the cage, kicking him black and swollen, vomiting blood. Previously, she thought of sending Su Dong to the black coal mine so that he could live and continue to provide nutrients for concern. Now, she wants him to die. Suddenly, the old woman standing next to her began to tremble, and she reached out and grabbed Sister Ro's arm. What? Something happened. Sister Ro was also shocked. She didn't care about executing Su Dong, who ruined her business. She walked out of the tent with the old woman. But as soon as she came out, a trident appeared in front of her and stabbed directly at the old woman. The old woman's originally hunched body straightened instantly. She pushed Sister Ro away first, then grabbed the trident with one hand. After a struggle, the trident stopped an inch in front of her eyebrows. Seeing this, Ro wanted to come up to help, but was glared at by the old woman. She immediately understood and ran out. The white crane boy looked at her with his pupils, and was about to intercept. But the old woman lowered her body, dodged the trident, and turned her hands. 2 lantern sticks appeared in her palms, and she hit the white crane boy's chest swiftly. The white crane boy's body shook, his hands loosened, and the trident that pierced the air fell down. He quickly grabbed it with both hands, exerted force, stabbed the trident into the old woman's back, and then pulled it to one side. Shhh! The robe was torn off with a layer of skin and flesh, revealing the old woman's body hidden underneath. Her whole body seemed to be gathered on her face, and below her neck, she was as skinny as a mummy. Even the old man who was dying on the bed was not so skinny. The 2 bones in the old woman's back began to dislocate, clamping the trident. She stood up again, and her hard shoulders hit the white crane boy's arms and bounced him off, forcing the white crane boy to lose control of the trident. Then, the old woman was ready to dodge away. Something happened to the clay statue, and she had to go there now. The white crane boy, who had lost his weapon, still pressed forward and punched him to block it. The old woman hit him with the stick in her hand, but the white crane boy did not dodge and took the 2 sticks. With a crack sound, the arm fell down. But the other hand also reached out, grabbed the old woman's body, or more precisely, grabbed a piece of bone, and pulled it back. This posture was like a person lifting a human-shaped spider. Then, the white crane boy slammed the lifted person to the ground. Bang! A human-shaped pit was smashed on the ground. The old woman lay there motionless. Just as she was about to reach out to take out the trident and cut the prey, the old woman's legs suddenly stretched out and extended to the feet of the white crane boy. Instantly exerting force to hook and pull, the white crane boy's body swayed backwards, but he still managed to stabilize his body. But the old woman took this opportunity to use the force to flip up, and the whole person stood up, and hit the white crane boy's head with 2 sticks. The white crane boy seemed to know that he had no way to avoid it, so he didn't avoid it. He simply controlled the arm that could still be used, clenched his fist, and smashed it on the old woman's chest. Bang! 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 The old woman was smashed and flew away. The white crane boy stood in place, blood gushing out of his head, his body shaking, and the vertical pupils in his eyes began to blur. The person he chose was indeed right. Before Li Zuiyuan broke the real Grandma Yu's tortoise shell, the old woman in front of him who looked very similar to Grandma Yu was the most powerful one in this acrobatic troupe. When she was 16 years old, she was sold to the landlord by her parents and suffered from beatings and torture. After the landlord died, she was asked to be buried with him. Thanks to their reluctance to give her a good coffin, she dug herself out of the grave with her own hands after being buried. Dragging her bloody hands, she ran to the river like a lonely ghost and picked up a clay pot. A gentle voice came from the clay pot, which comforted her at that time. Since then, she has become his servant. She doesn't care that she becomes more and more like him, she thinks it is her honor and reward. Reviving him is the greatest obsession in her life. No one can destroy the revival of my mother-in-law, No one can. She growled while reaching out to sort out the dented and broken ribs on her chest, breaking the residue, taking it out and throwing it on the ground. This is to ensure that it will not affect her next action. At the same time, she also expressed her inner doubts. Why is there an official general here? The body of the white crane boy was already shaky. He took out 3 incense sticks and inserted them into his crane crown. The incense and candles ignited by themselves and led the way to the underworld. The blood flowing from the forehead quickly solidified and stopped, and the limp arm slowly raised. At this time, the harsh sound of Li Xiao came. At the same time, Li Zhanyuan had destroyed Yu's mother-in-law's body and attached a karma. Her wife was anxious, and she wanted to go, but she just intended to move the Beihe boy. She also stopped her and stopped her. Nympho. Tan Wenbin is uncomfortable now, and he is still crying for those children who have never owned but lost. Originally he listened to the order and kept at the door of the white top shed. Then, the shed was lifted, and he had no door to guard at the door. He saw Xiao Yuan lying on the bloody monster's head, and he pulled the monster's eyes with both hands, but he wanted to go up to help, but the monster was fierce. Essence. Tan Wenbin felt that he was closer to himself and was scratched by monsters, and he would instantly become a pool of meat. Immediately afterwards, the people in the acrobatics group woke up, and Tan Wenbin was ready to do the group. Then the formation played a role, and these people couldn't get out of the place one by one. Tan Wenbin put a posture in white, and could only watch Yuanzi, who continued to cry as a Spanish bullfighter in the wind alone in the wind. In my heart, I even thought that when the fucking thing was over, how could they describe their contributions when they went back and run Chenji and Meng? Tell them, I smashed a tank? Fortunately, fate did not disappoint tears. Tan Wenbin saw a figure and rushed in from the outside. Sister Ro. Her face was full of palm prints, the corners of her mouth ruptured, and nosebleeds flowed out. Compared to other people in the acrobatics group, she is really ruthless to herself. She uses this extreme way to break the influence of the formation and enters here. Unfortunately, she will not have the formation, including her mother-in-law, and no formation. They will only draw the drawings based on the brilliance given by the mother-in-law. Mainly in this way, the trafficking moves during the performance. Those parents who lost their children will return home and forget where they have been to do today. When Li Zhanyuan watched their watch performance in the afternoon, he saw the level of the formation of this group, which would be polite to secretly arrange the formation method to their doorstep. When seeing the bloody body of the roar like crazy, Sister Ro was cracked. Originally, she would not be able to get the blessing of mother-in-law like her mother-in-law like her mother-in-law. I did not expect that tonight. Most of the past efforts were in vain, which means that even if she wants to start again, she has to reopen her mother-in-law for decades. She doesn't want to, she is unwilling, she is still young, she doesn't want to become her mother-in-law. Sister Ro noticed the boy above. Is it you? She was ready to step forward and cut off the boy, because mother-in-law did not know why, she would only switch in pain, and she couldn't take care of the teenager who was on her. A shovel of the Yellow River stopped Sister Ro's way. Tan Wenbin said while crying. Woohoo, woman, your opponent, it's me. Crying sound just fell. Tan Wenbin did not wait for the other party to respond, and pumped it directly. Sister Ro flickered away and supported the ground with both hands. Tan Wenbin held a shovel and cut it horizontally. Sister Ro bounced up in place to avoid the shovel, but she fell to Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin raised his shovel to try to shoot her, but as soon as the shovel raised, the edge was grabbed by the woman's left hand. He raised his shovel head, then moved along his shoulder along the shovel, and he held his fist against Tan Wenbin's face with his right hand. Tan Wenbin reached out and pressed his shovel stock while retreating. At the shovel, a sharp sawtooth appeared. Puff! Sister Ro's shoulder was pierced, and the whole person stopped. The Yellow River shovel is a set of precise multifunctional assembly tools. There are many tips in the use. Runshung can take it directly to shoot people, with strength, but Binbin has read the design manual of Yuanzi brother in detail. However, this wound is not deep. While Sister Ro grabbed the shovel with one hand, she raised her legs and kicked towards Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin wanted to pull the saw and cut her. However, the problem was that the woman was so powerful that he made his whole strength and could not drive the shovel. Seeing that the woman's feet came over, she had to release the shovel. In the final analysis, although Sister Ro is not as powerful as her mother-in-law, it is also her mother-in-law's way. Such people are no longer the scope of ordinary practitioners. In the end, she will become like her current mother-in-law, as if people are non-humans and ghosts. Sister Ro pulled the shovel out of her shoulders. Regardless of the wound, she raised her shovel and planned to pat the ground on the ground. At this moment, Tan Wenbin put his hand into his pocket, grabbed it, and waved it to him, and immediately had a white in front of him. Sister Ro was shocked and avoided her side. When it touched the wound, it was tingling. Lime. Tan Wenbin did not feel that he was doing it at all. As an ordinary person, he needed to find a remedy for himself when he needs to face a group of monsters. Give me to death. Sister Ro made a anger and passed through the white, but when she was preparing to get off the shovel, she stopped her body. Because the young man who stood up in front of him, he held a pistol in his hand and was right. Woohoo, don't move. I will shoot if I move. Woohoo. Sister Ro's eyes were focused on the direction of the muzzle. Then, she pressed down, and when she saw the muzzle was also pressed down, she raised the yellow river shovel in her hand and blocked it in front of her. Then, a look of pain appeared on her face, and many bones in her body began to dislocate, in exchange for a moment of explosive power. Tan Wenbin only felt that his eyes were blurred, and the woman disappeared, and then the woman appeared in front of him. Fuck! This ghost speed, the gun can only be used to commit suicide. At this moment, Binbin experienced the feeling when his old father shot Lin Qiyu. At that time, Lin Qiyu could rely on the instinctive reaction of a martial artist to avoid bullets as much as possible unless he was confronted head-on and had not been possessed. If he was possessed and planned to attack head-on, it really didn't matter whether Officer Tan had a gun on him. Tan Wenbin didn't have time to turn the muzzle of the gun at all, and he only felt that his wrist was pinched by a force, so he had to let go of his hand, and then he was kicked away and fell to the ground. Sister Ro reached out to take the gun, turned around, and pointed the gun at Tan Wenbin's forehead. Bang! Ah! Tan Wenbin screamed, and a yellow plastic bead fell from his forehead, leaving a small red mark. Sister Ro stared at the gun in disbelief. Toy gun? There will be another chapter tomorrow morning. Please vote for me. Chapter 101. Tan Wenbin immediately got up, ran towards the performance shed, and shouted while running. Are you stupid? If you are a real gun, I still need to use my mouth to call you not to move. After shouting, Tan Wenbin regretted it. Is it too obvious to do it? If the other party did not hook to chase himself, but to deal with Xiao Yuan directly, wouldn't he be blind? But soon, Tan Wenbin realized that he had thought too much, and the woman in the back was chasing him. Tan Wenbin was settled and continued to run forward. It seems that he has been with Yuanzi for a long time, and mistakenly thinks that everyone is cold-blooded animals like Yuanzi. Sister Ro is indeed up at this moment. First is the yellow river shovel jagged, then lime powder, and then toy guns. What's more angry is that in order to avoid bullets to forcibly staggered the body bone festival. It is equivalent to eating two groups of suffering. Tan Wenbin really underestimated his ability to attract hatred, and his actions seemed to be unsatisfactory, but he really gave women a lot of killing. Sister Ro is not going to chase Tan Wenbin to deal with the teenager of mother-in-law, but after she was afraid that after she did it, Tan Wenbin turned back to engage in herself. The most important thing is that Tan Wenbin gives her a feeling that can be solved quickly. In addition, Tan Wenbin is running towards the performance shed in the array of the formation in advance. Sister Ro, oh, I didn't expect it, we would also arrange the formation. People always be stupid when facing the fields they don't understand. Because Sister Ro didn't understand the formation at all, she did not know that in a short night of work, she quietly arranged the formation method to the door of the house. What kind of horizontal concept is? She did not know that they arranged their own arrays from their mother-in-law. In the eyes of the teenager, how rough and low-level it was. Those who ignore it are often fearless. 3-3 Life, 4 or 4 enters dry, 2 quotes, 3-9 Docking. Tan Wenbin rushed into the performance shed while reciting the formula. Then Sister Ro rushed in. Tan Wenbin stopped, turned around, and looked at her. He saw a sneer on Sister Ro's face. Tan Wenbin opened his eyes wide. Mo Fei Wen's formation layout has been discovered and modified in advance? Wouldn't it be self-contained? I saw Sister Ro stretched her feet in a position on the ground, and the formation was started. The next moment, Sister Ro's eyes had a darkness, and she performed blind people to touch the image in front of Tan Wenbin. Well, I just pretended to be confident by you. Tan Wenbin bent down, and the bottom of the performance shed was wooden board, but the gap in the wooden board was very large, so he could easily grab the stone from the inside. He has no weapons such as shovel, and he can only return to the most primitive long-range attack at this moment. Mainly melee he didn't dare to go up. Even if the other party turned around like a blind man now, he was really caught by the other party to follow the trend, and he was really unhappy to break free. Bang! A stone smashed over, and Sister Ro's head flowed out. In the environment she is now, the sense of space is confusing. If there is usually a stone flying towards her, her ears and even the sixth sense can be sensing in advance, so as to make a avoidance. Arrive. Moreover, Tan Wenbin continued to move around the circle while smashing her, always maintaining a distance of 20 meters. Soon, when I continued to smash, Sister Ro's head, chest, arms, and legs were all scars. She and a dancer constantly launched an attack in a small scope. From time to time, she wanted to launch a long-distance running attack. As a result, she fell to the ground fiercely by a straight line and fell to the ground. Under the action of this formation, how can you make you go straight? Tan Wenbin began to think she was a little pitiful. Binbin immediately adjusted his mentality. Tell you to traffic children. Tell you to do this kind of conscience. The traffickers should die. With the slogan blessing, the more thrives. Bang! 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 Finally, Sister Ro, who was smashed with blood, was completely broken. She faced her face and fell to the ground. Hey! Hey! Tan Wenbin stopped and took a deep breath while shook his arms. It was really tired to lose the stones in a row, and the big arm and shoulders were a little numb at this moment. But after a short break, Tan Wenbin bent down and picked up a large stone from the gap, and threw it again at the back of the sisters on the front. Bang! Are you being an idiot? Do you want to pretend to lie to me? Bang! My fucking look at you can't get up, don't smash your brain, Lao Tzu will never approach. Bang! When people lay down, aiming was simple. Tan Wenbin hit Sister Ro's back. Sister Ro got up, her hair was scattered, and she was mad. I don't know where the opponent is, at a loss, there is no direction, and only the stones that constantly hit their body will be desperate. There is a kind of letting me come out, fight with me, let me come out, and fight with me. Bang! Bang! Well, just do you also have a positive with me? Tan Wenbin continued to smash and scolded in her heart, this woman is really hard, but she hasn't seen dying for so long. There are not two large stones in the seams under the main feet, but even if there are big stones, he dare not hit too close. Just consume it, consumption, Lao Tzu, and you slowly spend. Anyway, Yuanzi is still a bullfighter, and I can't help much. Tan Wenbin couldn't make his right hand, and could only smash with his left hand. After the left hand could not be smashed, Tan Wenbin leaned forward, drooping his arms, panting heavily. The woman curled up on the ground, holding her head, and the naked eye showed that there was no good skin on her body, her flesh and blood was blurred, and her bones were smashed out in many places, but she was still shaking slightly. Oh shit! Tan Wenbin simply sat on the ground. The woman slowly raised her head, and her face had been smashed clearly. Who are you, who is? Want to know? Think. Okay, then I tell you, we are. Bang! Tan Wenbin exhausted his last effort, grabbed a stone with both hands, threw it out together, and hit the woman's door. The woman was stunned, her face was down, and she was paralyzed. Her limit was broken. In fact, she has long lost her resistance, but her particularity makes her bones last dependence and helps her hang life. Most of the strength of Tan Wenbin was used to eliminate the last breath, because he was too cautious. Wow! The flesh of the woman's whole body is quickly cracked. The whole person is like a phoenix claw, and is separating the flesh. The exposed white bones are also broken in section, and the organs wrapped in the flesh show dark grey. This is really dead. Tan Wenbin stood up and stood up, his lips were white, he swallowed his spit. Damn, what the hell is it? Immediately afterwards, he walked outwards, even if it was so, he had to go to Xiao Yuan brother. As soon as Bin Bin came out, he saw the two people hugged together, smashed in front of them, and raised a large piece of dust. It is Beihe boy and mother-in-law. The Beihe boy's arms were inserted into his wife's chest, and his wife's two wooden sticks penetrated the scapulas on both sides of the Beihe boy. The fight between the two sides is no longer the beauty of fighting, leaving only the suffering of competition. But everyone can see that the fierceness of the wife is still there, and the white crane boy is gradually morale. This is nothing to do. Whether Lin Qiyu is still the normal person's body, and his wife is not a human. Moreover, the method of fighting Beihe Toi has always been brave and straightforward, and he did not like a roundabout. This has caused a great burden on this body. The wife raised her head and looked at the blood man over there, her eyes were full of heartache madness. This is the hard work and obsession of her life, which turned this way on the eve of success. She knew that even if she could come back again, she could not see the mother-in-law completely recovered in her life. But she hasn't given up, just as she had to abolish her hands at that time, she had to dug out herself out of the grave. For so many years, her focus may not be for success, but because of this kind of life-filled life essence. My wife shouted, "There is a reservoir in the southwest, please go there." Her voice was hoarse and special vibrato. This is a special way to communicate between her and mother-in-law. She believes that at this time, she can hear her words. Li Zhanyuan quickly realized that the blood man under him seemed calm. For decades of companionship and servant, the wife and mother-in-law, the two have long been connected to each other and pinned each other. Otherwise, the wife will not be more and more like the mud tire. But Li Chaoyuan knew that this kind of sustenance was more like a kind of storage. The real mother-in-law has shifted to the old woman. When she recovered completely, it was the moment when the old woman was killed and retrieved. This is the reward of worship. Oh! The blood man began to run, and the speed was very fast, leaping step by step, and every time he fell, he could step on a pit. Li Zhanyuan was still on her back. In fact, he could already come down at this moment. According to the normal process, she has been destroyed. But the problem is that Li Zhanyuan must ensure that she would kill her. Let it escape, even if it is weak, it is a poisonous snake hidden in the shadow. Xiao Yuan. Tan Wenbin opened his mouth and ran away at Xiao Yuan's ride. Seeing that the bloody man had left, his arms were struggling, and the wooden sticks that penetrated the scapula of Beihe boy scapula, nailed to the ground, then raised his paws, and grabbed the face of Bai Boy. Bai Boy raised his feet and kicked her. Bang! The grandmother's temporary accepted power, the body rose, and through the strength of the other party, it helped himself out of the restraint of Bai Boy. After her body fell in the distance, she looked at Bai Boy resentfully. Bai Boy's calf was flexed, his feet were on the ground, rubbing the wound along the 2 wooden sticks, and stood up again. The wife took a deep breath and did not continue to fight forward again. Instead, she bent down and ran southwest with her hands and feet. Bai Boy still stood in place. Don't move, chase it. Tan Wenbin ran beside him for urging. However, the 3 incenses on the crown of the Bai Boy have broken off, and the pupils in their eyes began to disperse. This is clearly not good. The last stand was probably just thinking about it, and at the same time, a deterrent was formed, so that the wife did not take the opportunity to come over to complete the harvest. Tan Wenbin was anxious for a while, and then thought of something, and immediately ran to his climbing bag and took out a set of runes prepared by Xiao Yuan from it. Brother Xiao Yuan told him how to use it. It was well understood, because it was too brutal. But at this moment, no other, my wife has gone, and someone must be able to go. I'm sorry, a friend. Tan Wenbin stood beside Lin Xiu, grabbed 2 banquets with both hands, and took a breath. The first 2 in front were inserted in. The role of the ban is to block the evil spirits. A Li drew this symbol because in Li Zonyuan's narration, he painted the small black snake in the compass. After the 4 ban symbols were pierced, Lin Xiu's originally sluggish body suddenly held up, and the pupils to be scattered into pupils were returned into pupils. This is the Bai Boy who was going to leave, reprinted in his body, and made him unable to leave. Tan Wenbin immediately took out 4 broken stitches and inserted it directly. The role of the broken evil is to expel destruction of evil spirits. Although the official general was under the seat of the Tibetan king Bodhisattva, his predecessor was either a demon or a ghost king. First seal the stove, and then put the fire in order, which is equivalent to burning the white crane boy in his body. Tan Wenbin can only be sighed in his heart, it is indeed my son, and you can think of such a rude way. Lin Xiu's skin exuded a large area of blood, and there were dark fog spraying and returning from Kikiao. Even if you draw Facebook, the entire face can still see clear distortions. While Bai Toy turned his head, while looking at Tan Wenbin, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Tan Wenbin's neck to raise him. With his feet away from the ground, he had difficulty breathing, but Tan Wenbin still raised his hand and pointed to the southwest direction. There is the direction of evil spirits. Bai Boy flushed his pupils. For the first time, he hesitated between the man and killing evil spirits in front of him. As an official general, he was treated so for the first time after he took down. This is no longer disrespectful to yourself. He is purely treating himself as an animal. After exhausted, he is still smoking his whip. How dare! But in the end, the responsibilities were still emotional, and Bai Boy loosened his hands. Tan Wenbin fell to the ground, covering his neck with both hands and coughing violently. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Immediately, Bai Boy flickered alternately and went southwest at a very fast speed. Tan Wenbin looked at his disappearing back. Said. Cough cough. Don't say, it's really much stronger. Nympho. When the blood man under him was running, he wanted to reach out his arms several times and tried to grab himself on his back. But every time she has this attempt, Li Zhonyuan will increase the efforts of karma, making it more painful, and forcing him to give up. In addition, Li Zhonyuan has been using Wei Zhendao's black book to try to control her. Although she failed to succeed, she also interfered with her thinking and kept it immersed in the madness state. At the same time, he also reads some fragmented memory pictures. In the memory picture, he saw that mother-in-law saw the young woman who was almost rotten with muddy hands, and saw a woman holding the crocks picked up to serve it. She saw the method of teaching women to fall in love with her mother-in-law, and saw the woman helping you the mud tires started to repair it for decades. Individual pictures are dark, but the frequency is very high. They are all at night. When women sleep, the mud tires flow out of black gas, slowly injection along the woman's nose. At that time, the transformation and control of women had already begun. Based on her mother-in-law for so many years, she only passed a muddy tire that repaired it for himself, plus a format diagram, which is enough to see that mother-in-law's wishes to the waiter. The devotion of the old woman's life almost looks like a wishful thinking. After the memory screen is reassure, before that, the memory has formed a layered here. No matter how Li Chaoyuan tried to break through this obstacle, there is no way to complete the deep-level memory modification and exert completely control of it to control it. Essence. In front, the reservoir appeared. She wanted to return to the water. In this way, she can change places for the last time and start again. Li Zhanyuan raised his head, and he couldn't let him return to the water anyway. Since I can't control you, I will interfere with you. Soon, in the consciousness of mother-in-law's craziness, the voice of his waiter, the voice of the old woman, kept sounding. You run the wrong, it's the northeast. You go to the northeast, and the reservoir is ahead. Hurry up, that's the only opportunity for you. These voices are implanted by Li Zhanyuan. Yu's mother-in-law's eyes were blind and lost specific perception of the outside world. After hearing this prompt, she stopped and began to face northeast. Successful. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. But even so, Li Zhanyuan still had to admit that this thing is really hard to kill. The soul of ordinary people is infected with this kind of karma, which will be annihilated instantly, but this guy has been carrying it for so long, and now there are still vitality to flow out. No wonder the Dragon King of the Tu Qin Lu did not kill her completely. It is also a skill to be killed. But I don't believe it, how long can you continue to carry? Although Li Zhanyuan is already tired now, it is far from exhaustion. After all, his body insists on vomiting exercise, and his spirit has also strengthened training in alley. The teenager has confidence, give him some time, continue to consume, and finally die, it must be her. However, the old woman appeared before the northeast. The two-person stalemate duel suddenly appeared a third party, which really made Li Zhanyuan feel a headache. It seems that Behe Boy still couldn't stop her after all. In the original idea, he had a full set of rich processes to gradually squeeze out the potential of Lin Qiyu, and he could squeeze him with an adult. But who knows that he will riding? The old woman saw that her mother-in-law had obviously arrived at the reservoir, but actually started running in the opposite direction, and immediately shouted. You are running back, you are fighting back. Li Zhanyuan's 10 fingers still grasped the eyes of Yu's mother-in-law and continued to impact on it. Continue to run, continue to run. The voice of the two waiters appeared at the same time in the hearts of her mother-in-law, and a fierce conflict occurred. My mother-in-law stopped, and she fell into a painful confusion, but she instinctively knew that she could not stay in place, otherwise she would be burned to death by the fire, and there was not much time she left. The old woman narrowed her eyes, her body was like a cat, she quickly walked behind her, intending to attack Li Zhanyuan on the back of her mother-in-law. She can see that the teenager seems to have a mysterious means to impact Yu's mother-in-law. Li Zhanyuan did not insist, and he simply loosened his hands, slipped from her mother-in-law's back, and then rolled continuously to avoid the scope of her mania. The old woman first stunned, and then continued to shout to Yu's mother-in-law, "You quickly turn around and run back, turn around and run back." Li Zhanyuan retreated back, while silent in his heart, "Don't listen to her, you continue to run forward, continue to run forward. Mother-in-law, you can only continue to stand in place and slap her on the ground crazy. She really doesn't know who she should listen to. Damn! The old woman saw that her mother-in-law left her mother-in-law, and she could still impact. Li Zhanyuan continued to retreat, but the distance between the two sides was quickly closer. He was helpless. The biggest disadvantage now is physical conflict, so he intends to force him to retreat or fall into chaos with deterrence, just like dealing with Lin Qiyu in the teaching building, so as to give himself out of time. The juvenile mouth chanted the spell, the hands were staped with both hands, and the essence was gathered at the fingertips. Just as he was planning to release it, a rapid figure suddenly appeared and hit the old woman directly. The old woman screamed and flew far. In place, the Baihe boy appeared. Li Zhanyuan watched the 8-rooted needle inserted from Baihe's boy, and sighed in his heart, Zhuang did well. After returning, I have to tell Zhuang, in fact, there is no need to insert so much, and the 4 are enough. 8 roots. Even the teenager himself felt that it was too brutal. Baihe boy's eyes fell on Li Zhanyuan, and he could see clear anger from his color of his pupils. The next moment, he raised his fist at Li Zhanyuan. Li Zhanyuan's gaze was slightly condensed and said, "You want to force me to promise to save you the child, but I don't like to be threatened." Hearing that Baihe boy pupils completely became red, and anger had come to the apex. Perhaps he couldn't understand why his children, why did he fall into this field and be used as a horse to death by others? Li Zhanyuan was not used to him, his fingers fell towards the old woman. "Go, do your business well." Baihe boy's fist made a noise, and eventually did not fall towards Li Zhanyuan. Instead, she flickered, and once again rolled the old woman who had just climbed up, raised her fist, and smashed it against her. It seemed to vent his boundless anger on her. The old woman had to be passively hit, but her eyes fell on Yu's mother-in-law who was still standing there. Turn around and run, where is the reservoir?" Li Zhanyuan slowly walked to her mother-in-law, raised her left hand, and her index finger was against her temple. "Don't listen to her, she is lying to you, you will continue to run forward and run forward." Mother-in-law turned around and ran to the reservoir. Li Zhanyuan turned his head and looked at the woman who was pressed under Baihe boy under his body. The bones were constantly broken and splashed. She was laughing. My mother-in-law listened to her. It's not that Li Zhanyuan is not pretending to be, but because the old woman is almost dead now. She has carried the Baihe boy 2 rounds of self-blessing, and also possesses a certain high wind. 3 rounds of brutal blessings, she really couldn't hold it. My mother-in-law heard the death of her waiter's voice, so she believed it. And this was temporarily unable to imitate Li Zhanyuan, unless he took the initiative to let Baihe boy come over to death. Soon, her mother-in-law ran into the reservoir, jumped into the water, and disappeared. The old woman used her proud expression to look at Li Zhanyuan, and she succeeded in saving her mother-in-law. His life was given by his mother-in-law, and now he has given his life and gave her again. She couldn't help but be a little stubborn. If she was a teenage, she would jump into the river and die. Can she avoid the flat toss of these decades? But she was still happy, although she was really dying. Bone cracks appear on the whole body. If Tan Wenbin is here, she will shout excitedly, she is about to finish. Li Zhanyuan did not have any exchanges with the old woman, and he didn't want to tell her that in fact, the mother-in-law had been guarding her, and she was also part of her mother-in-law's repair raw material. Because even if these are said, the old woman will smile frankly, saying that she knows that these are voluntary. She has been living under this obsession in her life. Before dying, she will not change. It will only make her feel that her sacrifice is more sacred. Baihe boy was still fighting, and the one under his hand was unable to resist, but his bones were harder. He was just grinding her for the last breath. Therefore, the boy raised his head and looked at Li Zhanyuan. In the eyes, a faint taunt appeared. After all, you still let the thing escape. The corner of Li Zhanyuan's mouth showed a smile. This smile made the dying old woman and Baihe boy doubting. Li Zhanyuan walked to the reservoir and squatted down. Put the left hand into the water and pick up a handful of water. Right index finger slowly clicked on my eyebrows. Wei Zhendao is very interesting. When he wrote a book, some things that were not very important would bring it, but those things that labeled hurt the sky, he really wrote in detail. Therefore, Li Zhanyuan has read this method of surgery, and the books he read will be back. Although he has never learned it. However, when I read my mother-in-law's memory before, there was a picture of an old woman showing the mud tires. Understanding the principle, there is also a teacher on site teaching. The most important thing is, this method is very simple. It is simple and low level as the array diagram of the acrobatics group taught to the acrobatics troupe. Come, Li Lan, witness your moment of missing me. The index finger that resisted the eyebrows opened, and poured into the water in the left hand. Half of the water in the palm becomes black. Li Zhanyuan knew that this was his poor father. Next moment, the water in the palm became dark instantly. Not only that, it even boiled, and it was extremely violent. The dying old woman widened her eyes. She did not know how many children had been trafficking in the past few decades, and even the deep biological parents had seen it, but she could not compare with this scene in front of her. If my mother-in-law can have this kind of fetters, it will definitely recover quickly. Suddenly, the old woman understood something, and her eyes showed horror and fear. She wanted to struggle, but she was already weak. Even when she was going to go again, the white crane boy's pupil rotated, and she was completely isolated in it. Essence. You can only watch the teenager, holding the boiling black water in one hand, and the sound of the dog calling the dog while facing the water surface of the reservoir. Mother-in-law, I opened meals. The originally calm water surface, the original blood man, was already pale and necrotic at this moment, and the flesh dropped off. But she still greedily returned to the shore and climbed ashore. At this time, her mother-in-law, even unable to stand up, could only slowly come over, really like a dog. Li Zhanyuan stretched his left hand and continued to attract mother-in-law to come forward, spread out his right hand, and the karma rose again, ready to send you mother-in-law to thoroughly go on the road. However, looking at the black water boiling in his left hand, Li Zhanyuan had to say, Li Lan, how much do you miss me? Mother-in-law finally climbed over. When she looked up and wanted to suck the delicious black water, Li Zhanyuan shook his left hand backwards, and his right hand patted directly on his head. The karma, once again attached her whole body. This time, she could no longer be able to resist the miserable morning, and the last only existence of flesh was also quickly falling off. Li Zhanyuan said with a smile while admiring her misery. Qin Liu's Two Dragon Kings biography. Li Zhanyuan. Today. Send the mother-in-law on the road. Dear friends, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 102. The skin and flesh fell off completely, and the skeleton was reduced to dust. Granny Yu was completely killed. The Dragon King started it, and now Li Zuiyuan is here to finish it. She must have died in a very aggrieved way. Before she was fully revived, she was crazy throughout the whole process, and she had almost no skills. She was like a mad bull in the early stage and a defeated dog in the later stage. But she really had nothing to sympathize with. Li Zuiyuan would not feel that he had won unfairly. At the beginning, she was the one who stood outside the door holding two cursed lanterns written specifically for Ali. A thing that only bullied children. What qualifications did it have to talk about whether it was worthy or not, really thinking that it was something? Li Zuiyuan picked up a branch nearby and began to dig out Granny Yu's ashes. He didn't care if anything fell, just the process of digging was a kind of enjoyment and reward. Bang! The white crane boy punched the old woman's head and blew it up, completely ending her last breath. He did it on purpose. He controlled the rhythm and deliberately let the old woman go a step later so that she could see the end of Grandma Yu. At this moment, the boy faced Li Zuiyuan and looked at his actions with contempt in his eyes again, as if he did not expect him to do such a low-level action. Li Zuiyuan was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued to enjoy his pleasure of touching the corpse. Every emotion that can rise is very precious to the young man, and this kind of happiness is positive. He can learn a lot of things quickly, but this kind of emotion, he has worked hard for a long time, can only experience but cannot replicate himself. The kind of appearance without the inner is called performance. Hey! Li Zuiyuan really dug out something. Hidden under the layers of heavy corpse ash, it was a piece of bone, the size and shape of a chess piece. The texture is simple and round, with uniform bone joints around, and a very symmetrical beauty. Li Zuiyuan took out a piece of talisman paper he drew from his pocket. The talisman paper drawn by A Li has targeted effects, and the one drawn by the boy himself is more like a pH test paper. Fortunately, it is really sensitive. The talisman paper was pasted on the bone, and the talisman paper did not change color. Grandma Yu is really dead, there is no accident, and there is no retention. Reaching out to touch it, you can feel the clear smoothness and flow, as if it has some characteristics that can amplify emotions, because after touching it, Li Zuiyuan's joy in his heart suddenly increased. This is a real effect, not a psychological effect, because the boy lacks this effect. Li Zuiyuan wrapped the bone and put it in his pocket. When I go back, I can give it to A Li and give it to the girl as a handicraft material, which can also be regarded as helping the ancestors of the Qin and Lu families to reduce their burden. Turning sideways, facing the reservoir, squatting down, Li Zuiyuan began to wash his hands, and then scooped up a handful of water and patted his face, and began to wash his face. Hoo! It feels good. Although it is not to the point of overdrawing, it is really tired. In the reflection of the water under the moonlight, the white crane boy appeared beside him. He knew that he was very angry, but he really didn't care. Now, he officially went to Zhang, inherited the Qin and Lu families, and represented the heavenly Dao to kill evil spirits. It was not that night on the school playground, when he could still use the excuse of raising ghosts to attack him. Now, if he dared to do so, he would have to risk losing everything he had. The heavenly Dao was watching. The official identity was so precious, it had to be cherished. Li Zuiyuan shook the water droplets in his hand and turned to the white crane boy. The boy lowered his head slightly, staring at Li Zuiyuan with his vertical pupils, as if warning him. Sorry, this was an accident, it won't happen next time. Hearing this, the boy stood up again. He knew that there were some things he couldn't do. Since the young man in front of him changed his previous attitude, he would stop while he was ahead and maintain his dignity. But in fact, what Li Zuiyuan meant was that the work was done too roughly this time because Zhuang, as a temporary operator, was not familiar with the business. Next time, he will operate it personally, and he will definitely be able to increase the stakes step by step to achieve sustainable fishing in a dry pond. Of course, the premise is that Lin Shiyu can still be saved. Li Zuiyuan reached out and pulled out the 4 evil-breaking talisman needles first. The talisman paper has changed color and the needles have rusted. They can no longer be recycled and used again, so they are simply thrown away. When pulling out the sealing talisman needles, Li Zuiyuan hesitated for a moment, but after seeing the figure of Tan Wenbin rushing in the distance, he no longer hesitated and pulled them out directly. In an instant, the vertical pupils in Lin Shiyu's eyes dissipated, and the whole person collapsed to the ground, like a balloon with a hole in it that deflated quickly. The good news is that he didn't bleed anymore. The bad news is that there is not much blood left in his body. His skin color was extremely sallow. If the elderly in the family had not prepared white cloth and black veil, they would be accused of being unfilial by relatives and neighbors, which would make the elderly worry before they passed away. Tan Wenbin ran over breathlessly. Seeing Lin Shiyu in this state, he thought he was dead. Is he dead? Li Zuiyuan said indifferently, not yet. Does this mean he will be dead soon? Li Zuiyuan pulled open Lin Shiyu's sleeves and saw 2 red ropes on his wrists. He won't die. Someone is praying for him. Tan Wenbin was surprised and said, "Is praying really useful? Does he have any tattoos?" "Yes, I saw it when I sent him to the infirmary to change his hospital gown last time. There was a facial mask painted on his belly button below his ribs. I said he looked dull and honest, but I didn't expect that he was quite interesting in private. He told me that his grandfather personally helped him with the tattoo, and he felt pain for a long time when he was tattooed." "Well, that's right. It's not just for blessing. When you are sick and suffering, as long as you don't die immediately, the other end has a chance to extend your life. It's so powerful that it can extend your life. It should be the characteristic of the official general's lineage. They are really prone to accidents." Li Zuiyuan felt that those who were invited down were fighting according to their own style, and they didn't care too much about the physical condition of the medium. Over time, it also forced the medium to develop some means of saving and extending life. However, in the current situation, it seems that it can't be extended. Li Zuiyuan's eyes condensed, and his fingertips first grabbed the 2 red ropes on Lin Shiyu's wrists. After gently rubbing them, the 2 red ropes became brighter. "Brother Binbin, pull up his shirt." "Okay." Lin Shiyu's shirt was pulled up, revealing a damaged mask above his belly button. Li Zuiyuan pressed down with his fingertips, patching up the mask along the strokes. There was actually no paint on his fingertips, but as he traced, the color of the mask in the original position dimmed and was distributed into the cracks, like taking a little from the east wall and patching a little from the west wall. Although the overall color has become much lighter, it has indeed been repaired and can be used. After doing all this, although Lin Shiyu's face is still sallow as if he is suffering from a serious illness, his breath has finally returned to normal. Li Zuiyuan returned to the reservoir to wash his hands and asked, "Brother Binbin, can you still carry him?" "No problem." Tan Wenbin was already exhausted tonight, but if he didn't carry him at this time, would he let Brother Xiaoyuan carry him? Gritting his teeth, Tan Wenbin grabbed Lin Shiyu with both hands and carried him on his back. Although his figure was a little staggering, he was stable at least. The 3 of them walked slowly all the way back to the location of the acrobatic troupe. Those people were still trapped in the inner circle formation. The outer circle formation was still there, which could effectively prevent the spread of the previous movement here, and also prevent irrelevant people from approaching. Many stories about ghost walls circulating in society were encountered in secluded places late at night. Sometimes it was not that you encountered dirty things, but that you mistakenly entered a formation that someone had just set up. Li Zuiyuan originally came back to get his bag, but as soon as he picked up the bag, he noticed movement in front. Plop! Tan Wenbin threw Lin Shiyu directly to the ground. Then he picked up the yellow river shovel and slowly approached. It was suspected that it was a fish that slipped through the net in the acrobatic troupe and did not step into the formation, or was able to escape from the formation by various coincidences. At this time, there was no need to show mercy. Anyway, it was a gang of human traffickers, so just kill it. But as soon as the grass in front was pushed aside, a little boy poked his head out, staring at Tan Wenbin who was holding up the shovel with a pair of big eyes. "Hey, it's a child!" Tan Wenbin put down the shovel. Liang was frightened by Tan Wenbin. At this time, he instinctively looked at the younger Li Zuiyuan. He felt that the older brother in front of him was very fierce, and the younger brother must be very gentle. "Brother, save my dad is inside, my dad is inside." Li Zuiyuan ignored him and sorted out his mountaineering bag. Tan Wenbin asked, "Little boy, where is your dad?" "There." Liang pointed to the acrobatic troupe's material tent. "My dad used his teeth to help me bite the rope, and he let me run." "Brother Xiaoyuan, it seems that you are not an accomplice of the human traffickers. Do you want to help?" "Brother Binbin, just be happy." Li Zuiyuan took out a can of Jian Libao from the mountaineering bag, opened it, and drank it. Tan Wenbin took the shovel and took Liang to the material tent. He lifted the curtain and saw that there were extremely exaggerated traces of fighting inside. There was no need to guess that it must have been left by the white crane boy and the old woman. There were a batch of iron cages inside, which had long been deformed. A man was lying on the ground with his hands and feet tied up, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The ropes that tied the children were not so thick or tight, so he could bite them open with his teeth, but the ropes on his body were not something that the children could help with, and he did not dare to let the children stay here any longer, and he had been urging the children to run away. Tan Wenbin squatted down and used the sharp side of the yellow river shovel to help him cut the ropes. "Dad, Dad!" Liang rushed to Su Dong. Liang, didn't I tell you to leave?" "Dad, I brought Brother Binbin to save you. The police are here." Su Dong breathed a sigh of relief. "Comrade police, I am guilty. Wait until the real police come, then you can talk to them." After helping people untie the ropes, Tan Wenbin did not delay any more, went back to find Brother Yuanzi, and left here with Brother Yuanzi. When passing by a roadside telephone booth, Binbin first put Lin Shiyu down on his back and let him sit against the telephone booth pillar, then he walked in and called his father's pager. After hanging up the phone, Tan Wenbin said to Li Zuyuan, "Brother Xiao Yuan, let me carry the backpack." At this time, Li Zuyuan was carrying a huge mountaineering bag, holding Lin Shiyu's bag in his right hand, and holding a half-drunk bottle of Jian Libao in his left hand. "No, I can carry it." It can also be seen from here that the boy's physical foundation has been laid. However, on weekdays, Runzheng was there, so he didn't need to work, and he also preferred to be on Runchen's back because it was easier. It's really not tiring to carry people on your back, it's like taking a rest, haha. If carrying people is tiring, then what's the point of being a corpse retriever? Tan Wenbin said as he tried to take the bag from Li Zuyuan. At this time, Lin Shiyu, who was originally sitting with his back against the pillar of the telephone booth, fell sideways, and there happened to be a stone on the road. With a bang, his head hit it directly. Li Zuyuan pointed at Lin Shiyu with Jian Libao and said, "Brother Binbin, you'd better take good care of him. Don't let him be killed here while they are working hard to hold a ceremony to prolong his life." "Oh, right. Tan Wenbin helped Lin Shiyu back up, and at the same time kicked away the stone that dared to attack Lin Shiyu. "I think it won't be long before someone from Lin Shiyu's hometown comes to school." "Brother Xiao Yuan, I know." Lin Shiyu was seriously injured twice in a short period of time, and this time it was even more outrageous. His hometown will definitely send someone to check the situation afterwards. I guess they are also wondering why their children have to fight with evil spirits every now and then when they go to college here. What kind of dragon and tiger den is your Jinling city? Li Zuyuan meant to let Tan Wenbin stabilize Lin Shiyu to deal with the people from his hometown and not cause any trouble. Tan Wenbin indicated that he understood and would be responsible for taking care of him. Although Lin Shiyu was unconscious and couldn't hear, some things would be meaningless if they were too clear. However, the problem of this matter was not big. Li Zuyuan believed that Tan Wenbin could handle the things over there, and the pure Lin Shiyu was also easy to coax. It is estimated that when he wakes up, the first sentence he says will not be a question, but self-blame. "I'm sorry, it's my fault that I didn't deal with the old woman in time." Ding-ling-ling. The phone in the phone booth rang, and it was Tan Yunlong who received the pager and called back. Tan Wenbin went back in and answered the phone. "Hello, are you Officer Tan?" "It's your father." "Officer Tan, we are talking about business, please be serious." "Name?" "Tan Wenbin." "Gender?" "Male." "No mistakes in the poem, the content, the book, the bar." "Family situation?" "Raised by my mother." "Hat." Tan Wenbin covered the microphone and shouted to Li Zuyuan who was standing outside, "My father drank a lot." Tan Yunlong did drink. It was a celebration banquet held by the department for him, and he drank a lot. At this time, Tan Wenbin heard a series of slaps from the other end of the phone. Then, the voice on the phone returned to its usual calm style. "Comrade Tan Wenbin, have you found the location of Grandma Yu's criminal gang?" "Yes, Officer Tan is in Tong'an Town, at the acrobatic troupe's residence in Zijiao Square. The entire acrobatic troupe is full of human traffickers." "Okay, I know." The other end of the phone hung up. Tan Wenbin shrugged, walked out of the phone booth, and happened to see Lin Shuyu falling to the other side. He stepped forward and kicked a stone on the ground there. Bang! Lin Shuyu's head just hit the ground. "Hey, brother Xiao Yuan," I reacted quickly this time, haha. "Why didn't you just hold him?" You are exhausted, take a taxi back and have a good rest." "Brother Xiao Yuan, we really need to get our own car, even if it's a second-hand one. It's really inconvenient to take a taxi in the suburbs in the middle of the night. You guys go get your driver's license first." "Oh, I really forgot about that. I'll go get it first." They're both busy now. "By the way, Xiao Yuan, don't we need to deal with those formations?" "No, the effect will disappear before dawn, and the police will definitely be here by then." "But if my dad and the others are trapped in there, then?" "No, the remaining formations will be broken by the police batch." "What about this effect?" "General Guan, isn't it the police station in the underworld?" "Hey, a taxi is coming. I'm lucky today." The taxi came, pulled over, and rolled down the window. It turned out to be the driver who sent them here at noon. "Hey, it's you guys." "That's right, it's not a coincidence. It's all fate. Only by starting and ending can you have long-lasting fortune." "Master, don't you think so?" Tan Wenbin saw that the driver was going home after get off work. He said that his home was in this town, so he had to shut him up in advance. The driver's face showed an obvious embarrassment, but considering Tan Wenbin's auspicious words, he waved his hand and said, "Okay, get in the car, I'll take you back to school, so we won't use the meter." "Okay, then we won't use the meter, we pay the price for coming in the daytime, and the price for sending back at night." "That's not what I mean." "Then you mean to send us back for free, that's fine too. Then let's pay the original price during the daytime." There were few cars at night, and the taxi ran all the way, and finally dropped the 3 people off at the school gate, and Tan Wenbin paid the fare. The driver counted and said, "Oh, I have to go back empty." After that, the driver restarted the car, and just as it started, I don't know if it was due to operating error or distraction or something went wrong with the car, but he actually rushed directly onto the flower bed, with the front of the car lifted high. The noise was a bit loud, and the security guards at the school gate also came out to help. Tan Wenbin said, "Brother Xiao Yuan, is it because he really shouldn't charge us for the fare?" The driver said during the day that he would take his own child to see the acrobatic troupe tomorrow. If Li Zuiyuan and others hadn't gone to solve it tonight, then his smart son would be at great risk of being kidnapped tomorrow. If this revenge is not returned well, it will be thrown out in other ways. When a child breaks a bowl and a dish, the elderly will say broken piece, which is the same reason. Maybe. Tan Wenbin continued, but he sent us back normally with the meter, which is already very good. Who knows how to do it? It's too difficult. Li Zuiyuan, so in reality, who can always have good luck? After the boy finished speaking, he thought of his great-grandfather. Walking into the campus and coming to the downstairs of the dormitory, the new dormitory auntie had locked the door. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I'll climb in." "No need, it's almost dawn anyway, you take Lin Shuyu to the infirmary, I'll go there to sleep." "Okay." Tan Wenbin carried Lin Shuyu to the infirmary, while Li Zuiyuan carried a lot of bags and walked to the family building. Pushing open the gate, it was very quiet inside. Until Li Zuiyuan walked to the French window, there was no movement inside. The girl did not open the window on her own initiative as before, and stood there barefoot. The French window was not locked. Li Zuyuan gently opened it and walked in. The girl was lying on the bed, sleeping. Li Zuyuan stood by the bed and watched for a while with the moonlight coming in. The quilt was next to it. Li Zuyuan reached out and picked up the quilt, sensing the residual temperature inside, knowing that the girl was originally covered with a quilt, and she had just gotten up and wanted to open the window to greet him as usual. But she remembered what she said, so she lay back and pretended to sleep. It was just that she had folded the quilt over her belly according to the boy's habit, and it was too late to fold it again. After Li Zuyuan folded the quilt, he gently covered the girl's belly. Then he put down all the bags on his body, lay on the carpet under the bed, and closed his eyes. He was tired and wanted to sleep. The early solution of Grandma Yu meant that he would have a period of stability in the future and could sleep without distraction. After a while, the girl slowly sat up, carefully lifted the quilt that the boy had folded for her, and put it aside. Then she turned sideways to the bed, supported her chin with her left hand, and just looked at the sleeping boy on the carpet. The moonlight also sprinkled on him, as if it was stained with a layer of brilliance. As for the stars, they were all in the girl's eyes. Police cars were dispatched in large numbers and entered the western suburbs of Tongan town. There were also many green trucks, and armed police with live ammunition got off. After completing the encirclement first, they rushed into arrest. The whole process was much smoother than expected. Because all the members of the acrobatic troupe were sitting there waiting to be arrested, and they were more wilted than grasshoppers in autumn, and they couldn't jump at all. Except for the old woman and Sister Ro, the rest of the acrobatic troupe were ordinary people, and they were real human traffickers. Therefore, many people had already shown symptoms of mental breakdown in the ghost wall. When they saw the police rushing in front of them, they seemed to have seen their savior. They cried and took the initiative to tell their crimes. Tan Yunlong stood next to the police car and lit a cigarette. He was very sleepy now and was trying to cheer himself up. Because I had a day off tomorrow morning, I let go and drank a little wine, but who knew that something happened again? At the celebration banquet, the leader was still praising himself for his excellent performance. He had solved unsolved cases in succession just after arriving at his new job, and called on everyone to learn from him. When he received the pager and went out to call everyone to gather and go out, the leader was surprised and said, "Another case is going to be solved." He didn't want to be so conspicuous, but his son kept calling him one after another, which made his father like a light bulb. "Captain Tan, a body was found in that performance tent. Male or female? I can't tell. Take me to see." Tan Yunlong walked into the performance tent and saw the body with a very strange shape, with bones and flesh separated. And the human flesh part was obviously beaten for a long time and over a large area, and it was completely bloody. Tan Yunlong walked closer to observe and said, "It's a female body." Xiao Zhou beside him asked curiously, "How did you do it?" "It was hit with stones." "Ah." Tan Yunlong pointed to a large number of blood-stained stones near the body. Xiao Zhou smacked his lips and said, "How big of a grudge do they have? They're still smashing things even after the person is dead. Unless the murderer rearranged the scene after killing someone, judging from the distribution of stones on the ground and the bloodstains on the floor, the person should not have been dead when the stones were smashed. She was still moving. It's too outrageous that the person is still alive after being smashed with so many stones. Let's protect the scene first." Tan Yunlong and others walked out of the performance shed. Outside, the armed police were escorting the members of the acrobatic troupe to the car. Officer Xiaoyun from the same department asked curiously, "Captain Tan, how do you know this is a human trafficking group?" "My son is studying at Jinling University." Everyone was originally in the same office, and now they are all in Tan Yunlong's team. They all felt that this beginning sounded a bit familiar. Tan Yunlong continued, "You have met Binbin." He came to our office last time and brought you breakfast. He came here with his classmates today and noticed that something was wrong with this acrobatic troupe, so he told me. Everyone nodded. Only Xiao Zhou, who must have drunk too much, dared to say boldly, "Captain Tan, it's your son again." I don't believe it. They are all police officers, and they are not so easy to fool around in this line of work, but they were embarrassed to say it before. At this time, a paramilitary police came over and pointed to a man and a child standing in the distance and said, "That person wants to surrender." Xiao Zhou, is he also a human trafficker? No, he said that he originally wanted to come here to sell his son, but regretted it. When he wanted to take his son back, he was rejected. The other party beat him and then put him and his son in a cage together. The child said that it was a brother named Binbin who saved them. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. It was really like this. Captain Tan did not lie. Xiao Zhou immediately said, "Captain Tan, I was wrong." Haha, it's okay. Tan Yunlong waved his hands, showing an expression, "Look, I'm telling the truth." But what he was thinking was, how could the bastard be so dirty this time, saving people and being seen by others? I have to go to the police station to go through the procedures when the time comes, so don't delay Xiaowen's business. This chapter has 7,000 words, plus the chapter at noon. Today's update is 140,000 to 150,000. The main reason is that the basic number of words updated every day is more than 10,000, and it is more difficult to increase it. I am not a fast coder, and I have to think about adding some fun or something, so I need to spend more time to find the feeling, so I did not divide the original 10,000 words into 2 chapters, please understand. Tomorrow, I will write more of the ending plot of this copy. Finally, I would like to ask for monthly tickets, and I will try my best to code more. Chapter 103. After checking the room and returning to his duty room, Dr. Fan Shulan leaned his chair with a big laziness. I'm sleepy. Last night, the classmate met, and after leaving the field, the students who had the best relationship with the two had a small field. I wanted to go home and go home. Who knows that one of them suddenly said that his emotions were not smooth. And another person can only help analyze while listening. The people talked about the sky, making him very unhappy now. Fan Shulan pulled out the bottom drawer of the desk, revealed the newspaper covered on it, and took out a magazine exposed on the cover. Look at it. Emotional. Do you? The knock sounded. Come. Fan Shulan opened the door, and after seeing the person, he was stunned, and then he almost used to move his eyes. Looking at the back of the person, he was carrying one. Heavenly, this is just a medical office, not the city's people's hospital or the provincial hospital. Brother Fan, still you on duty, it seems that your leadership attaches great importance to cultivating you. Take it to a large hospital, this is the school's medical office. Don't, Fan, you can return to spring, Bishi Hua, have a headache and brain, so we must go to you. Which time you gave a headache and brain heat? He was scratched and burned. I couldn't bear this responsibility for cure. My brother Fan is really humble, as if you are with a valley. Fan Shulan sighed. He knew that he couldn't help this guy. After all, he failed 2 times before. This time, he was a little lazy to struggle. Go next door. Want. Lin Chiyu was put on the operating table by Tan Wenbin, and Fan Shulan began to do wound treatment. For the first time, he was terrified, the second time he was very embarrassed, and the third time was now, he actually found that he was quite calm. Mainly, the 2 of them sent by this guy can carry it, so heavy injuries can be obviously returned the next day after treatment, and after 3 days, they can go to the ground. Fan Shulan, how many gangs do our school now? Tan Wenbin, yo, this is a lot, otherwise how can you fight so frequently? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Then you can't help it. Someone always suffers from such a serious injury and send it to the medical office everywhere. No one can send any other gangs. Because they are not necessary to seek medical treatment. Then you are helpful. That is, every time we help the Lord take us out, we are running for the extermodic eloquence. Fan Shulan laughed, and he felt a very interesting joke. Tan Wenbin also smiled. After handling the wound, Tan Wenbin pushed Lin Shiyu into the ward. When Fan Shulan came over to hang up, Tan Wenbin took out the money, put in Fan Shulan's white coat, and patted it gently. Hard work, Fan brother. It's okay to call me. Every time the young doctors receive a red envelope, they feel uneasy and cramped, and some are incoherent. After the doctor left, Tan Wenbin carefully observed the status of Lin Shiyu. Seeing that his complexion had shown rosy, he let go of his heart and leaned on the accompanying chair, closed his eyes and started to sleep. He had a dream. He stood by the river in his dream and kept picking the stones and drifting water. There were too many rocks by the river. I didn't know how long it was lost. Tan Wenbin woke up and glanced at the hanging clock on the wall of the ward. At 9 a.m., he didn't sleep long. Soy milk fritters are placed on the bedside table, which is a bit cold, but can still be eaten. Tan Wenbin knew that this was sent by Dr. Fan before get off work. There was a small bag of jujube in the back, which should be the snack in the duty room. After eating breakfast, Tan Wenbin saw Lin Shiyu woke up and looked at himself on the side. Sorry, me. Want to pee? Tan Wenbin bent down and took out the spittoon under the bed. No, I am. You hurt heavier this time, but recovered faster than last time. When Lin Shiyu heard this, he suddenly seemed to think of something, reached out to lift his own illness, and at the same time he tried his best to raise his head down. Hey, wait, I'll give you up. Tan Wenbin lifted the spittoon again. How is it possible? Why is this Facebook complete? Tan Wenbin raised his eyebrows and immediately grabbed the key. This Facebook was broken by yourself. Why are you doing this? I reported the university in Jinling, just want to stay away from home. Is there a contradiction with the family? It's not counted, it's just that there are some opinions with my master. My grandfather also stands in my master. Why didn't you hear you said before? It is not a sever time. I still have to go home in the winter vacation, so I don't think it is necessary to say. Oh. Tan Wenbin picked up a jujube and took a bite, which was quite sweet. They always feel that I don't grow up and want to care about me. When I was from home to college, I also deliberately broke this face in front of master and grandpa. I put it out. I am adults. I do nt need to continue to take care of me. I didn't expect to rely on my home this time. Tan Wenbin's focus on the center of gravity, just your mind is still managed by the family, otherwise it is easy to be sold out to help people count money. Brother Binbin, or you treat me well. Good, eat jujube. Brother Binbin, after I was unconscious last night, I seemed to hear you crying for me. Well, I thought you were dead at that time, and I was killed for you. Sorry, let brother you sad. Sad fart, I take a process, you die if you die, how big you are. Brother, you are right, die for the right career, die without regret, it is glory, you should be happy for me. If you won't, then, it's a bit perverted. Brother, there is such a thing next time, let's get rid of the magic guard with you again. I remember that you can retain some memory and consciousness, right? Tan Wenbin still remembers that he was merciless at his egg on the school playground. Improper, but I can remember some, like a dreamer. Then do you remember I inserted you with a needle? Remember, brother, you are too powerful, this trick is really useful. Forward. If Lord Boy left at the time, how can you chase that mother-in-law? For this kind of evil spirits of manipulating people, you should kill her at all costs. By the way, brother, this kind of rune, is there still there? What do you want to do? I know that this kind of symbol is precious, but I really want to take it back to give me master and grandpa. Ayu, you are really filial. After the three asked Liu Xiang, we couldn't maintain the state of help, and the adults were going. If you have this kind of needle, it is equivalent to another round, which can continue to do a lot of things. This is too important for our official general. I understand, but this side effect is very large, it is easy to play myself. Lin Shuyu surprised, what is no side effects? Since it is effective, isn't there any side effects? Actually, there are some step-by-step and side effects. Tan Wenbin remembered that Xiao Yuan had prepared a whole set, but at the time, Xiao Yuan was not there. What he could make is only the rough and simple way. Really? Lin Shuyu sat up again from the bed, so he involved the wound, and the corner of his mouth was twitching for a while. Is there really some? Brother, can you teach me? You are too raising my brother. Is it Xiao Yuan brother? I thought Xiao Yuan would be brother. You are too insulting my little brother. Brother, do you say what I need to do so that Xiao Yuan can teach me those methods? You just need to stand and don't move. My far-sighted brother will help you experience it. How are you so embarrassed? You're welcome, should be. Brother, you and Xiao Yuan are really good to me. Such a precious thing, teach me to teach me. You can change your life by yourself. Yeah, these things are precious enough to change their lives. Hey, I mean, it will be used on you. Not only willing to teach me, but also want to help me experience and demonstrate it in person. Tan Wenbin finally couldn't help it, stood up, reached out and touched Lin Shuyu's forehead, muttered. Has the fever, is the brain broken yesterday? Tan Wenbin feels that Lin Shuyu feels a bit of nonsense. It is not difficult to communicate, but it is easy to communicate to some unreal. Brother Yuanzi regarded him as a tool person, but he wrote the self-cultivation of the tool man himself, posted in the door of the bedroom and began to recite. In fact, this is because Tan Wenbin has a short entry time, and since he entered the industry, Li Zhanyuan lost some books from time to time. The rivers and lakes and the magic record on the bedroom desk are still thrown out casually, which can cause the treasures that can make their peers red and fight crazy. In short, Tan Wenbin is actually a little why not eat meat. For the Zongmen family, which is not particularly far away in the inheritance age, it is not easy to inherit the existing inheritance of this gate, and it is even more difficult to further study, expand, and diverge it. Essence. This not only requires the prosperous and time precipitation of this generation, but also a genius suddenly jumped out of the door. After a very short time, the inheritance system will be further lifted up and the upper limit will be further increased and the upper limit will be further raised. This genius is really rare. Just look at the Yin family. A family that has been passed down from the Eastern Han dynasty has been inherited to the present. In 2000 years, there is a long life. From another perspective, it is the contribution of Yin Chongsheng alone, so that the descendants of future generations have been for 2000 years. After seeing Li Zhanyuan's talent, Lu Yumei broke all the rules, so that Li Zhanyuan Qin Lu was raised one shoulder. Because this value is too great, even if it is the Dragon King's family, it is impossible to refuse a strong temptation of a Yin student in the inheritance. When Li Zhanyuan himself also entered the industry, he had the collection of Li Sanjiang's basement. 1 year after entering the industry, he went directly to the door of Qin Lu. He did not realize that he was just to make the tool people better play and the temporarily pondering these methods. For others, what meant? In the eyes of others, it is really something worth changing his life. It is equivalent to an emerging township enterprise, and the products produced by it can be sent to the National Laboratory for analysis, inspection, and upgrading, and guide new development directions in the future. This is not a matter of how much is willing to pay for it, but that it is impossible to happen under normal circumstances. Lin Qiyu just caught up with this vacant period where Li Zhanyuan was born. Otherwise, his positioning here is equivalent to the same dormitory, and there is an extra door god. Brother Binbin, I am very good, you can help me for love for Xiao Yuan, as long as he is willing to teach me, let me do anything, I can join you, remove the magic guard together in the future. Don't. Tan Wenbin immediately waved his hand and strictly said. Our class is a good buddy. After leaving the class, you are you, we are us. Don't look at Lin Qiyu very simple now, but as long as this guy opens his face, he is immediately like a person, dragging it like 2.580,000. Such a person is usually okay to use it occasionally. It really made him dazzle in front of the Yuanzi brother all day. Tan Wenbin was really worried that brother Yuanzi would clean up the portal one day and give him Shenjiang. At that time, it is estimated that he has to be tied to the corpse with the weight. Mainly he was really controlled, and the most obedient time was the most useless time. Brother. Lin Qiyu swallowed, brother, if I go back with these methods, my master and my grandfather, I have to ask me to sit in the main seat when eating New Year's Eve. So exaggerated. Even the genealogy has to give me a single page. Are you a brain shock? I'm talking about it. Seeing, I know, seeing your condition is good, can I get out of bed to pee? It's okay, I can take care of myself, and I have slowed over. This time I helped me continue this time. Oh, by the way, this time, Facebook has been completed on your stomach, and your family will renew your life. Do you say that your family will come to Jinling immediately and come here to find you? Should, yes. Tell you in advance, if the people in your family are found, you are not allowed to tell my little brother's affairs, my little Yuan brother is afraid of trouble. Okay, I understand. Then I will leave first, and then pay you the hospital for the hospital first. Remember to retreat when you are discharged. Thank you, brother. When you refund the money, remember most of them, you have to smile with a smile, and you can be happy. Ah, okay, I know. Tan Wenbin walked out of the ward. At this time, the weather was gloomy at this time, and the wind was already blowing, and it should not be far from rain. He looked back at Lin Qiyu in the ward again. Since playing Xiao Yuan, he said clearly that he would not have deliberately controlled his emotional boundaries after he would not earn Lin Qiyu's income team, and he would not spread at will. This is a siege. Brother Xiao Yuan wants to test his feelings in the team to go out, and he collects his feelings from the outside. Because that night, facing the Zheng family lying in front of himself, his heart was too painful. Similar pain, he doesn't want to come again for the second time. If it is a partner who gets along with each other in the team, there is no way, but people outside the team, as long as I don't pour feelings, then you die. Just like I used to follow Uncle Li to sit and fast before, I saw a lot of things, and it was light. Tan Wenbin just went to pay the window to pre-store medical expenses, and the sound of beep, beep, came from his waist. Picking up my own rumor machine, I found that it was the phone number in the store. Tan Wenbin immediately ran back to the school and saw a police car parked at the door of the store. Police officer Xiao Zhou standing by the car beckoned to him. At this time, there were a lot of people near the store. Tan Wenbin got on the police car in the eyes and was taken away by the police. The students began to discuss, guessing what he had committed. Liu Yi, who was undergoing cashier, couldn't help shouting. The policeman just said, but just called my buddy to go to the police station to find out the situation. I believe my buddies must be innocent. Liu Yi said so that everyone was more determined that the classmate was really on the stall. After Tan Wenbin came to the police station, he first came to his father's office. He was not a suspect, but just came to take a process, so there was no restraint. Yo, Officer Tan, changed the office, I really envy you, there is such an excellent son. Tan Yunlong put down the teacup and glared at the proud evil in front of him. But he couldn't refute, and he did get the light of his son. Yesterday, the celebration meeting was just held. At present, the date of the new celebration is on the agenda again. The main reason is that a whole trafficking gang is almost completely destroyed. So many criminals and scramble to perform their performance. I am afraid that I have not said that others have said it, so you can get a lot of traffic information. Back to his biological parents. This is really a great merit. It is estimated that it won't be long. Parents who retrieve their flesh will take their children to the bureau to send the banner or even kneel to recognize the godfather. You have to press down and you can't play it. But for Tan Yunlong, this is a bit suffer, because he knows that the people who really helped them are not himself, but they have to sit here. He was not a very utilitarian person. Otherwise, he would not be sweet when he was put in the town police station. Nowadays, he has to force the self-moral sense to bake. Turn the door. Tan Wenbin immediately took 2 steps back and pointed at his father. Dad, it's okay to close the door, but don't you solve your belt. Tan Yunlong didn't speak. Dad, this is the police station, according to the protection law of the minor. You are adult. According to the punishment of public security management. Tan Yunlong stood up and closed the office door. Dad, I advise you to calm down, calm down. New officials have 3 fires, you don't need to burn your son first. I think the police officer Xiao Zhou is pretty good. That guy invisibited me where the police car stopped the most, and beckoned to me. What crimes I may have been settled in school now. You see, police officer Xiao Zhou is worthy of criticism and education, which is not conducive to protecting the privacy and reputation of the reporters. Hearing this, Tan Yunlong was almost laughed at, and he walked straight towards Tan Wenbin. Tan Wenbin opened the posture and said, Dad, calm, your son is also working hard now. Tan Yunlong raised his hand and patted Tan Wenbin's head. Tan Wenbin would not really do it with his father, but could only hold his head as his father. Why are your hands and feet so unclean this time? Save individuals can still know the real name. Tan Yunlong wanted to tell his son as a reporter, but because of Liang, he directly turned his son into a rescuer who was directly involved. Oh my God, Dad, this can't blame me. It was Xiao Yuan's brother who called me Bin Bin to be heard by the child. Pop. Pap. Chong Neng, right? I missed myself, and did I want to throw my responsibility to Xiao Yuan? Tan Wenbin had a hard time arguing. He really remembered that Xiao Yuan took a kin of Jian Libao at that time and said to himself, Brother Bin Bin, you are happy. Then the child started to call himself Brother Bin Bin. It's not done well, don't want to take responsibility. Tan Wenbin was chased by the office and screamed aggrieved, Dad, who is your son? I really want to change. When I heard this, Tan Wenbin suddenly couldn't hold back, and laughed. Well, Dad, your face is really big. The next shot is doubled. Oh, not, you want Xiao Yuan to be your son, and you don't ask people Xiao Yuan. Pop. Pap. I don't dare to imagine what kind of picture will it be the brain of Xiao Yuan's brother. You can think of it, ha ha ha, oops. Pa pa pa. In the office, he finally subsided because Tan Yunlong was tired. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Tan Wenbin was sitting on a chair. Although he was beaten so much, he went there where this is. Even if he was 1 year ago, he only regarded this degree as an appetizer, not to mention the current self it's tighter. Dad, you're tired, come, let me pour you tea. Tan Wenbin picked up the water bottle beside him and poured the tea. When Tan Yunlong saw his son holding a hot water bottle, he put a big arm clamp in his shoulder and asked immediately. Are you smashing those stones? Is that woman killed? Tan Wenbin continued to pour good tea at ease, and then doubted, "What stone? I didn't smash the window of others." Tan Yunlong said, "Pretending to be too pursuing will naturally seem deliberate. In the eyes of real eyes, you have just given the answer." "Dad, what are you talking about? The correct approach is to predict what the other will ask you in advance, and then do a good job of psychological construction. It is really not done by yourself, and that response is closer to real." "Dad, do you plan to go to our school to hold a lecture?" "Hey, it's not right, you shouldn't talk about this kind of topic. It is a bit more progressive than before, at least knowing strongly, avoid being bluffed." "Police Officer Tan, just be happy." Tan Yunlong did not mention this stubble, but said, "Anyway, this time it is a great thing. You ask Xiao Yuan, he is willing to come out for commendation." "Don't ask, Xiao Yuan is definitely unwilling." "What about you?" "Of course, I have to follow my little brother's pace, and fame and fortune are like me." "It's late, you have to go to the process later, you can't hide this." "Ah. Even if I try to lower the impact, there will be corresponding articles of association, award, and notifying the school in the bureau. It's so troublesome. You should understand the principle of redeeming people." Tan Wenbin sighed. "It's also good, take a prize, and inform the school to praise, which is good for your future development." "I don't recognize this award." "What?" "No, nothing, okay, Officer Tan, I cooperate with work." "Go." "Why?" Tan Wenbin walked out of the office and was taken as a transcript. After all the processes were gone, he was returned to the school by several policemen. After the door of the store, he awarded him award in front of the teachers and students around him. This was to help him restore his reputation. At the same time, there is a bonus that is installed in the envelope. In fact, the process does not go so fast, and the bonus has to be approved by the procedure, so the envelope is stuffed with newspapers. After the ceremony, Tan Wenbin walked into the store with a prize. Liu Yi was just cleaning up the inventory in the basement. He didn't see the previous excitement. When he came up, he saw Tan Wenbin coming back and said in surprise, "Brother, you are out." Tan Wenbin, "Yes, brother, thank you for taking care of my parents for me." I slipped my tongue. That's not what I meant." "Hey, what is this, a certificate?" "Oh, great, you are so awesome. I'll put it in a frame and hang it on the counter." "No, you keep it for me first, keep a low profile." "Okay, I understand, brother, you are still more open-minded." Tan Wenbin took a bag and put some food and drinks in it. Although he didn't pay, he asked Liu Yi to count them at the counter. Then he carried the things back to the dormitory, knocked on the door of the dormitory aunt, went in and chatted with the dormitory aunt for a while, talking about some troubles in life, and his longing for his mother. When he left all the food and drinks behind. When he returned to his dormitory, he saw that Xiao Yuan hadn't come back yet, so he took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then went to Liu Yi's dormitory. As the land god of this dormitory, he had the key. He packed 2 sets of clothes and toiletries for Lin Qiu, put them in a basin, walked out of the dormitory building, and went to the store to get another batch of food and drinks. When checking the account again, Liu Yi asked in confusion, "Why didn't you take more just now?" "Whatever you take, you have to put it on Auntie's desk." "What?" "Nothing. When you come back late after taking inventory at night, if the dormitory door is closed, report my name." "Have you become familiar with the new dormitory aunt? This is really fast." When she was checking the room last night, her voice was very loud. "People say she has a bad temper." "It's okay. Her husband just cheated on her. She's in a bad mood recently. It will be fine after a while." "No, you know all this." "Yet. Then you and your counselor, do you get along well?" "I haven't had time to get familiar with you yet." He didn't participate in military training much. He did have dinner and drinks with the previous counselor, and then she became a dead counselor. Then you have to make good use of your time. I see you are very busy. You will inevitably skip classes and ask for leave. After you have a good relationship, it will be convenient to approve the note. I don't need this. Halfway through the words, think carefully, Xiao Yuan can skip classes at will, anyway, he has Luo Gong's protection. If I follow him to show my face too much, it will leave a negative impression on Luo Gong. What if I don't take me on the project? To be on the safe side, I still have to build some relationships. This kind of thing, my parents and Yuanzi have it, it's better to have it myself. Okay, I will, let's go. Knowing that Xiao Yuan is at Grandma Liu's place, Tan Wenbin didn't rush over, because if he went there, he would have to see the two struggling people who were receiving special training. When he came to the infirmary again and entered the ward, he found that Lin Shiyu was sleeping soundly and snoring. Recovered so well. Tan Wenbin touched his lower abdomen, or, should I get a tattoo for myself? Although he knew that his tattoo would have no practical effect, it could have a psychological effect. Tan Wenbin turned his head to look at the curtain of the bed next to him, stretched out his hand to open it, and found an empty bed. Yawning, after putting down his things, Tan Wenbin walked out of the ward and went downstairs. As soon as he left, two dusty figures appeared at the stairs. One had silver hair but was energetic, and the other was still strong in middle age. Master, is it him? There are traces of him practicing Kung Fu, and his spiritual perception is also okay, but in the end, he is still a little ordinary, not him. Unfortunately, Ayu refused to tell us, and kept saying that he had found a great opportunity for us, and asked us to prepare to open a page for his family tree. Ayu is a good child in everything, but he is too stubborn, which makes it easy for people to deceive and use him. I have observed that Ayu has 2 scars on his body recently. This is because he was used as a gun twice. Humph, follow him, I want to see who dares to use our child like this. Do you really think that the general has no temper? Li Zuiyuan slept until the afternoon. There was no way, the consumption last night was indeed a bit large. After getting up, he went to take a bath first. The clothes that Grandma Lu had customized for him had arrived, and he changed directly. The meal was lentil rice with some pickles, which was relatively simple. The reason is that Aunt Liu's sense of taste and smell are disordered now, and she is temporarily unsuitable for cooking. This has led to a sharp decline in the living standards of Grandma Liu's family recently. Fortunately, when she was eating, Ali sat next to her and accompanied her, and peeled a salted duck egg for her, which was considered to be 2 more dishes. Because of the bad weather, Li Zuiyuan did not go to the terrace with Ali, but came to the study room, handed the chest-sized bone to Ali, and told Ali what happened last night. Ali held the bone in her hand, raised her head, listened carefully to the boy's story, and her eyelashes flickered from time to time, which was her constant response to the boy. After the story, Li Zuiyuan reached out and held Ali's hand. The original ghost howling turned into whispers at this time. Lu Yumei was right, they were indeed a group of scum who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Going to the underworld. Ali welcomed Li Zuiyuan into her heart. The same bungalow, the same broken tablet. The difference is that outside the threshold, in addition to the original open space, a circle of grey-white fog appeared around it. In this fog, you can see ghosts and the sound of rustling. They are hidden here. Mother-in-law Yu was gone, but there was a white lantern on the outside of the threshold. Li Zhanyuan lifted the lantern, and the lights spontaneously ignited, exuding a pale and gloomy light, and the curse of originally disappeared. The teenager was holding the lantern, looking around. Ask. Who wants the next one? The whispering of theft was stagnant, and it took a long time to recover, but it was no longer dense. After waiting for a long time, I haven't seen anyone who takes the initiative to get out of the fog. Li Zhanyuan turned around and inserted the white lantern into the wall seam. This lantern has to be kept first, because in the future, he has to hold it, walk into the fog, and put it out of what he hid inside. The reason why he did not do this now is that the special training of Runzheng and Yinmeng has not ended, and there are two lack of helpers around him. The second is that when each wave has just passed, there will be a static period for you to lick the wound. And because your early answers are equivalent to submitting the paper in advance, leaving longer rest time. The new wave hasn't come yet. Even if he goes in with a lantern now, he will not be promoted without Zhang Shui. These things are very deeply hidden. If they are so easy to find, Lu Yumei will have brought Uncle Qin and Lu to clear these miscellaneous clears. How can they let them go today? The reason why I was looking for one was because I used the rules. After listing them as a topic, they have to come. They are their own question bank. As long as they continue to choose the question after the waves, they will be more scared. Those who are crushed by themselves will disappear completely. Of course, this may also cause a consequence, that is, the powerful death of this means of disdain. Maybe he will borrow this method to find the joint revenge of the two Qin Lu. It doesn't matter, then I will continue. At least now, Ali's ear is much more quiet. End to Go Yin and return to reality. Li Zhanyuan and Ali went to the third floor and came to the place where the license was. Formally go to the river, after the first wave, then come tow by yourself. But when the teenager was about to salute, he saw that Ali had taken the two cards in the middle. Ali, let go first, and wait for me to take it again. Ali put the tablet back again. After Li Zhanyuan, after the ceremony, he walked out of the room and waited at the door for a while. Ali came out and held two cards in his arms. Back to the study downstairs, Ali sat down, put the bone on the painting table, and looked at Li Zhanyuan. Give you design. Ali shook her head. Are you going to give it to me? Girl nodded. Since it is for me, then it must be designed by you. Ali took the pen and started to draw a design drawing. Li Zhanyuan looked at the other corners of the desk, the most edge position, there was a long drawn scroll, and the background was well drawn. It was the scenery of Ali's previous outside threshold. From the perspective of structured layout, Ali wanted to paint should be Yu's mother-in-law who was close to the threshold that day. In the middle of the table, there is a square-sized square printing raw material with a carved knife and drawing. Pick up the drawings, Li Zhanyuan saw the future appearance of this seal. However, the words on the seal have not been drawn. It should be that Ali has not decided. Everything he said was remembered by the girl in her heart, and she was really doing it. And it can be seen that she was very investment and immersed, but she used to be to escape, but now she is enjoying this focus and tranquility. Just as Li Zhanyuan's kung fu, Ali handed the newly painted drawings to herself. So fast. Looking down, it was a bone ring on drawing paper. You only need to empty the middle, and then make the edge thinner, and maintain its own state as much as possible, so the design is not complicated. Li Zhanyuan looked at the painting and looked at his fingers, imagining the feeling of this bone ring in his fingers. In the bottom of my heart, I really raised a expectation. This bone is the only left by Yu's mother-in-law, and has the ability to increase the spirit of growth. When we put on it, the effect will be more obvious when using deterrence. Ali walked to the corner of the painting table, rolled up the long paintings that had been painted on the side, and threw it into the trash can next to him. She originally wanted to use this unfinished painting as the first record of death after the teenager officially walked. But now, she has a better picture after listening to the teenager. The teenager was holding a black beading water in his left hand, and his right hand raised his karma. Yu's mother-in-law kneeled in front of the teenager like a dog, waiting for his final end. The girl reached out and touched the two cards that had just been taken down. She wanted to use them to make a big picture book. Whenever he resolved a dead end in the future, she drew a painting, then included the painting, and after the painting was finished, he went to Zhang successfully. That is, the scroll is very long, and the frame must be made very large, and there are a lot of materials. However, this batch of tablets at home should be barely enough. Li Zhanyuan never expected that when he picked up the white bone, he wanted to give it to A Li as a handmade material to reduce the loss and lose negatives for the two ancestors of Qin Lu. Dial the group to destroy. The girl turned back and looked at the new blank scrolls on the drawing table, the unfinished seal, the newly designed bone ring, and the frame that was about to start. There is a sincere satisfaction in my heart. Li Zhanyuan pulled up the curtain and opened the floor-to-ceiling window. In the corner of the yard, there were straw mats, and under the straw mat, it was actually a blood-red coffin. Run Sheng is now lying in this coffin. This also means that when Uncle Qin returned last time, he brought not only the coffin nail. He was the old nest of the great fierce thing. If you are far away, you can hear the painful groaning of Run's Hung, apparently bearing inside with extremely terrible torture and refinement. But when Li Zhanyuan approached, the humming sound disappeared. Go closer and hear a few crisp knocks. Like Run Sheng smiled. Brother Run's Hung, come on, I'm waiting for you. 2 consecutive knocks indicate a response. Uncle Qin asked, Xiao Yuan, what are you talking about here, what about loofah? Isn't it a flower? Grandma Lu said that planting flowers is not true, it is better to grow some vegetables, so that the life is solid, and there is a head. For the first time, Uncle Qin was the first to describe the days from the mother's mouth to describe the days, but there was a head, he could see from the mother's face. Li Zhanyuan, the vegetables you planted must be better, like the vegetables planted in Tai Grandma's house before. Now the pickles at home are about to break, you can let the old lady drink the porridge to clear the stomach, but the old lady cannot eat the pickles outside. Aunt Liu's voice came. She stood in the other corner of the yard and had a pickled vegetable tank in front of her, but this time there was not snow in the snow, but yin. Yin Meng closed his eyes, only showing his head, all of which were all black-purple liquids, and there seemed to be poisonous insects in it. Although the environment is buried a bit, it can be seen that Yin Meng's skin is whiter, and the whole person is more energetic, like an egg that just peeled the shell. For the first time, Li Zhanyuan knew that the original poison could still be used for beauty. On the contrary, Aunt Lu, who was standing, was stunned and thin, and even the original beautiful hair began to split and slightly yellow. Li Zhanyuan originally wanted to go in front of Yin Meng and said to her, but looking at her appearance, and comparing the appearance of Aunt Lu, she could only say to Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu, you have worked hard. Aunt Lu pointed out that Yin Meng said, this girl has a ruthlessness and talent, that is, a little teacher. I'm here. Tan Wenbin's voice sounded from the outside and greeted everyone enthusiastically. Then he found that none of the 3 people standing in the yard looked at himself, but looked behind him. He also looked back and saw that there was an old man and a middle-aged man on the road outside, and he was steady, such as the mountains, brought a great mood. Middle-aged people are proud, and the elderly are not angry. They came slowly. First see the woman standing by the pickled vegetable tank, supporting the rubber band to the hair. I saw the man standing under the flower stand and rolling the cuffs on both sides. Immediately, the middle-aged people's expression became dumb, and the elderly squeezed. When they passed the courtyard door, they did not stop, but accelerated their footsteps and continued to move forward. Them. Passing through. Seeking a monthly ticket, everyone has a monthly ticket, so let's vote for old real man. Chapter 104. In this world, no one has a big fist, and it makes sense. But the fist can smash the mouths of others, so that you are alone in the audience, even if the sound is small, it is still loud. 2 people, one old one, passed the small courtyard door and continued all the way. There is no need to speak, there is no need to know, no signal, the 2 walked out of the school's family, passed the cafeteria, passed through the playground, and kept walking out of the school door, so they stopped. Lin Fuan looked at his apprentice, and Chen Xiaoman looked at his master. Although the two have no blood relationship, they are better than their father and son, but they have never had the same profound in the degree of tacit understanding. Chen Xiaoman murmured, "Qin Li." Lin Fuan silently said, "Dragon King." Chen Xiaoman had witnessed his eyes that the man who fiddled with the flower shelf gave 100 meters of corpse bleeding at the mouth of Longjiang. The blood mixed with red, black, yellow, and purple splashing on both sides of the strait has now grown a large and lush red. There is still a Binjiang Park in the local area. At that time, Chen Xiaoman was still young. It was the age of interest and the sun, but he saw the real sun. When the 100-meter corpse appeared, the terrible coercion and strong corpse gas shocked his body trembling, and the pupils could not be opened. The only proud thing is that while trying to overcome instinctual fear, he did not realize his true sense, and remembered the mission of the official general. Then, he saw a peers who circulated spells rushed out of the river and smashed the corpse punch on the shore. At that moment, he understood that the terrible demon that scared himself when he appeared was actually a person who was alone and escaped from the bottom of the river. Is there really no sense of frustration? As long as the gap is large enough, you can't give birth to a more mind. The other party did not rose, there was no yin god, nor did the gods from inheritance, inviting fairy and outbound in other regions. A long tincture of broken, the bones collapsed all the time, and the mourning of the piercing valley was just the background accompaniment under his fist. Later, Chen Xiaoman went to collect the information about that person as much as possible. He learned that his name was Qin Li. He was the Qin family. He was the first to go to the river since the Qin family. Later, he learned that a message, that person failed to walk the river, disappeared since then, and he did not know about life and death. Chen Xiaoman didn't understand how difficult it was to walk the river, and even such a person couldn't walk over. However, since then, he is arrogant, and every time he meets Master Lin Fuan, when his grandson is the story of his grandson, his apprentice tells the Dragon King's family, he will stand next to him and listen quietly together. Every time the young Ayu asked, when the Dragon King's family and our official general were even more powerful, Chen Xiaoman, the master, would be silent, and Lin Fuan had to persuade. They are all fellows who defend the right path. At the same time, Lin Fuan will make another sentence. However, people have been inherited for a long time. If you see the Dragon King's family in the future, you will be respected. Chen Xiaoman was really unexpected. The shadow that shocked himself when he was young would hit his middle age in such an abrupt way. At the moment of the small courtyard door, he thought of the corpse of the year, and the memory of the memory picture was crushed and disintegrated, as if it became himself. Lin Fuan did not know Qin Li, although he heard the apprentice from the temple said this experience. But unfortunately, Chen Xiaoman couldn't draw. But as an old official, Lin Fuan, even if he did not open his pupil, can see the weather clue that ordinary people cannot see. When I glanced at it before, the woman who was tie her hair, her body looked up like a horn python, as if it was stamping with some kind of depression, and she wanted to choose a person to vent. And the man, the dust of the dust under his feet, was trembling, just like the dragon opened, and he would tear the clouds to reproduce the true body. Increasing the second will be the ghost king in the past, which can be transported to the sea. This man is clearly stained with dragons. Although it is broken and declining, it is real. Dragon Chi has to be grateful even if he only finds a trace of ordinary people, and burn the ancestors. For these two, the ancestors they burned were the Dragon King. In addition to the 2 men and 2 women, Lin Fuan implicitly noticed that there is a larger dragon gas on the 3rd floor inside the house. I have my own sight. He didn't dare to look up again. He has a feeling in his heart. He really dares to look up. Today, don't leave, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, you don't have to leave. Luck is better. After a while, he will become a newly knotted loofah. Stopping the door. Master. Even if they have walked out of the school gate, the voice of the two is still very low. Because they are not invited, and they are coming, according to the rules of the rivers and lakes, they come to pick the field. Now that you have done the first day, it is reasonable to treat you as 15. Previously, Lu Ting tied his hair and Qin Li curled the cuffs. There is no way, people have come to the door. As the small door of orphans and widows, you have to fight for a hard scalp. In fact, this experience is also a fresh head for both of them. Although the Dragon King Qin and the Dragon King Lu were not back, the old lady was too lazy to go out to read her inner abdomen from the respectful eyes of others. But the centipede is still alive. Under the large table of spiritless tablets, there is still an old lady who talks to them from time to time. For decades, no one dared to bully them. After the master and the apprentice greeted each other, they glanced around. Then, they kept silent and continued to walk to the infirmary, entered the ward, and sat on both sides of Lin Xiu, one on the left and one on the right. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Late last night, the life pattern of Yu, who ran away in anger, was perfectly echoed. At that time, the family thought that this kid finally changed his mind and figured it out. Who knew that he was going to die just after the echo? The family was in a hurry, setting up the altar, setting up the life and death plate, and doing yin and yang divination. It took a lot of effort to reconnect him. Generally speaking, this kind of arrangement is made in advance by the officials and generals in the temple before they need to solve the evil spirits, just in case. Knowing that the youngest son of the family had an accident, after some discussion in the temple, Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman bought the earliest flight tickets and flew to Jinling. At that time, they thought that if they went, no matter how big the problem was, they could easily deal with it. They thought so too. As a result, they did not expect it to be like this now. Not only did they not dare to enter the door of the family, they even dared not stop. The old man looked depressed. He was not very angry or aggrieved, but he was very uncomfortable. What was more terrible was that he really couldn't vent his anger. He couldn't pick up his grandson and punch him a few times to vent his anger. Not to mention that the grandson had just been injured and was still weak, a few punches might beat him to death. Even if he really wanted to fight, it was not something he could decide. To be precise, this was no longer a matter that could be resolved by beating his grandson a few times. The inheritance of the official generals was not absolutely passed down by one family, but would rely on the temple system. For example, Lin Fuan's son is not the first in the next generation, but his apprentice Chen Xiaoman. If they were all family members, the old man would just beat the child and pretend to be good, and he could get away with it behind closed doors, but it would be inappropriate to simply perfunctorily deal with the matter when it comes to the entire temple. Because if you don't do it right, everyone in the temple will be collectively sent away by your grandson. The old man knows more about this than his apprentice Chen Xiaoman. Since ancient times, there have not been many Dragon King families on the river. After all, this is a quota that has to be fought by generations of people on the river, and it is inherently scarce. But the style of the Dragon King family is very unified. It can ignore those tributaries and lakes, but if any river or lake dares to roll and explode, it would be unreasonable not to suppress it, otherwise outsiders would think that the Dragon King has no temper. In the last period, the most popular Dragon King lineage was the Qin and Lu families. Because the Dragon King family is a natural feud, each family has been separated for generations. When they crossed the river, it was either you suppressed me or I suppressed you. If the tablets of the two families were placed side by side, they could also discuss the deep relationship. Your great-grandfather killed my great-grandfather. My grandfather killed your grandfather. Your father killed my father. But no one expected that under such a complicated blood feud relationship, Dragon King Qin and Dragon King Lu could get married. At that time, when the wedding invitation was delivered to the martial arts world, it directly caused a shock to the entire martial arts world, and everyone thought that the martial arts world would have to change to two surnames in the future. It was only later that the two families collectively stopped, which prevented this atmosphere from continuing. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The master and apprentice just saw it with their own eyes. There was no need for the old man on the third floor to come out. The two in the courtyard were released and went straight to their temple, which was enough to remove their own temple. Even sending only one person would be fine. It's not that Lin Fuan was afraid. Those who can be officials and generals will not be cowards in their bones. If the temple is destroyed and people die, at most everyone will risk their lives to do it together. But family members know their own business. If they face the evil spirits who like to hide alone or secretly wreak havoc on the world, it is no problem for the generals to fight alone or form a formation to solve the fight. In the peaceful world, the evil spirits will not roar in groups like in troubled times. But if there is a fight in the rivers and lakes, especially for individuals who rely purely on their own strength, the shortcomings of the temple will be infinitely magnified. Especially the Qin's observation of the dragon by the Dragon King Qin, the terrible thing is that it can use its own energy to roll up the power of the dragon, and it is endless. It is absolutely exaggerated to say that one person can stop thousands of troops, but it is not surprising that one person can fight for several days and nights. He only needs to come to the entrance of his own temple and visit the door. Will you be in the spirit? When you are in the spirit, he will leave. When your time is up and the generals are gone, he will come back. Ordinary officers and generals have to rest for several months after each spirit telling, which is enough normally. After all, there are only a few temple fairs in a year. Senior officers and generals have to rest for half a month after each spirit telling. Their temple has a deep heritage, and they can do spirit telling once a day. When Ayu was a child, he invited 2 spirit tellings a day. Although he fainted for a long time and almost couldn't be rescued, he was regarded as a treasure genius by the whole temple. But each spirit telling time is not long. Even if 3 incense sticks are lit on the top of the head to continue for a while, when the incense burns out, the generals will leave. Since the inheritance, I don't know how many officers and generals died in battle not because of their lack of strength, but because the time was not long enough. The adults left, leaving only themselves who became weak ordinary people and were killed by evil spirits. Therefore, they only need to send a person who you can't be sure to capture and kill even if you have a full array of temples, and they can play kite flying with you. Then, take you a whole temple to death. If you consume you a whole temple, people may not have any injuries on his body because he only needs to take a shot to ordinary people. There is no such strong man in the ordinary rivers and lakes, but the Dragon King's family has it. And in other circumstances, there are no problems to deal with the alliances of various temples, but if it is the Dragon King's family, people are afraid that they will not be willing to form an alliance with you. Lin Fuan said, if you are a gun for the Dragon King's house, it seems that there is nothing. Chen Xiaoman, what the parent of the Dragon King makes Ayu do, to make it, it should also be the juniors of the Dragon King's family. Lin Fuan, the Dragon King Qin and the Dragon King Lu Ren died, and there are not many young juniors. If so, it should also be the real department of the 2 Dragon Kings. Chen Xiaoman, that friend is used to be used by the department. The department of, here is not the blood relationship, but the inheritance and status. If before, it was said that it was worshipped by the Dragon King, although I dare not provoke, but I know that the Dragon King's family has a great cause, so there are so many people, you are not afraid to worship, there are multiple thresholds and status in it. The real system is incredible. Family resources, teaching, and inheritance are all provided on you. If you go to the river in the future, it is a real transcendence. With the current status quo of Qin Lu, he really wants to have a junior department. Even in order to keep the family inheritance, this one does not go to the river, even if you eat mountains and air. Because there are 2 Qin Lu and another layer of shade. As for this, the 2 masters and apprentices were headed. The 2 of them were originally nervous, and they were also soothing. The reason why it was short is because the 2 immediately thought of another thing. If this is just a matter between the Dragon King's family and his friends, then what happened to the 2 of them? Originally, there was a contradiction between the juniors, and even if the motivation was really impure, playing with you as a monkey, saying that it was a matter of breaking the sky. Even if you have a life, don't you have to hold your nose and recognize it? When Emperor Hanjing was still a child, a chessboard killed the son of the human prince. What's wrong? What's more, there is no life now, and people have given you on the bed. But the two of them came in a hurry. Not only did it come, but it also released the momentum, and went to the door of others. If you send a post first, people may not see you, but what to say is to be within the number of gifts. If you really want to see you, you do not dare to mention the children's affairs directly when you see others. You say hello. Of course, this step is extremely dangerous, because the response of others may be, how, do you not be convinced, and dare to put it on me? Therefore, the more correct process is that although my child was hurting the bed, I still came to apologize and apologized, and the posture had to be low. And the two of them, the number of ways this time is, after the small one, my family sent my family to come, and the family also sent the old one. Successfully contradicts the contradictions between younger children into factions. Chen Xiaoman said quietly, maybe, Ayu and Dragon King's family has no hatred. Lin Fuan's chest was together, like a sip of old blood on his neck, swallowing back. It might have no hatred, because the two of them came and ended their enemies. Chen Xiaoman once again said quietly, Ayu also said, let's go back and prepare to open a page for his ethnic spectrum. Does it mean that Ayu has already been related to the Dragon King's family? Lin Fuan only felt the words of the apprentice, like a knife, piercing into his heart fiercely. Chen Xiaoman continued to say quietly, if Ayu was injured twice, he would have something to do with the Dragon King's family. Even the Dragon King's family, even if he was iron-hearted, it should be heated, even if he was not hot. The people should be hot too. Chen Xiaoman looked at the wash basin placed on the bedside table, as well as changing clothes and washing products in the basin. It was sent by that person. Later, that person went straight into the Dragon King's house and greeted him enthusiastically. That person should be worshipped by the Dragon King. Chen Xiaoman also pointed out that Lin Shiyu's belly, when we first came here to help Ayu treat the injuries, he found that Ayu's life pattern was not made up, but borrowed from other places to divide it evenly to re-regulate. In the entire temple, only master and you can draw the life pattern. I have not fully mastered it yet. Our friends yourself, it is estimated that it will not be able to make up, let alone this kind of chemical shape. Yes? Lin Fuan's face was red. I will be big. This is the formation method. This is the formation method. It is damaged to wipe it and redraw. Who have you ever seen that the array is broken, and you can borrow a few pillars from here to borrow a few flags? Of? Chen Xiaoman was ready to speak. Lin Fuan finally couldn't help but yelled from his throat, if you speak in this tone, I will clean up the portal first. Chen Xiaoman covered his face with both hands and lowered his head. Lin Fuan, you are a big man, what kind of posture do you do, it is really. At this time, Lin Shiyu woke up and opened his eyes. Lin Fuan covered his face with both hands and lowered his head. Without him, no face. Grandpa, master. Lin Shiyu slept very fragrantly. His body was adjusted by master and grandpa, but he still remembered the conversation that he had not ended before. His master and grandpa obviously did not believe what he would have to get. I really got a big chance. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman looked at each other, and no one wanted to speak. Could it be said? Child, good, you have gone, we have formed a hatred for you. Lin Shiyu held his fist and said with excitement. Believe me, master, grandpa, that thing, it is useful to our official general. It is what we need most. When I get it, grandpa, you can share it with other temples, so that all officials will be better in the capital. Earthly eliminate magic way Deo. Grandfather? Lin Qiyu saw Lin Fuan's expression, thinking that Grandpa was happy, and he was also happy. He mistakenly thought that Grandpa finally believed himself. Affected by Tan Wenbin, in the past, he was famous for his integrity, and it was rare to start to shoot the horse. Grandpa, don't you always want to be the chairman of the first meeting of the temple? With it, you can go up, how good. Lin Fuan squeezed a smile and held Lin Chiyu's hand. Good boy, the chairman of this temple's first meeting, Grandpa is not to be taken. The current situation is whether the temple at home can be kept, not necessarily. Chen Xiaoman rubbed his face hard. Ayu, master tells you something. Lin Fuan stood up sharply. Ayu just woke up, let him sleep again, let's go out first. Chen Xiaoman could only follow his master to the corridor outside the ward. Master, don't you tell the truth. It can't be said, we have taken the wrong step, we can't continue to go wrong. Then we go back now. Can't go back, you have to say that if you leave directly, even if the matter is out of end, Jinling is not ending, it is equivalent to forcing others to go to my hometown to end with you. Then let's go to worship. Can't go to worship. Although we are already in front and back, if you come to the literally, you can tell others. If it wasn't for the face of you, we were here to pick the door and destroy, break your door. Chen Xiaoman, then we. Lin Fuan, wait here, wait for others to speak to us. At this time, Dr. Fan Shulan, who had already returned home, came back to work again. He not only mentioned jujube today, but also a bag of oranges and a box of rice cake made by his mother himself. After here, he stood here to stand here, and then entered the ward. Well, Binbin is not there. Fan Shulan put things at the bedside table. Brother Fan, I am not here, but he should have just been here and give me something. Lin Qiyu knew that the last time the young doctor had performed the surgery for himself, and this time it should be the same. Hey, it seems that your elder brother is good to your little brother, and he also took so much food. Fan Shulan picked up a bottle of milk, twisted away, and took a sip. The milk flavor was as strong as the red envelope he received last night. I was worried about my elder brother. No, I didn't see it anyway, he gave me the feeling of a school-old predecessor. How to say, a bit of the meaning of lighter life and death, maybe he died one day. If he could get up from the coffin, he would be happy to blow himself. Fan Shulan also felt that this feeling was very weird. The other party was just a freshman. What he experienced to become like this, but this person is also really interesting. He was coerced by him and continued to have a good impression on him. This is not a red envelope, because if he really treats people here without authorization, then his career and even the whole life will be broken. Come, let me check it out. Okay, brother Fan. After the inspection, Fan Shulan couldn't help God. There is no mistake. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. My God, recovery so well. At this moment, Fan Shulan could not help but echo what Tan Wenbin said to herself last night. Is it? I really regenerate with Bien, Huayan is alive? Nympho. There are 2 flowers and 1. The 2 people came, and they came like a rainbow, and they left like Mercury. Uncle Chin was okay, but just smiled, but he didn't rush to put back the cuffs back. He was waiting for the old lady in the house. Aunt Lu, she was a bit angry. These days, she was really not beautiful, and she urgently needed to release, but who knew that when she tied her hair, she left. But the hair was still not in a hurry to let go. At the time, when Li Zhanyuan was still sent by Aunt Lu, he learned from the official general from Aunt Lu. This shows that Aunt Lu is familiar with this faction. In her opinion, if the old lady let Ali go, Ali has to slowly release the kite. How can those shadows dripping, no matter how powerful they are, but I have never heard that they can detoxify and cure diseases. Even if there are, they have been invited one by one, and it is too late to queue up. Tan Wenbin touched his head. At this moment, he finally realized something. Oh, I brought the emperor into the village. Xiao Yuan. Go up, Grandma is still waiting to give you class. Hey, okay. Uncle Qin made the lentil rice for lunch, because Aunt Lu was not temporarily losing her sense of taste, but was disordered, which meant, she might think that adding half a bowl of salt to a bowl of soup would make it taste better. The decline of the family's food made the old lady feel uneasy. Logically, it should be her who should take over at this time. If she couldn't, she would be useless. Li Zuiyuan walked to Uncle Qin and said, "Uncle, they are coming for me." Just like Mao Chang'an, who was seen in the general temple, could be inferred to be a corpse collector by his hand-behind walking posture, the walking style of the two people just now also had the shadow of San Buzan. Of course, even if you don't look at the pace, the faint image of incense and candles above the heads of the two people also means that they can be spirited at any time, or even are preparing to be spirited. Uncle Qin looked at Li Zuiyuan and smiled, "I know. Uncle, I was crossing the river. I didn't forget. Then you and Aunt Lu just..." Li Zuiyuan knew that the two of them were really ready to take action. According to normal theory, if the family members took action for the troubles caused by walking on the river, then the family members would bear the causal backlash. They must know it. In fact, when they taught Runzheng and Yinmeng respectively, they were already bearing a certain backlash. However, I have already mastered the rules of walking on the river. The first wave has just ended, and the second wave has not yet started. Therefore, the two who just came were not pushed by the river. This means that they are not opponents who will fight to the death with me in the sense of cause and effect. It also means I can really ask Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu to take action to get rid of these two people outside the river. Of course, Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu don't know the above. You are the child of the family. Besides, if someone comes to the door and really pushes the gate, they will be beaten to death, there is no other choice. It has nothing to do with whether you are walking on the river now. Li Zuiyuan smiled when he heard this. He was secretly alert in his heart. It seems that he has to report to Grandma Lu. Because from Uncle Qin's appearance, he is really willing to risk the price of backlash to help him solve the problem of death. Not only for himself, but also to make up for the regrets of his youth. It's a pity that the cognition of walking on the river in his mind and the cognition about to be summarized in the book can only be shared with his team, and he can't tell them in detail, otherwise he will be implicated. Ali can talk about it, and he himself has no secrets from Ali. First, Ali will not tell these things to others. Second, the relationship between Ali and himself and the way he used Ali's death outside the door as a question bank, the two of them were entangled. This river, he and Ali walked hand in hand together. In essence, Alishi joined the team earlier than Runzheng, who was nominally the first. Suddenly, Li Zuiyuan thought of a possibility. If outsiders see the book he wrote, he will be implicated. Then when he sat on the second-floor terrace of his grandfather's house and read Wei Zhendao's book, did it mean that he had been implicated? Then he thought of the evil book wrapped in 3 layers inside and outside in his dormitory. Compared with the book he will write and Wei Zhendao's book, you are also worthy of being called evil? Lu Yumei was originally sitting upstairs drinking tea. When the two people just came, the old lady's eyes froze slightly. The most painful thing for her in the second half of her life was that outsiders no longer respected the plaque of the Dragon King's family. This is good. Someone actually dared to come to the door. The flames in the old lady's heart have been ignited. She has even thought about how to deal with these two people, and then follow the vines to deal with the relationships behind them. This tiger is dormant. If you don't deal with those who dare to approach first, it will attract a large number of things that want to eat carrion, which will annoy you. But when the two of them immediately stopped and walked through the door so smoothly, as if they were just out for a walk, Lu Yumei laughed out loud. The fire in her heart was also dispersed. She even found it a little interesting. In the end, it was just like she told Uncle Qin not to plant flowers but vegetables and fruits in the yard. Because of Xiaowen's entry and walking on the river, the old lady felt at ease and peaceful, not as sensitive as before. This world has always been like this. The life and death of many people depends only on the thoughts of some people. Tan Wenbin came upstairs. He was preparing his emotions when he went upstairs. When he got in front of the old lady, he started to perform. "Old lady, you have to make the decision for me. I was just strolling around alone, but someone followed me secretly. They wouldn't try to do anything bad to me, right? One was a 1,000-year-old fox, and the other was getting fox fur on himself. In this family, only Xiao Yuan could fight with the old lady." Lu Yumei put down the teacup in her hand and said, "Okay, okay, if you want to plead for someone else, just say it directly. There's no need to go around in circles for such a small matter." He. Tan Wenbin started to make tea. He asked Xiao Yuan to teach him this skill in the dormitory. He remembered every step. Lu Yumei waved her hand and said, "No more tea. Pour me some rice wine. I haven't been sleeping well recently. Drink a little." "Okay." Tan Wenbin took the rice wine bottle and changed a set of cups. While pouring the wine, he said, "It's not that I want to plead for someone. It's because I didn't do things properly. Oh. I took care of the younger one, but I didn't expect the older one to come so soon. I neglected it. In fact, after looking into it, it's really not Tan Wenbin's fault. He had already taken care of Lin Qiyu, and Lin Qiyu unexpectedly cooperated and almost begged for Xiaowen's secret method. But the problem is that even though Lin Qiyu was ordered to not talk about the specifics, he kept smiling on the hospital bed and kept shouting good things, great opportunities, sit at the main seat for the New Year's dinner, open a single page in the family tree. In the eyes of the elders at home, this scene is just like a stupid son who was sold and helped others count money. "Tell me specifically, what happened?" "Okay." Tan Wenbin began to organize his words. For the sake of the old lady's body not being affected, he couldn't speak directly, so he could only keep making metaphors and looking for innuendos. "I'm so tired. I finally finished talking about one thing." The old lady was tired of listening, so she wanted to say bluntly, "Don't play dumb anymore, I would rather vomit some blood than waste my brain." But when she heard the end, the old lady suddenly glared, and the Chinjuadokai chicken cup in her hand was crushed directly. "What a big face!" Tan Wenbin was stunned. "Hey?" Lu Yumei was really angry because she was taken advantage of. She had been getting along well with him since a year ago, and her granddaughter was with him. She even gave him the inheritance of both families, and then invited him into her house. How much did she pay? And that person actually wanted to directly inherit the secret method without any words. This is equivalent to the bodhisattva that her family has worked hard to worship day and night, being invited by others to shake the divination. Since ancient times, if you dare to peek into my family's secret method, you will make a deadly enemy. The old lady looked down at Tan Wenbin. She knew that he should not understand. As for Xiao Yuan, it didn't matter whether Xiao Yuan understood it or not. Xiao Yuan probably didn't care. But my family is not a charity. Whether I care or not is my business. How can you worry about it? In the past, if you want to ask for secret methods or ask the upper family to sort out your inheritance system, the premise is that you have to lead your family to become slaves in my family, set a deadline, and leave only after the expiration of the deadline, or work for me as a pioneer and die half of the family. But soon, Lu Yumei thought of something wrong. Why did those two guys come to my house for such a great thing? After all, Tan Wenbin is only at the level of Chinese language in the college entrance examination. He can't quote classics like Xiao Yuan. It's good enough to finish the story, so don't worry about the full character image. Lu Yumei asked, is that kid a little stupid? Tan Wenbin nodded, not stupid, but silly. Hee. Lu Yumei, who finally sorted out the cause and effect, was amused again. This family is interesting. They made me angry twice and amused me twice. Tell Xiao Yuan about the secret method. Lu Yumei stopped talking halfway, forget it, don't tell Xiao Yuan, Xiaowen's matter, he will decide it himself. Okay. Also, you go and deal with this matter, they are still there, they dare not come again, but they certainly dare not leave. Okay, old lady, please give me a word. I have nothing to say. Tan Wenbin carefully observed the old lady's expression and confirmed that it was not that there was a deep meaning in her words, but that the old lady seemed to be really speechless. Then I'll go now. Wait a little longer, today's class hasn't started yet, they can leave it alone, let them suffer more, it's their own fault. You say, I'll listen. Tan Wenbin was originally squatting beside the old lady to serve, and now he pulled out a stool and sat down. Zhuang Shuang. Hey, I'm here. Tan Wenbin stood up immediately. Grandma Lu usually doesn't call herself by the nickname given by her grandfather, but every time she calls her by the nickname, it means that she has something serious to say. From another perspective, this nickname is indeed very particular. Are you imitating Xiao Yuan? What you said, old lady, isn't it right? This is called seeing a virtuous person and thinking of emulating him. But Xiao Yuan, does he really like the way he is now? This. What should be learned and what should not be learned, you have to weigh it in your heart. Think about why Xiao Yuan was willing to play with you when you first met. It can't be because you look like him, right? In this life, people are always doing one thing, that is, constantly picking up and constantly putting down. The most feared thing is that they are always reluctant to let go and hold on. No matter what you have experienced in the past, you are not asked to forget, but you should also let go of what you should let go. Even if he has someone in his heart, he should not be happy for you to suffer all the time. Holding him up, he has become a burden to you for nothing. Zhuang, you know how to enlighten and enliven others, but don't just care about making others happy and forget yourself. I understand a little bit, thank you, old lady. Don't thank me, I'm doing this for Xiaowen's sake. I know Xiao Yuan is cold-tempered. When he was with Li Sanjiang before, he would act very enthusiastic, but now, he is less and less willing to act. You are his bow, shouting, you have to say what the Dragon King doesn't want to say, you have to deal with the situation that the Dragon King doesn't want to deal with. After a pause, Lu Yumei continued. If the Dragon King has any shortcomings, you have to make up for them so that outsiders can't see them. Hey! Tan Wenbin smiled, I understand. Go. Lu Yumei raised his hand, remember, although I have nothing to say, don't let those two guys feel too good. Okay, let me help you tease them, let me listen to you at night for you to relieve boredom before going to bed. That's all, no joy, I can't get this way in my heart. You can rest assured, must. Nympho. He is here. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman looked at each other, and both saw the dignity from each other's eyes. Master, there is a saying to us over there, whether it is blessing or a disaster. Are you still thinking about blessing now? Chen Xiaoman. Lin Fuan, if you don't destroy the temple, you should burn high incense. Tan Wenbin went upstairs and walked to the ward with a smile. Although Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman were nervous, they also squeezed out their smiles. This difficulty was just for their life. Tan Wenbin ignored them and entered the ward. Ayu, is it better? Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman looked at the ward silently. They don't believe this guy and don't know them. Brother Binbin, I am much better, yes, introduce you, this is my master, this is my grandpa, they came to see me. Lin Chiyu pointed to the introduction, he was on Tan Wenbin, and he didn't notice that he pointed to one and shook one. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman took a half step forward to prepare to take rivers and lakes. Tan Wenbin's puppet and kneeling in front of them. Uncle Grandpa, I'm sorry for my book friend, I heard the book made so miserable, I have a mistake, please punish it. Tong tong. Tong. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman only felt that the sky in front of this was collapsed, and they also kneeling down. Lin Qiyu sitting on the bed suddenly felt that he was sitting now, and some were inappropriate. Uncle Grandpa, what are you kneeling? There is something wrong with me. Chen Xiaoman, no, you are right. Lin Fuan, it is us who is wrong, it is us, it is Ayu who has not educated us. Uncle Grandpa, you are so reasonable, how can I get myself, so, I will give you a hoe. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman not only felt that the sky was collapsed. This was the sky that was about to explode. Which of this is the head of this? Don't stop, don't do this. Oh, okay. Tan Wenbin stood up, and then stepped forward to help. Uncle and grandfather, you are getting up, you and I are buddy, I am a junior, I should kneel down. Isn't there the custom of glorying red envelopes? Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman were helped. They were still dizzy in their minds. They became completely paced. They only heard the words red envelopes and started to touch their pocket unconsciously. If you can rely on red envelopes or other things, you must give everything. Tan Wenbin said again. My parents said that if there are friends outside, I don't see our house even if there are friends outside. I pass the door to the house. We were chased out to borrow money, alas. Hey, uncle, grandpa, don't kneel, don't, you kneel on your knees. Fan Shulan, who was in the inspection room, just walked back here, looked in, and surprised. Oh, worship in the gang. Chapter 105. He he he. Lu Yumei laughed and laughed while eating. After conducting friendly and cordial greetings in the hospital, Tan Wenbin also invited the two to go to the old Sichuan to eat grilled fish. The topic is very dense, but it is basically a routine process. For example, the traditional culture of the first consultation officer was very curious about the line, and then the wind turned around and asked about a few temples in an area. If the temple is too dense, it will not be divided enough. For another example, let's talk about Lin Chiyu's character. He said that a classmate in the dormitory building dared to raise a ghost to see the door. Lin Chiyu was so angry that Bai He Boy almost killed the classmate. Tan Wenbin, I want me to say that the kind of people who raising ghosts are great sin. Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman also accompanied. Tan Wenbin, so our Dragon King knows that the wrong can be changed, and the ghost who watched the door was overdone. When Lin Fuan and Chen Xiaoman heard their words, their faces changed directly. In short, this process is repeated back and forth, tossing until the meal, and the two left the hotel. When they walked out, their legs were swinging, and their faces were pale. Even Tan Wenbin helped them fight. The two returned to Fujian tonight, and they didn't even go to the other to sue Lin Chiyu. Lu Yumei took a sip of rice wine and said, your boy will toss people. This is not all old ladies, do you teach well? I didn't teach you this. You just taught me in the afternoon. What people have been doing in this life is to keep picking up and letting go. I tried it on them first and ate. Loquacious. Then I have a palm. Okay, I listened to Shutten, and I let it go. The matter is good. Grandmommy, I am very satisfied. I dare not work, and the fear of the temple is dismantled. What I am afraid is not me, what I am afraid of is the grandma behind me. Not bad. Furthermore, no matter how much the routine uses too much, people are numb. In the first half, they were really scared. When they arrived, they should gradually ponder the taste. We really intend to dismantle their temple. I still use so many words here? In the end, I was saying that they were cooperating with the surprise. When I got out of the hotel door, the walking posture was too exaggerated, and the performance was really different. Ayu's grandfather secretly stabbed his thigh with his own strength and pushed his eyes to become red. Good. They show it to me, I want to borrow my mouth and say to you, and make you happy to let you get angry. Very nice. Hey hey. Lu Yumei handed the wine glass in his hand to Tan Wenbin, reward you. There was a pair of this cup, which was crushed by the old lady in the afternoon. Tan Wenbin took the cup, poured half a glass of rice wine in, drank it, and then put the cup back to the coffee table. Thank you, this rice wine is very sweet. Lu Yumei leaned back slightly, leaning on the chair, and said faintly, it seems that it is high, I can't see the grandma's fragmentation, let's say, what do you want? Listen to your teachings on weekdays, and then you have a few meals in your house. I have taken advantage of it. Others, I can't ask. After all, I follow the Yuanzi brother. What? Grandma, am I outsiders? Isn't this a discussion with who? I'm tired, I'm going to rest. Then I'm gone, and listen to your teachings again. Tan Wenbin got up and poured the remaining honey fruity on the coffee table into his pocket before leaving. Walking to the door, I heard the old lady who came from the old lady. Very good, clear. Tan Wenbin paused, smiled, walked out and went downstairs. When I walked to the yard, I knocked on the coffin of Runzhung first, greeting the stuffy sentence. I ran the end of Yunmeng again, and asked if I was marinated. When they were so hello, Li Qiangyuan also walked out of Ali's room, carrying a mountaineering bag on his body, and Lin Chiyu's school bag. Tan Wenbin reached out and picked it up. The two went side by side to the bedroom. Tan Wenbin did not specifically say that the official side would be on the other side, because he knew that Xiao Yuan was not interested in that, but simply mentioned that the two of them had returned. Xiao Yuan, what is the cup that the old lady drinks? Chinjua Dokei chicken cup. The old lady crushed one today. The rest is more valuable. Oh, how much is it? Don't be rushed to sell before it is broken. That's really not old. Heartache. Li Zhanyuan guessed what happened. Grandma Lu had a habit. When she was in a good mood, she liked to give away objects around her. There is no, just want to ask, it is convenient for the older people to drink with people when they are older. Xiao Yuan, Run Sheng and Yin Meng continued to practice like this, wouldn't it really be a problem? There will be problems. What is the side effect? Damage Yang Shao. Any training method that is eager to achieve success will bring the side effects of overdraft life. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu must let them experience them all in a short period of time, so that they can have a way of exploiting and improving in the future. Then, Jihad to make birthday. Tan Wenbin licked his lips and laughed, then I am not making a lot of money, and there is no need to make up the need to make up. The late night wind, after blowing the two of them, it had been blowing for several days. The sun was shining, and the school playground, Li Zhanyuan sat on the steps of the corner. The new students of military training are based on class, lined up below, and will be reviewed next. When the school leader began to speak, Li Zhanyuan opened the first page. After reading a book, the vice president has not finished. Fortunately, Li Zhanyuan was prepared in advance, and he brought 2 books. It turns out that he underestimated the strong expression of leaders. After reading the second book, the last vice principal finished speaking, and then there were leaders, directors, and outstanding teachers representatives of the next level. In the opening period, in the season when the golden breeze is cool, the autumn laurel fragrance, we gather together. Each leader repeatedly praised the autumn round after different words. Finally, at the beginning of the review, each class passed through the podium in the form of formation to show the achievements and spiritual style of military training. The reason why Li Zhanyuan came over was because Tan Wenbin was also in the square. Tan Wenbin started military training at the beginning, and then he had been asking for leave. After all, Lin Chiyu, who was constantly injured, had been approved for leave for him. Every time the instructor went to the infirmary for inspection and confirmed that it was correct. He could only sigh that the child was too unlucky. He fell off the dormitory building twice as soon as he started. Tan Wenbin originally thought that he did not need to participate, did not train well, and joined the square team, which was easy to bring bad rhythm and affect the class score. But the new counselor is a very thoughtful person. He strongly asked Tan Wenbin to participate in the final review. Moreover, after discussing with the instructor, the new counselor put Tan Wenbin and Lin Qiyu at the forefront of the queue, and even the flag bearer who held the class flag had to set them behind them. Tan Wenbin was asked to give the police station awarded a prize. Lin Qiyu had no major problems in his body, but was asked to be tied up again by the new counselor, and he handed him a crutch to let him move forward. Originally, the new counselor intends to give him two, but Lin Qiyu turned too fast. It seemed that he had been living and lived. The slogan of the classes is also very interesting. It is not that one class, never ordinary. Instead, love to protect classmates, care for mutual assistance, see the righteousness, the social responsibility. No rhyme. But under the premise of a story, it is secondary. This is actually cheating. And there is no suspense. In this class, the first place in military training was obtained. Although classmates and counselors in other classes are jealous, but they are helpless, and because they involve trafficking children's incidents, the morality is under pressure, and you are even embarrassed to reveal on the face. The instructors are more acceptable to this. They can understand it more. Sometimes they are training well, but the merit of walking sometimes runs to that person. After the review, each class returns to the previous side position. The school leader began to speak again, and echoed again over the playground. Send it cool in this golden wind, autumn laurel fragrance. The instructors took this opportunity to run away in the back, and say goodbye silently. Li Zhanyuan also picked up the book on the ground and did not return to the bedroom, but went to the classroom. Later, you will have a formal class meeting. He first entered the classroom, sitting in the last row, leaning against the corner of the window. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The classmates also came in military training uniforms and took their own seats. Li Ziyuan did not know them, and they did not know Li Ziwen. Many people were still surprised. Why is there a younger brother sitting here? Tan Wenbin and Lin Qiyu came in. Tan Wenbin walked straight to Li Zhanyuan and sat down. Lin Qiyu also wanted to squeeze and was pointed at the front of Tan Wenbin. There was no way. Lin Qiyu could only sit in the front row. Brother Binbin, can I not lose this crutch now? 2 more days, now it's easy to be gossip. Oh, okay. Besides, what are you lost? Isn't it the money to buy it? Selling it, you can stand at the entrance of the school store and shout selling the turbulence, selling the turbulence. But if no one is injured in legs and feet, this turning must not be sold to the legs and feet, and it can also be sold to the brain. The new counselor came in. His surname was Wu Hong. He was very young. He was not tall. He was very fat. His round face was not greasy but showed a savvy. The students in the class affectionately called him Wu Fat, which was required by himself. As soon as he came in, the title of Wu Fat in the class rose one after another. He smiled and waved, his eyes swept over everyone's face. Li Zhanyuan saw that he recorded his eyes. Those classmates who shouted Wu Fat probably missed the scholarship and the number of class committees. The small parts of those who insisted on shouting counselors and teacher Wu instantly highlighted. Tan Wenbin did not shout, but brought a book from Li Zhanyuan, and read carefully. At the beginning of the class meeting, he did not vote for the squad leader in the way of popularity, but directly appointed. Next, Tan Wenbin will be the monitor of our class. Everyone applauds and welcome. There was applause in the class, and Lin Qiyu drummed the most and louder. This really doesn't require a vote. Even if he hasn't participated in military training for a few days, any class that can participate in combating child trafficking criminal gangs and make contributions at the beginning of the new semester will be elected without any suspense. Tan Wenbin just raised his head from the dead world, with a confused look on his face. What, I am the class monitor? After the class meeting, the new class monitor Tan Wenbin shouted before the students left. All military training uniforms will be sent to the counter of the affordable store for recycling later. You can get a free glass of orange water by reporting my name. Everyone cheered. Canned drinks are too expensive. Orange water is purely made with orange crystals. There is a glass frame at the door of the store. Once the machine is turned on, the yellow drink will roll. It looks very tempting, but the cost is actually very low. However, it is also a heroic act to treat the whole class to drinks nowadays. Lin Qiyu said excitedly, "Brother, congratulations." Tan Wenbin rolled his eyes at him, but soon, he smiled himself. He had no interest in being a monitor at first, thinking it would distract him, but it was undeniable that the feeling of being a monitor was good. And recently, some of his ideas have gradually changed. As Grandma Lu said, Brother Yuanzi may not like the other Xiao Yuan. Li Zui Yuan said, "Congratulations, Brother Binbin." Tan Wenbin was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly realized that when facing the child named Liang that night, Brother Xiao Yuan called him Brother Binbin instead of Brother Zhuang. This was not negligence, but intentional. Brother Yuanzi wanted to see himself win honors, wanted to see himself win awards, and wanted to sit here and see himself as a monitor. At this time, Fatty Wu waved over here, "Monitor, come to my office." "Okay." Tan Wenbin raised his hand to indicate that he knew. "You all come." Fatty Wu added. Obviously referring to Li Zui Yuan. "Okay." Lin Tiantu responded enthusiastically. Fatty Wu's office is shared, with 4 desks inside, but no one was behind the other desks when he came in. Fatty Wu didn't mention Li Zui Yuan in the classroom before, but now he was talking to Li Zui Yuan in the office, first asking about his life as a prelude, and then quickly led the topic to Luo Gong. Finally, he pulled the topic into his love life to make up for the utilitarian perception in the middle. Fatty Wu opened the drawer, took out a photo frame, and showed everyone a photo of himself and his girlfriend. Tan Wenbin came over to take a look and teased, "Brother Wu, you should take your sister-in-law to the hospital to see an ophthalmologist." Fatty Wu's girlfriend is tall and sweet-looking. In the present, she is a pure school beauty. Men generally don't get angry when others say that their girlfriend is a flower stuck in cow dung, but feel proud instead. Fatty Wu not only accepted Tan Wenbin's brotherly title, but also proudly raised his not-so-obvious neck. "Your sister-in-law has good taste. Let me tell you, she was the one who took the initiative to pursue me when I was in school. Brother Wu, tell me the truth, do you have a strong family background that you hide behind?" "If I had hidden my family background, I wouldn't be sitting here trying to flatter Luogong by relying on your relationship." Tan Wenbin slapped his thigh. "No, it seems that taking my sister-in-law to see an ophthalmologist won't work, she has to see a brain doctor. Go to hell, this is true love, it's over. I'll call you guys out for a midnight snack later. I'll bring her out for you to see and get to know. Why do you have to wait a while? You're still stingy. She's busy lately. She's in the hospital taking care of her parents. I'll have to go to the hospital to accompany her later. After all, we're not married yet, so I have to show off in front of the old people. Both parents are sick." Well, her parents went back to their hometown to visit the graves a while ago. They felt uncomfortable after coming back, and then they were hospitalized. So far, no specific problems have been found. The doctor suspects it's food poisoning. Li Zuiyuan raised his eyelids. Tan Wenbin was also startled, like a cat with its tail stepped on, suddenly getting an electric shock. Visiting the graves, being sick, aren't these the key words? Only Lin Chuyu was still introducing the folk remedies for solving food poisoning in his hometown. Fatty Wu took out a piece of paper and took notes carefully while listening. Brother Wu, get me a piece of paper too. Here. Brother Wu, do you have any more pens? Here. Tan Wenbin, Brother Wu, where is my sister-in-law's hometown? Near Huangshan. When did my sister-in-law's parents go back to their hometown to visit their graves? Just a while ago. What date? On the 1st of this month, she and I went to the train station to see her parents off. My sister-in-law didn't go, right? Yes, she didn't go. Which hospital are the two elders in now? The third hospital, not far from our school, opposite the flower and bird market. What day ward? Why do you ask so much? I know an old Chinese doctor, he is a first-class doctor, specializing in difficult and complicated diseases. I will ask him to come and see you. You can't even pay for him, you have to rely on favors. How can I do that? When can I go? I need to contact him in a few days. Tell me the ward number first, and I will take him there after I make an appointment. Don't worry, I will say that it was you, Wu, who invited him. Okay, I will write it to you. Besides the illness of the two elders, is there anything else wrong with the family? I haven't heard her say that. Where is the exact location of your hometown? Minnan Town, I haven't been to, because I haven't reached that step yet. Okay, Angkor, you can rest assured, I will continue to follow up. Wu Fatsi laughed, isn't your dad be a police officer? Well, yes. When Wu Fatsi heard the words, he immediately came with interest, and seemed to want to continue to discuss on this topic. Tan Wenbin closed the note, immediately interrupted his words, and said, Angkor, you can rest assured, one day you go out and be caught, remember to call me. You kid. Wu Fatty understood the meaning, okay, everything is over, I will convey it to you in the future class. After leaving the office, the three walked in the direction of the bedroom. Tan Wenbin asked, Brother Xiao Yuan, will it appear in a new context? Li Zhan Yuan, not necessarily, this can't be accurate, and it is too early, and it is far from us. A wave of just flat, although a few days, should not be so fast, because the first wave of their first waves is solved in advance. Theoretically this interval will be longer. Tan Wenbin, also, it is indeed far from our school. Brother Binbin, I refer to the distance, but the relationship. Relation. The mother-in-law's mother-in-law's mother-in-law is too far away from us. If this line wants to be established, the future development model should be. The target of the counselor also had a strange disease due to care and wanting to solve his parents. In order to take care of their objects and solve problems, the counselor was also infected with strange diseases. Although you are the monitor now, the relationship between the counselor and you is not particularly familiar, and it takes time to cultivate feelings. On this basis, when you go to his office to send him the information or eat supper with you together, he will cause your face to be ill, or suddenly faint, or he will commit epilepsy. In short, it must be obvious. In this way, we can transition from you to me. Tan Wenbin nodded, if you calculate this, even if I am good at pulling the relationship with people, it takes at least 2 months to have that kind of friendship. Moreover, although I like to deal with people like Wu Fat, it is difficult to interact with such people, unless I go to his house in the middle, his beautiful object has given us a meal. Li Zhan Yuan, she also has to raise a few stray cats. It is best to go to the orphanage as a volunteer, gentle and kind, and form contrast with the image of the counselor. There is no mistake, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 619, 1 book, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, a book. Tan Wenbin, in this way can you touch Xiao Yuan, you? It's you. Oh yes, it's me. I almost forgot myself, my brother is not emotional. Tan Wenbin, then I will flood in the same affection to ask Xiao Yuan, you. Tan Wenbin blinked and said that he was flooding with his own sympathy, which felt really strange. However, he also came out of the flavor, and he really had to love life, socialize, and feel emotional. For example, today, if it wasn't for seeing that he was a monitor, Yuanzi would not go to the classroom to have a class meeting. Because of his own relationship, Yuanzi would agree with Wu Fati to talk about interpersonal relationships. Grandma Lu said right, she really couldn't just imitate Yuanzi brother. Own. Come to be the radar of the Yuanzi brother. At this point, Tan Wenbin's whole person shakes briskly. Those two struggle, forcing you to continue fighting. As long as Lao Tzu returns to nature, the role of the team is irreplaceable. Ha, this is fate. Li Zhanyuan, so, it's too early. Yes, indeed, it's too early. Touching the melon, anyway, there is a vine. If this line can be established, it will not be Shun Man. It is that the seeds of others have just germinated, and they will take 4 or 5 to dig the Yellow River to dig in advance. Lin Shiyu asked, what are you talking about? Tan Wenbin, adults speak, children don't intervene. Lin Shiyu, if I found the evil spirits, please remember to call me, I am not able to resign. In addition to the real magic road, it is true that I want to learn the secret. Lin Shiyu now has not only the responsibility of the right path, but also shoulders the future development of the first temple and all the officials of the 13 counties of the 2 cities in the 2 cities. His burden is very heavy. He is not allowed to die as soon as he was last time, like the last time. He hurriedly came a few more times. He was continued to insert a punch. Of course, it would be better to get more other experiences. Tan Wenbin, don't worry, I can't use you for the time being, my family will go out tomorrow. Lin Shiyu, although they are all responsible for removing magic and guarding, they are divided into high and low, but he can't beat me. After handing it over, Runzheng did not stop themselves. Tan Wenbin, it's okay, wait for you to see it. The first thing Run Sheng is out of the customs is probably wanting to find you to practice. Lin Shiyu, if the person in the right way, if he is killed by himself, wouldn't he be a relative and the enemy? I'll take the bottle ink. Li Zuyuan walked into the store. Lu Yi sat on the counter to collect money. He really liked this job now. As long as he came over in the get out of class, although he got the salary, he felt like being a boss. Li Zhanyuan took a bottle of ink from the shelves. When he walked to the counter, Lu Yi was answering the phone. Brother Prodigy here, I asked him to answer the phone. Lu Yi handed the microphone to Li Zhanyuan, Da Dang came to the family. This title, Lu Yi learned from Tan Wenbin. Li Zuyuan answered the phone, hello, brother Liang Liang. Xiao Yuan, Jing Jing has recovered and been discharged from the hospital. The teacher's wife wants to invite you to dinner to express her gratitude. The teacher asked me to call and ask if you are willing to go. It doesn't matter if you don't want to go. Have you returned to Jinling? No, we are in Dujiangjian now. Then I won't go. Okay, I'll call the teacher's wife back later, that's it, I'll hang up first. Brother Liang Liang, where is your hometown in Anhui? Nantung, Anhui. I'm asking you seriously. Oh, I thought you are going to continue to joke with me, and I am still thinking about cooperating with you. My hometown is a small town on the edge of Huangshan Mountain. What's the name? Minan Town, it's an ancient town, very beautiful. I will come back with my teacher next month. It happens that my father's birthday is also at that time. I will take you to my hometown to play. You will definitely like our architectural style there. When is your uncle's birthday next month? It's at the end of next month, it's still early. Okay, I know. Don't prepare gifts, just go there. Okay. Li Zuyuan hung up the phone. Walking out of the store with ink, Li Zuiyuan returned to the dormitory. Lin Shuyu wanted to follow in, but Tan Wenbin pretended to kick him, so he was forced back to his dormitory. After closing the door, Tan Wenbin sighed helplessly and said with emotion, "This guy is sticking to us all day long. Otherwise, I will go and deal with him and let him be a door god quietly." The door god is posted outside the door and does not enter the door. "Well, send 2 more sets of talisman needles." "Hehe, send 1 set first. If he performs well, give him another set." "Brother Binbin, you can do whatever you want. I promise to complete the task." Tan Wenbin went out with a set of talisman needles. Li Zuiyuan sat down at the desk and opened the book in front of him. This is a new version of the Zuiyuan secret scroll sent by his hometown school. It is no longer in the form of a test paper, but a hardened book with syllabus content, formula analysis, and answer analysis. 3 sets were sent, divided into 3 colors, upper, middle and lower volumes. The main purpose is to let Li Zuiyuan see the cover design, and considering the practicality, there is no content on it, all blank pages, which can be regarded as a hard book souvenir sent by his hometown school. Li Zuiyuan is now opening the first volume of the Zuiyuan Secret Scroll, on which the first volume is written in pen, and the volume is titled Grandma Yu. It records all the context of the Grandma Yu incident, as well as the subsequent analysis and conjecture. Tan Wenbin had read this volume a long time ago. He still has a booklet on his desk called Code of Conduct for Walking on the River. Li Zuiyuan picked up a pen and wrote on a new page, Volume 2. Then, he pushed the book away and wrote Minan Town on the notebook next to it. When the 2 seeds sprouted in the same place, it might not be a coincidence anymore. But if we really have to dig in the opposite direction so long in advance, wouldn't it be too aggrieved for the death of the other side? Li Zuiyuan smiled. "Why should I empathize with you? Here, here." Tan Wenbin handed the talisman needle to Lin Shuyu. "Thank you, brother." Lin Shuyu took it with great excitement. Tan Wenbin had given him a set according to the agreement in front of the bed. A set consists of 2 evil-breaking talisman needles and 2 forbidden talisman needles, which can be used once by an official general. After use, it will be useless unless it can be restored by the temple's life extension like Lin Shuyu did last time. Lin Shuyu took out the original set from under the bed, holding 1 set in each hand. "Leave this set to me, and I'll send this set back to my grandfather." "Are you stupid? You didn't think of sending the first set back as soon as you got it, so that your family can see if you can copy it. My grandfather can't copy it." He pointed to his belly. "Here, if my grandfather wants to repair it, he has to erase it and redraw it. How do you know it won't work if you don't try?" Lin Shuyu scratched his head, "But, even if it is copied, who dares to try? Once there is the slightest mistake, you will die." "That's right, I suddenly think you are quite smart. The prototype design of this talisman comes from Wei Zhendao's The Right Way to Subdue Demons. When drawing talismans, you have to pay attention to the charm and texture. You can't copy it. These are only recorded in books. Moreover, the one who drew this talisman was A Li. Therefore, Li Zuiyuan has fundamentally monopolized the production of this kind of talisman needles. Even if they are given away, there will be 1 less set for outsiders." Tan Wenbin pointed to another set of talisman needles in Lin Shuyu's hand and said, "Since your grandfather has it, what about your master? Send this set back and give it to your master. Then I won't be able to use it myself. I will give it to you when I need it." "Oh, yes, big brother, you are so smart. Also, I want to tell you something. You can follow me to and from school in the future, but if I follow brother Xiao Yuan, don't follow me. Be a little more sensible. Go to class peacefully during the day and go back to the dormitory to sleep at night. I will call you when I need you. At other times, do a good job of protecting my brother Xiao Yuan." "I understand. I have another set of talisman needles here. If you do a good job, I will give it to you in the future." Okay. Tan Wenbin reached out and patted Lin Shuyu's arm. When Runzheng comes back, you go and have a good fight with him. Ah? How can this do? You are stupid, you played with him. If you can't beat him, will I give you some materials to help him with strength? Then me, I can't beat him intentionally. Tan Wenbin frowned. Lin Shuyu excitedly said, yes, as long as I can't beat him intentionally, Xiao Yuan will keep adding to me. Tan Wenbin appeared in the minds of Run Sheng's horror specialties. Silly child, if you play like this. Okay, okay. You will be killed by Run. Nympho. After returning to the bedroom, Tan Wenbin saw Xiao Yuan's reading. Now there are many books in the bedroom, which is the basic reading from Grandma Lu sent someone. During this time, he and Xiao Yuan were reading these books together, which gave Tan Wenbin a kind of illusion that I and Xiao Yuan were in the same stage and was working together. Brother Liang's father is next month, and his hometown is also Minnan Town. Minnan Town. Tan Wenbin's butt just sat down immediately. Xiao Yuan, would it really be this? Uncertain, but the probability is increasing. Let's start investigating now. Li Zhanyuan shook his head. Don't worry, wait for Runzheng and Yinmeng to end the special training. When you grab this line, the vibration feeling will be passed along this line. Therefore, if you don't move, if you want to move, you will push it directly along all the lines at the fastest speed without giving it any response time. Okay, I know. At a meal, the two ate some bread, and then read the book together in the afternoon. Tan Wenbin left the table. He just read a volume of a basic book, and the Yuanzi brothers had just finished reading. Xiao Yuan, I'm going to chat with the old lady, can you go now? I'm going at night. Okay, then I'll go first. Tan Wenbin came to Liu's house alone. As soon as he opened the door and entered the yard, he saw Runzheng sitting on a chair. But this time, Runzheng couldn't see the slightest sluggish, but there was a kind of calmness. Runzheng, you are. Runzheng, my special training is over. What about Uncle Qin? Aunt Lu, who had a scattered hair and a little swaying, walked out of the house. He went out temporarily, and he would come back after a while, but the course was finished. Tan Wenbin looked at the pickled vegetable tank in the corner and did not see Yin Meng's figure. Aunt Lu said, Meng Meng was found by the ancient well in Jinling, soaked, and gave her a clean body before going out. Oh, so. Tan Wenbin nodded. With the sound of dang dang, several tools were thrown to Tan Wenbin's feet. This is. Aunt Lu held his forehead and said, he walked anxiously, couldn't have time to deal with it after good, I'm too tired, strong, you can help Runzheng pick out the 16 coffins in his body. Runzheng took off his shirt and exposed his back. Tan Wenbin picked up the tools on the ground, and looked at the nail hats embedded in Runzheng's body, and swallowed some difficulties. This picture is really terrible. Each nail is as long as chopsticks, and it is very thick. Take out the picture. Thinking about it, it makes people's scalp numb, not to mention that there must be 16 roots. This is not the courage to be courageous. He also killed people with stones, but to use this method to his companions, he really couldn't get it. Runzheng comforted, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. Okay. Tan Wenbin took a deep breath and stopped when he was about to start. Runzheng, what's wrong? I think of a good place, not only can I take it out well, but I can also help you disinfect it by the way. Nympho. Brother Fan, my dear Fan brother. Fan Shulan heard the voice, and the whole person shook. Raise his head, look at Tan Wenbin, and immediately shift your eyes to look behind him. Hey! I did not memorize this time. Brother Fan, I have a friend who walks inadvertently and stabs into it. I want to ask you to help. Okay, I'm good at this. Where is a person? I asked him to wait in the operating room. The school's medical room and community hospitals have operating rooms, but the frequency of surgery is not high. The larger diseases will be recommended to the nearby large hospitals. Fan Shulan. Recently, he used this operating room to perform several major surgery. If he had not taken the violation of the rules, he wanted to write a dissertation. On the way to the operating room, Tan Wenbin stuffed a red envelope into the white coat of Fan Shulan. Fan Shulan pushed away and said, "No need this time." Use. No, just get a thorn, what's the matter? That's also hard. If you treat me as a friend, don't give it. Well, I will send you a brocade flag next time. Hey, this is good. Brother Fan, you said, it's not enough, you don't tell your brothers if you need it. That brother, do you have time tonight, drink together? Tonight? Yes, a while ago, I still drank and chat with me. I am divorced today, and I have to comfort him. Why divorce? Who knows? Originally, he and his target worked well in Jinling, but his target suddenly felt that he had to give up his job here to return to his hometown. This is an excuse for divorce. It doesn't look like it. She really quit her job and is going back to Huangshan. Where to? Huangshan, her hometown is there. Tan Wenbin was stunned. Fan Shulan pushed open the door of the operating room and asked in confusion, "Aren't you coming in?" Seeing that Tan Wenbin hadn't responded yet, Fan Shulan closed the operating door first, put on gloves, picked up tools, walked to Runshung, and took a look. He couldn't help but smile. "Hey, it's an acquaintance again. It seems that this time it's good. There are no injuries." I said, "Your gang has been quiet recently, right?" Gang. Runshung was a little confused, but still nodded, "It's fine recently." Then it's almost time to unify the whole school, right? Unifying the world has just begun. Well, there is a long way to go. Come on, where is the thorn? I'll pick it out for you. Runshung took off his clothes. Tan Wenbin, who was still in a daze outside the operating room door, was awakened by a scream. "You are devils! Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.